Hey everyone, welcome back to the alternate path. Today, we're diving into part 3 of our brand new What If story. What if Bella was hunted for a secret no one knew? Here's a quick summary. For months, Bella has been hunted by two deadly vampires. Just when hope seems lost, she stumbles into the home of someone who has been waiting for her all along, Alice Cullen. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to the alternate path and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Let's start the story. Math. So damn boring. Dull, dull, dull. I groaned to myself as I sat and listened to the teacher yak about fractions. Alice was sitting next to me, giggling at my humorous antics, though I hardly saw how being bored was humorous. I scowled and tore off a piece of paper and started scribbling on it. Passing notes with Alice was the only saving grace I had. And we were both pretty good at it. Alice knew when to write and was skillful at keeping it hidden. The best part, she would give anyone who thought about telling on us the death glare, which wasn't often despite the number of eyes that seemed glued to the two of us. I didn't think two lesbian lovers in class was that interesting. How can you stand this? I wrote on the piece of paper. I slid it over to Alice, who giggled quietly and started writing her response. It's easy, really. I have you here. I rolled my eyes. I meant having to sit here, hour after hour, listening to them blather about crap you already know. I usually distract myself, truth be told. It does get annoying, I'll admit. I learned all of these things decades ago. But I deal with it, because it's a necessary evil to keep our lifestyle intact. So how many times have you graduated high school? She laughed rather quietly as she scribbled her answer down. I'd say about 12 times. I've also graduated from college about 5 times. My jaw dropped as I read that. I heard Alice giggle beside me at my reaction. Holy crap, I could not imagine going through high school and college so many times. How were they not going insane for crying out loud? I'd be tearing my hair out if I were forced to go through that kind of horror. How the hell did you manage that? I'd go crazy if I had to repeat high school over and over again. Alice shrugged. It's not too bad, actually. We get bored easily, but we can also be entertained easily too. And thanks to our senses being so good, we can actually get away with goofing off when no one is looking. Emmett introduced me to handheld video games a while back. They saved my life, let me tell you. You must have shared classes with the others in the past, right? She smiled a little and shook her head. In the past, yes. I once took a cooking class with Emmett and Rosalie. I did it because I thought it would be interesting, while Em and Rose took it by mistake. I remember we were on a team one time and we had to bake a cake. None of us knew how, so we just started throwing things together. We ended up nearly setting our kitchen on fire. It was hilarious. I couldn't help giggling a little myself as I read her note. I could imagine that, too. Them throwing random ingredients into boiling water, utterly lost as they tried to figure out what went where. God, how I would have loved to see that. Didn't you guys have recipes? Recipe schmasipe. Alice Cullen doesn't need a stinking recipe. Then again, I guess it wouldn't have hurt to look at them, had we kept ours. We all made paper airplanes out of ours since we had no clue what they were. Then we threw them across the class when no one was looking. Rosalie's won, damn it. Still, it was fun. I snickered some more. I wish I could have been there to see it. You would have been laughing like mad, that's for certain. Everyone else was. We all got kicked out of the class because of the mess we made, but it was worth it. I've started taking lessons from Esme, though. She's a much better teacher since she knows what she's talking about. I thought about Esme teaching Alice how to cook. The idea seemed funny, really, especially since they'd probably spend more time goofing off with each other. Esme may be a wonderful mother, but she was just as playful as Alice was. Alice must have read my mind, because she smirked and nodded her head in agreement. I'd have thought that vampires would remember basic stuff on food from being a human and all. Is it that easy to forget? Alice's face grew somber as she replied, which worried me. I don't remember my human life. I'm the only one in the family who doesn't. The others remember most or all of theirs clearly. I don't, though. I internally kicked and cursed myself for forgetting that. Damn it. Why was I so stupid? Alice, I'm so sorry. I forgot and I was cut off when Alice reached over and snagged the paper from me and started writing. Bella, don't apologize, love. It's okay. I'm not mad at all. Please don't feel bad about it. I just wish I could help you. Somehow. After everything you've done for me, I owe you some. Again she swiped the paper from me, shaking her head as she did. Bella, you owe me nothing. Nothing, do you hear me? You've done more than anything by choosing to be with me, which is a dream come true enough as it is. I love you with every fiber of my being. And as long as I can bring you happiness, then I'm satisfied. I sniffled a little as I read that. I love you too, Alice. You mean the world to me. Of course you bring me happiness, why wouldn't you? I want to be able to help you somehow with finding out more about yourself, you know. You deserve that much. Alice smiled endearingly at me for a moment, her eyes shimmering with warmth and love. She leaned in and pecked my cheek when no one was looking before writing her response. I've gotten more than I deserve by having you, Bella. But I appreciate the thought. You are too sweet. But please, don't worry about it. I think it best that we stop now. The bell will ring in another minute. I love you, though. I love you too, more than anything else in the world. We spent the remainder of class staring into one another's eyes, holding hands under the table, ignoring all of the whispers, staring and grunts around us. Then the bell rang and we rose together before exiting the class. She walked me to my next class, our hands still clinging together. We let go once I was in front of the door. I pouted at her. She sighed. I know. I don't like it either. I'll see you at lunch, okay? Try not to get yourself into too much trouble, okay? She asked. I smirked. I'll try not to. She leaned into my cheek, but I moved so it was my lips instead. We held it for a moment before breaking apart, grinning at one another. Then she reluctantly turned and danced away as I sighed and clambered into the classroom. I was met with a wave of tension and resentment. Mike was sitting in his usual seat, clutching his arm like a baby its bottle, glaring at me. Even when he was glaring, he was still checking me out, which pissed me off. I ignored him and waved to Eric, who smiled and waved back. At least there was one person who wasn't a douche in this class. I sat next to Eric and smiled at him. Hey Eric, I greeted. Eric grinned. Hey yourself. Gotta say, you sure know how to make an entrance into the school, he chuckled. I sighed. Yeah, tell me about it. I bet it's the hot topic of the week. Yeah, pretty much. Well, it'll probably be the hot topic for the next month and a half, if anything. That long? I asked, appalled. Eric nodded. Shit, I know what you mean. But in a small town like Forks where nothing big happens much, you gotta see why this would be big news. Especially for all the gossip freaks, which we have loads of here. Oh, speaking of that, can I ask you something? Sure, why not? He leaned in slightly closer to me and cupped his mouth. Is it true that Alice did that to Mike's arm? My eyes bulged. How did you? Well, Jessica Stanley sort of got it out of him. She's been spreading rumors about it since this morning. She's been talking a lot of crap about Alice lately, for that matter. I ground my teeth together. Like what? I asked. Eric ran a hand through his hair. She's mostly been insulting her again and again. Everyone knows that Jessica hates the Cullens. She's part of a big group of popular kids that rip on them all the time. Now that you're here, you'll probably be her next target. But for now, she's on a warpath of insults on Alice. My hands curled into tight fists as I gritted my teeth. That CH was insulting my family. My Alice. Oh hell no. That's going to stop. She's been pretty much non-stop since yesterday, too. I'd tell Alice to be careful, if I were you. I almost scoffed, but I held it in. No reason to insult Eric. Will do, I grunted. Oh, hey, that reminds me. It's supposed to warm up next week and be nice and sunny, he said, grinning. Wait, sunny. Crap. That meant that Alice and the others wouldn't be at school. Come to think of it, what was I going to do? Would I be forced to go without them? Bella. Eric asked. I blinked and turned to him. Huh, what? Sorry, I was, lost in thought. He smiled and shrugged it off. No big deal, it happens. Anyways, Katie, Angela, Ben and I were all planning on hitting up La Push sometime next week when the weather's good. You wanna go? I thought about that for a moment. Why did the name La Push sound so familiar? Oh, that girl, Leah. She lives there. I cringed when I remembered that day. It wasn't the most pleasant experience. I dunno, I murmured, scratching my head. Can I get back to you? Of course, he replied, grinning. No pressure, really. Can I ask why? He frowned in confusion. Why what? Why you're inviting me? I mean, I'm new here and, you know, the whole me being a lesbian thing. Doesn't that bother you? Eric chuckled. Are you kidding? Why would it bother me? Look, Bella, I know you're new here and all, but that's no reason to treat you differently. And so what if you like girls? Katie's bi and my sister is gay. It doesn't bother me one little bit. Besides, you could invite Alice along. Huh, that was a good point. Wait, no. If it was sunny, she couldn't go. Damn it. Okay. I'll get back to you on it. He grinned and nodded before the teacher cleared his throat and began class. The first half of class was dull and uneventful. I half listened, since I hated math with a passion. If anything, Alice would know what my assignment was if I didn't pay attention anyways. But then the teacher did something that surprised me. All right, class. We're going to be doing group assignments now. I'll call your names and you are to work together to complete all the problems. Now then, he started calling out pairs of names. My eyes widened. Dear God, not Mike. Not Mike. Please not Mike. Mrs. Cullen and Mr. Newton, the teacher called out. F. K. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why me? Why? I heard several whistles and whispers as Mike slowly stood up. Eric gave me a sympathetic look before standing up and going over to his partner as Mike trudged towards me. Mike moped as he begrudgingly sat down next to me, leaning away from me as if I were about to rip his head off. Actually, that sounded like a good idea. A very, very good idea. No, wait, that would only put me in jail and ruin my family's lives. Can't do it, nope. Darn. So, Mike mumbled. I can't really write. I rolled my eyes. As if it was my fault. Whatever, I grumbled. I started looking over the problems. Some were hard, but not all of them. I could do most of them without too much trouble. Just because I hated math didn't mean I didn't know how to do math, after all. You and Alice, huh? Mike asked. I gritted my teeth. Was he seriously going to do this? Son of a... Yeah, what of it? I snapped. He gave me a defensive pout that only annoyed me more. You don't have to get so touchy. I was just, you know, asking is all. I snorted. After what you did yesterday, you have no right to get on my case. What I did? She broke my arm. He hissed. You deserved it, I retorted. Look, I'm sorry for what happened. It was an accident, I swear, he claimed. I rolled my eyes. Sure it was. Then why do you keep staring at my ass? He blinked and looked down at his desk, not answering. I smiled inwardly since I had caught him red-handed checking me out. Again. On the outside, though, I frowned and went back to scribbling down answers to the problems. I could feel Mike still staring at me. Or rather, feel him staring downwards. It irritated me to no end that he was gawking at me like that. I really wanted to punch him. Better yet, I wanted to stab him with my pencil. Out of my peripheral, I watched Mike slowly extend his hand. I could hear a bit of chuckling in the background, so I knew he wasn't just reaching. That bastard. I was about to spin around and snap his arm in two when the door opened. An odd feeling came over me. It wasn't the feeling I got when Jasper was around me. This was different. Suddenly Alice bounded into the room, dancing over to the teacher with a pile of papers in her hands. Mike's hand stopped dead in the air as his eyes widened. Practically every student clamped their mouths shut as they watched the silent exchange between Alice and the teacher as she handed him the papers. I couldn't help beaming. Alice turned slightly and met my eyes, smiling wide at me. Then she turned back to the teacher. I heard several students starting to whisper amongst themselves, and as usual, it was about us. I can't believe Cullen's a lesbo, grumbled a boy. She is so weird, one of the girls murmured. Dude, we should videotape them making out, a boy chuckled. I nearly vomited at the thoughts of what he would do with something like that. Freaks, muttered another girl. I knew Alice could hear them. I knew they made her angry. Even though there was a cheerful expression on her face, I could see her eyes. They were swirling with rage. Not only that, but I could see that her body was tensed up. She was doing everything she could to keep calm and not rip the heads off of everyone in class. It's okay, Allie, I whispered, knowing she heard me. I saw her blink and glance at me, her eyes smoldering. I smiled reassuringly at her before she turned to finish speaking with the teacher. I wasn't paying attention to what he or anyone else was saying, I was only watching Alice. She nodded briskly before turning on her heel and starting towards the door. As she did, though, she turned and glared at Mike. And when I say glare, I mean a 10 times scarier than Rosalie death glare. Mike shrank back into his seat as her eyes bored into him before lightening up as she exited the room. Mike looked petrified for about 2 minutes, blinking profusely, but neither speaking nor moving. I nearly laughed, but I managed to keep myself from doing it as I focused my attention on the assignment. 4 problems down, 5 more to go. Then I was done, and then Mike could go back to his desk and I'd be free from him. Eventually Mike sat up and mumbled something to himself. I didn't catch it because I wasn't paying attention, though I swore it was an insult. Still, I paid him no mind as I finished another problem on the sheet. What is her deal? He muttered, more to himself than to me. I scoffed. Like you don't know. What? All I did was talk to you, he drawled. I shook my head at him. Talk. Dude, you F. King groped me. Shish. Not so loud, he begged. Oh hell no. And why not? Why shouldn't I talk shit about you? Look at what your little girlfriend is doing with her rumors, I growled. Mike blinked and stared at me queerly. Girlfriend? What girlfriend? Was he seriously that dense? That Jess by you were hanging around with, I replied. Mike groaned and rubbed his forehead with his good hand. Jessica Stanley is not my girlfriend. I don't care what she says or what anyone else says. She's not my type. I wonder why, I muttered sarcastically. He gave me a once-over and smiled that creepy-ass smile. She doesn't have the full package in my opinion. She's cute, but she's way too damn annoying. And not big enough, if you know what I mean. He winked at me as he finished. I almost gagged. I turned away from him and continued on the problems. Screw you, you creepy, beat jackass. I want nothing more to do with you. For the rest of the class, I tried very hard to ignore Mike's existence. Yeah, impossible. So why'd the Cullens adopt you? He asked. I gripped the pencil tightly with one hand and clenched my other hand tightly under the table. Why does it matter? I asked. What do you care? He scowled. I don't. I was just curious. It just seems a little weird is all. How so? I growled, not really caring. I hoped he got the hint. Nope. The Cullens are freaks, he responded. I mean, yeah, Alice is hot, but she's a freak too. I only wanted to ask her out for the hell of it. I can't see why anyone would want to be with. He didn't get a chance to finish because my hand was around his throat in an instant, crushing down on it. A deep, ferocious growl rumbled from my chest, loud enough for only us to hear since everyone else was chattering away. Mike's eyes widened as I tightened my grip, baring my teeth venomously at him. You will never speak of her again, I seethed. If you so much as say one more word about her or any of my family, I will rip your King head off. Each word was quiet, but full of rage and threat. Mike trembled under my wrathful gaze. Do you understand? He nodded furiously, quivering as he did. I released my grip and returned my hand to my side. Mike coughed quietly. I noticed several students watching with gaping eyes. Shit. They didn't move or say anything, though, they just gawked. I glared at them, trying my best to threaten them into submission. It seemed to work since they stopped staring and went back to work, though they were whispering furiously amongst themselves. I licked my lips and went back to work. Shit, what is your deal? Mike hissed when he could breathe again. Do all you Cullen girls have anger management issues or some shit? I was about to reply when I actually stopped myself and thought of his words. My temper had been pretty bad lately. I mean, I never used to be the violent type, yet all of a sudden here I was choking someone in the middle of class. Of course, only a few people saw since everyone else was huddled together in their own little groups, but still. I don't know, I murmured, staring down at my desk. Mike harumphed and rubbed his neck. Whatever. I chose to ignore him as I finished the last problem on the worksheet. I slid it over to Mike. Here, since I did all the work, you can go give it to the teacher. Mike scowled. Why should I? Because I'll break your other arm if you don't, I threatened, narrowing my eyes at him. Mike gulped and snatched the paper before shuffling up to the front desk. I snickered. That was kind of fun. Whoa there, girl. Bad. What the hell is wrong with me? Threatening is not my style. Damn it, I really wish I knew what was going on with me. This is really starting to get on my nerves. I should have just let Carlisle take the blood test already. Then maybe I'd know for certain what was going on. I groaned. I needed to get my mind off of things. I got an idea, then and reached into my pocket to pull my new cell phone out. I figured Alice would see this ahead of time and I hoped that she would be able to text me. No sooner had I turned my phone on did it make a quick rumbling noise. I opened it and saw that I already had a text message. From Alice, of course. It took you long enough. I smirked and texted her back. This was my first time texting, but it wasn't hard since I'd seen it before. Plus, it's just typing. How hard can it be? Sorry, my mind was elsewhere. It didn't take long for me to get a response. I could feel Mike's eyes on me, but I chose to ignore him. He didn't matter to me right now. Newton isn't bothering you, is he? I swear if he is. He was, but I shut him up. Don't worry about him. I'll punch him if he tries anything. I could see Mike trying to peer over my shoulder, as if he knew I was talking about him. I turned more to the side so he couldn't see, which made him grumble. He'd better leave you alone or else. I could almost imagine her growling as she wrote that, which made me giggle. I was about to text her back when the bell rang. I was a little surprised by that, but then again, I hadn't been paying much attention. I grabbed my bag and walked off, breezing past everyone as I exited the class. Hey, Bella, wait up. Eric called. I stopped momentarily as he caught up to me. What? I asked, confused. Oh, I just wanted to walk with you is all. Is that okay? I worried about Alice seeing this and becoming jealous. But I couldn't just say no. Sure, I replied. He smiled as we sauntered to our next class. We met Angela along the way, who silently joined us as we walked into class. We all talked amongst each other for a few minutes, mostly about our classes. Eric brought up La Push again, which Angela said was a nice place to go. I told them I needed time to think about it. In reality, I wanted to go, because it would be nice to make friends. But I didn't like not having Alice with me. And because it would be sunny, she'd be forced to stay near the house. Plus, I recalled the odd way Rosalie had talked about Leah back at the mall. There was something going on there that they knew and I didn't. I didn't like it, so I figured I would ask about it. Maybe at lunch I would ask Alice. Class started then and droned on for the hour. I hardly paid attention, more immersed in my own thoughts. I couldn't stop thinking about what was going on with me. There was so much going on and none of it made any sense to me. Everything. It all seemed vampiric. But why? Why was I acting like a damn vampire? That just wasn't normal. Then again, I guess I'm far from normal, especially since my soulmate happens to be a vampire. I just don't get it though. And it's scaring me. What if I snap? What if I do something dangerous? What if I hurt someone severely? I almost broke Mike's neck. I mean, he may be a jerk, but even he doesn't deserve that. That worried me. I didn't want to hurt anyone that didn't truly deserve it. I didn't want to kill them. I cringed when I thought of that. Killing someone because of all the weird shit going on. With my mind and my emotions. I shuddered quietly, trying to push those thoughts out of my head. They just kept coming back, though. What is wrong with me? Are you feeling okay, Bella? Angela asked quietly. What? Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Why? She frowned and looked at me concernedly. You're shaking, Bella. I hadn't even noticed. I glanced down and sure enough, my hands were trembling. I felt a little lightheaded too. I think I need to go to the bathroom, I grunted. I stood and moved over the teacher's desk and asked if I could be excused for the bathroom. I got an, okay, and a wave, so I speed walked out of the room. I was feeling dizzy again, but I didn't think I was in any danger of fainting. If I was, Alice would likely be there in seconds anyways. I made my way into the bathroom, not caring if anyone was in there, and turned the water on before splashing my face with it. I repeated it again and again and again until my face was drenched. I felt so weird. I felt like I was burning up, but it was a weird burn. And then, no sooner after it had started did it stop. The burning was gone. My body didn't tremble anymore. I blinked several times to adjust my sight as I wiped my face up. What the hell? What is going on with me? Deep breaths, Bella. Deep breaths. Calm yourself. Woo, I breathed. Once I had gathered myself, I turned on my heel and left the bathroom. Thankfully I didn't have a run-in with that ch this time. The rest of class went by quickly. Both Eric and Angela asked if I was okay, to which I said I was fine. I wasn't, but they didn't need to worry about. I had a feeling Alice would probably be worried enough as it is. Then something happened. There were 10 minutes left before the bell would ring and I would be able to leave and see my family. I hated that long wait because it felt like an eternity. As I sat slumped over, playing with my pencil, a familiar scent hit my nostrils. Blood. I grimaced and looked around, confused and worried in the same. That's when I saw a student in the back lifting off a bandage. A small drop of blood fell from the covered wound, meaning that it had most likely been recent. The smell of blood pummeled my nose as it had in the past, strengthening as the seconds ticked by. I was becoming nervous as the scent became stronger. The worst part, it was starting to smell good. I couldn't take it anymore and grabbed my things together before practically sprinting over to the teacher. Mrs. Nova was reading over some notes at her desk, oblivious to the problems ailing me. Mrs. Nova, I'd like to be excused, I whispered. She furrowed her brow and scowled at me. And why is that, Mrs. Ellipsis question mark quote. She didn't know my name. Stupid cow. Bella Cullen, I murmured. Her eyes widened partially before she sighed. Very well, you may go, Mrs. Cullen. I smiled at that and, after a brisk wave to Eric and Angela, booked it out of the room. The smell of blood was still in my nose as I tried to take my mind off it, closing my eyes and walking slow while trying to distract myself. Don't think of blood, don't think of blood, don't think of blood. I chanted to myself over and over again. Damn it, why is this so difficult? It seems that, being me, it is rather impossible not to cause some sort of problem each day. Because once again, I failed to pay attention to what was in front of me and ended up running into someone. Again. Oh, how I loathe my luck sometimes. At least I didn't fall this time, though whoever I ran into did. I blinked and looked down to see it was Jessica Stanley, the girl who Mike claimed wasn't his girlfriend. You, she seethed, glaring at me as she stood and dusted herself off. Sorry, I mumbled half-heartedly. As if I really cared. I tried to walk off, but she stood in front of me, hands on her hips. I was beginning to grow a bit more irritated by her. I didn't need this. I needed to get to the cafeteria and stop thinking for a little while. This skirt-wearing bimbo was making it hard to do. Where the hell do you think you're going, dyke? She hissed. Ooh, she's insulting my orientation. Scary. I rolled my eyes at her blatant insult. Nowhere you need to know. Yeah, I bet you and that freak are gonna go make out or some shit like that, she scoffed. Oh hell no. Do not call her that, I growled, taking a step forward. One thing I definitely had over this chick was height. My 5'6" beats her 5'1" any day of the week. Jessica looked a little frightened, but it dissipated into an angry scowl. She jabbed her finger in my face, practically poking me. Not quite, but it was enough to make me want to break her finger. Or just rip it off, whichever works. You're freaky hurt my Mikey. She shouted, wagging her finger around like I was some child. You'd better get her to apologize or else. I couldn't stop myself from flat out laughing at her. What was she going to do about it? Stop laughing, she seethed. I quelled my laughter for a moment and shook my head. What are you gonna do about it? I asked, mirroring my thoughts. I didn't like being like this, but with someone like Jessica, I'd make an exception. She clearly didn't have a response for that as she gritted her teeth. I tried again to walk off, but again she stopped me. She even pushed me back. Make her apologize or I go to the principal. In fact, I might as well. Your kind shouldn't be allowed here, she grumbled. I narrowed my eyes. Our kind. What the hell is that supposed to mean? She snorted. What do you think? I can't, believe Alice Cullen is a lesbo. I mean, I know she's a freak, but I never expected her to be gay, too. Her nose crinkled in disgust. Ew. All those times I had PE with her. That is so revolting. I twitched. Was she insinuating that Alice would find her attractive? Yeah, right. Hell no. My hands were now balled into fists, clenching them tightly as I tried to erase that thought. It was disgusting to think. Alice is mine. As if she would ever look at some skank like you, I growled. Jessica glared at me. I happen to be hotter than you, thank you very much. Oh, Lord, here we go with this again. I'm prettier than you crap. Please. I gave her a once-over and found that there was little appeal to her appearance whatsoever. Then again, I only had eyes for Alice, so I might be a bit biased, but still. Ew, don't look at me like that. She shrieked. God, why are all of you Cullen such king freaks? I twitched again. She was pissing me off now. No one makes fun of my family, damn it. Stop calling my family that. I snarled. My fists were clenched so tightly, I felt like I could crush my own fingers if I wasn't careful. Why? What are you gonna do, make out with your little girlfriend? She mocked. I was trembling now. My body felt hot. I felt that similar flash of pain in my body. My right arm especially felt pain. It was tingling too. Stop it, I warned. Jessica saw that she was pushing me and smirked. Dyke, she sang mockingly. That did it. I was seeing red, literally. I felt so angry, so king furious. It was a seething rage. How dare she insult my family? My coven, my Alice. No, I won't let her. Everything just seemed to blur. I couldn't tell what was going on anymore. I could feel my body moving, my mouth opening, but I didn't see. It was all too fast. But then I tasted something. Blood. In my mouth. Then an ear-piercing scream filled my ears as everything seemed to come back to me. I jumped back and saw Jessica on the floor, clutching her neck and writhing around, screaming. The blood. It was hers. I had her blood in my mouth. What? I clamped my hands over my mouth and almost gasped. In the right side of her neck was a gash, bleeding profusely. I bit her. King bit her. I could feel and taste her warm blood in mouth. It tasted of salt and rust and flavor. No. This is not happening. Shit. I spun around and ran. I just ran. I ignored the bell, ignored the students starting to exit their classes. I forgot my stuff. I forgot Jessica. I just ran. I dashed into the bathroom, barged into a stall, and before I knew it, I wasn't just spitting out the blood in my mouth. I sat there, spewing out what I'd eaten earlier, my mind pulsating with everything and anything at once. It hurt. I could feel tears welling in the back of my eyes as I continued vomiting until I'd gotten everything out. I closed my eyes and flushed before sitting back, the tears pouring down my face full force. What had I just done? I bit someone. I had actually bitten someone and had their blood in my mouth. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Bella. Was I hearing my name? I don't know. I'm so confused. So scared. Bella. I felt cool hands on my shoulders. I looked up through my watery eyes to see Alice staring down at me, concern smoldering from her eyes. Alice, I whimpered. In one motion I was in her arms, sobbing uncontrollably into her chest. It's okay, she soothed, holding me close and rubbing my back. I'm here. I sobbed and sobbed and sobbed. Alice just sat there, rocking me back and forth, holding me tenderly and lovingly. Alice, I choked out. Shish, she whispered, stroking my head. Don't speak, love. I pulled myself away and looked up at her. She looked pained and sorrowful, wanting nothing more than to comfort me and make the hurt go away. Alice, she looked into my eyes. What's happening to me? Her face tensed for a moment. I don't know, she admitted ashamedly. She didn't know. I didn't know. Carlisle, I whispered. She nodded and scooped me up into her arms. I buried my face into her shoulder, trying to breathe in her scent to ease myself. I felt her moving rather briskly. I could hear voices, the whispers and murmurs of students. I blocked them out. I didn't want to hear their whispers. I was sick of hearing their whispers. Alice, what's going on? That voice. Jasper's. I can't explain it now, she replied quickly. I need to take Bella home. Now. I'm sorry, but I need you and the others to deal with what's happened. Can you do that for me? Of course, we'll handle it, he responded. Be well, Bella. Then he was gone. No. Then we were gone. I could feel Alice moving quickly, holding me with just her left arm. Her right was in her pocket, pulling out her cell phone. She dialed it and spoke quickly and quietly into it, too fast for me to hear. Bella honey, I called Carlisle. He'll meet us at the house. It's okay, she soothed, wrapping her other arm back around me. Hold on to me, love. We'll be there soon. I nodded against her and clung tightly to her body as she ran at full speed, away from the school to our house. To Carlisle. To finding out what was wrong with me. Trees whipped past as Alice ran, the wind blowing my hair. I had my face buried into her chest, slowly inhaling and exhaling her sweet smell. That, and her arms being around me, were the only things keeping me from losing my mind. Everything that had just happened flashed in front of my eyes, making me cringe. I felt hot tears dripping onto Alice's shirt as I clung into her as tightly as my arms could manage. Alice's grip around me tightened as her body tensed. I could tell she didn't like that I was crying. Her maternal instincts were likely telling her to comfort me, which she was trying to do. We needed Carlisle though. We'll be there soon, Alice said. Her voice was strained. I could practically feel the agony emanating from her. It made me cry harder because I was causing her pain too. I'm sorry, I murmured into her shoulder. She looked down at me placidly and shook her head. You have nothing to be sorry for, Bella. But I nearly killed her. And I'm hurting you. She shook her head again. Stop it. You're not hurting me. I'm just worried about you. And as far as that ch goes, don't worry about her. The others will take care of her. Don't worry, Bella, I promise I'll make sure nothing bad happens. I just want you to be okay. Another minute passed as Alice's speed began to slow down. I felt her jump into the air once or twice, leaping over rocks I think. I didn't know for certain, I was just aiming to focus on her. Breath in, breath out. That was my mindset right now. Then her speed slowed down even more so. Were we home? Moments later, I heard her open and close a door. Yes, we were home. Alice, honey, what happened? Esme asked. I could feel her nearby. It's complicated, Esme. I'll tell you shortly, she replied. I tore myself away from her chest and peered over her shoulder. Esme's eyes burned with love and worry as she looked at me, noticing my tear-stained face and reddened eyes. Oh honey, she murmured, coming over and stroking my head. Carlisle. Alice called. I'm here Alice, Carlisle replied, appearing instantly next to Esme. His eyes held the same concern as hers did as he looked at me sympathetically. Would you like to move this upstairs? Alice glanced at me before nodding. Yes, I want her to be comfortable. In seconds, we were all in Carlisle's office. The bed was still there too, oddly enough. Alice gently sat me down on the bed, but I didn't want to let her go. She keyed my shoulder and pulled me back into her arms as she sat down on the bed and sat me down on her lip. I rested my head on her other shoulder and clutched her tightly. I'm sorry, I whimpered. I'm sorry. Alice rubbed my back with both hands. Shish, don't apologize. It's not your fault, love. What happened? Carlisle asked softly. Alice bit her lip and looked at me tenderly, silently asking for permission to tell. I nodded. Bella, she had an accident. I only caught sight of it briefly, but she bit one of the students enough to draw blood. Carlisle nodded thoughtfully while Esme quietly gasped. Bella, would you tell us what happened? Carlisle asked. He made it clear I didn't have to, but I knew that I would eventually. I looked at Alice, who squeezed one of my hands for support. I smiled a little weakly at her before turning to face them. Alice helped turn me, but kept me in her arms. I sighed. This girl, Jessica, she's a ch and all. I ran into her by mistake in the hallway and she started talking bad about me and Alice and the others. I tried to walk off, but she didn't let me. She kept pushing me and it really upset me. Then everything just sort of blurred and before I knew it, she was on the floor screaming with a gash in her neck and I had her blood in my mouth. I ran to the bathroom to spit it out and that's when Alice came. I tried not to cry anymore while I admitted this, but I couldn't help letting a few tears fall. Esme came over and embraced me after I'd finished while Carlisle seemed to be lost in thought. Carlisle, I think I'll take that blood test, I murmured once Esme let me go. Or rather, once I let go of her. He nodded and blurred over to his desk, pulling out a needle. My eyes bulged at the sight. I didn't like needles. I didn't think any sane person did, though. Then again, I guess needles didn't bother vampires since they would just break on their skin. Alice, perhaps you should go hunt, Carlisle suggested. Alice curled back her upper lip and let out a low growl at her father. No, I'm staying. Esme frowned a little, but nodded her head. I think it best that she stay. Carlyle pursed his lips for a moment before nodding in understanding. I don't mean to sound cruel, Alice. I am merely concerned for Bella's welfare and for your control is all. If you wish to stay, then you may. Bella, your arm please. I shuddered as I extended my right arm outwards. My whole body was trembling. It's okay, Bella, Esme soothed, gently rubbing my head. I felt Alice tense up behind me. I looked up to see her eyes were dark as they watched the needle in her father's hand warily. I'm not going to harm her, Alice, Carlyle stated softly. She clenched her jaw, but made no remarks or movements otherwise. Are you ready, Bella? He asked. I nodded briskly. He slowly started moving the needle towards my arm. I bit my lip and closed my eyes. I felt Alice press her lips to my neck, then a quick prick, and then a throat clearing. I opened my eyes to see the needle was full of my blood. Esme's wrapped the area where the needle had gone into my skin. I was a little surprised that I had hardly felt it. That's it? I asked, astonished. He smiled and nodded. Yes. I'll need to run some diagnostics on it. The tests will be done in about 30 minutes. Please feel free to rest or eat if you need to. I nodded as Alice picked me up and lifted me off the bed before setting me back down. Her golden eyes were full of worry as she pressed her forehead against mine, staring into my eyes. Are you feeling okay? She asked. Not really, I admitted. But I'm feeling a little bit better. I could use some water or something, though. You know, to wash out the taste from my mouth. Ah, the taste of blood. I'd tried to ignore it, which worked out well up until this point. I could still taste it, though. It was lingering on my tongue and it was damn right disgusting. I felt a little nauseated, but since I'd already thrown up, there wasn't anything left. Esme appeared with a glass of water in her hands, which she handed to me. I thanked her, to which she smiled at, before I drank it down. I hadn't realized how thirsty I'd been until now, too. How odd. It did help alleviate the taste of rust and salt in my mouth, but it still lingered. Maybe some food would help. Esme, could you make Bella something to eat? Alice asked, not taking her eyes off of me. I'm going to take her to my room. Of course, Esme replied, smiling before disappearing. Alice wrapped an arm around me and led me into her room before gently pushing me onto her bed. She then sat down on my lap and wrapped both arms around my back, pulling me into her. I mimicked the notion and hugged her into me, resting my head beneath her chin, which she rested on the top of my head. We sat that way for a while, just enjoying each other's presence. She sighed rather softly and at the top of my head as I nuzzled into her. Do you know what's wrong? I asked. No, she admitted. I wish I did. I mean, I think I might, but I'm not sure. Alice shook her head and sighed. Why didn't I see this before? How could I have not noticed that you were acting oddly? Damn it. I should have said something earlier. I'm sorry. Bella, stop apologizing. You don't have to apologize. You didn't know either. I do wish you would have told me, but I should have noticed it too. I can't believe I was so oblivious. I wonder if the others realized it. Maybe Edward knew. I offered. She narrowed her eyes and growled. I swear to God if he did and he didn't tell me. I bit my lip. Maybe he wasn't certain either, Alice. Maybe he didn't want to worry you or me or anyone else. She didn't respond to that. Obviously, I wondered if Edward did know. If anything, he and Jasper would be the ones to notice with their gifts. While Jasper didn't seem to notice, Edward did. I think he did know, or at least he had an idea of what was going on inside of my head. Why hadn't he said anything, though? I'd have to ask him after he returned from school. Oh, shit. School. What was going to happen now? Would I be expelled? Would the Cullens have to move again because of me? Oh God. Bella, why are you worrying? Alice asked. Please stop worrying, she begged, cupping my cheeks. You have no reason to be worried, I promise you. I will take care of everything, okay? I nodded. Okay, Alice. I'll try and stop. Thank you, she said, smiling a little. Esme is bringing you some food. A second later, Esme walked in carrying a plate with a sandwich on it. It was turkey with cheese and mayo. Simple, yet still good. Thanks, Esme. You're welcome, dear, she replied as she handed me the plate and left the room. I was about to take a bite when Alice leaned down and breathed on my sandwich, just like she'd done with my cake that one time. I licked my lips as I watched her breath on it, knowing I would be getting a super flavor boost that would for sure eliminate the awful taste in my mouth. Once Alice leaned away, she smiled a little as I grabbed the sandwich and took a bite. I moaned as I chewed on my first bite. So damn good. I swallowed and took another bite. I didn't understand how she did it, but I didn't care. This was the greatest sandwich I'd ever eaten. Combining Esme's wonderful cooking, it was a sandwich, yes, but that woman could make a sandwich, let me say, with Alice's flavor-empowering breath, and my God. All I could taste was Alice's chocolate, strawberry and vanilla breath, which masked the other flavors with their rich intensity. By the time I'd finished the sandwich, I'd completely forgotten everything that had happened in the last hour. The awful taste was gone now, replaced by the heavenly taste of Alice. I'd have to remember that later on. It definitely helped out. Alice smiled as she pressed her forehead against mine. I moved my lips forward and captured hers, which she returned rather happily. She gently pushed me down onto her bed and curled into me as her lips continued moving against mine. I moaned again, reveling in the taste and smoothness coupled together with the tingling sensations that dotting Alice always gave me. The sound of a throat clearing caused her to stop and sit up, pulling me with her. Carlyle was standing in the doorway, a slight amused look on his face that became a serious one when we met his eyes. I have the results, he announced. Please, come into my office. We both jumped off the bed at the same time and followed after Carlyle as he walked into his office. I was amazed that the bed was already gone, in its place a chair for me. I sat down while Alice stood next to me, one hand resting on my shoulder. Esme appeared in the room as well, curiosity adorning her beautiful features. Carlyle held something in his hands, which he studied for a moment before setting it down and turning to face us. I couldn't read his eyes. There was surprise, intrigue and something that I couldn't quite put my finger on as he appraised me. Well, Bella, you've likely noticed that there is a pattern to what you've been experiencing lately. Edward has informed me of your changing thought process, which he asked that I not reveal to you. He didn't do so to be cruel, he did it more out of personal concern. I noticed your odd behavior before our visit to Mr. Jenks. It was only then that I knew there was something amiss with you. I dismissed it at first, but the more I heard and saw, the more concerned I became. I am glad that you allowed me the chance to take a sample of your blood, because it has indeed confirmed my initial suspicions. What is it? What's happening to me? I asked. He paused for a moment before responding. You're changing into a vampire. I gaped. Esme quietly gasped and Alice's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. What? He didn't just say, did he? Carlyle sighed. You are changing, Bella, into one of us. How is that possible? Alice asked before I could even think. I was turning into a vampire. What the F? K. Think, Alice. Do you remember how many times she's been bitten? Alice thought about it before the realization hit her. Oh my God. I, on the other hand, was still confused. Wait. I'm turning into a vampire. Are you serious? He nodded. What the hell? Allow me to explain, Carlyle offered. That'd be nice, I muttered. I couldn't wrap my head around this. It didn't make any sense. It wasn't possible. How the hell was I changing? I thought that I had to have a shitload of venom inside of me or something like that. What the hell? Seriously. You've been bitten numerous times, correct? I nodded. And each time, the venom was ked from your system, correct? I nodded again. I see. That is interesting. I won't lie to you, Bella. I find it amazing that you are still alive after all you've been through. After the number of times you've been bitten, you should be either dead or already changed, yet you are still a human, alive and well for the most part. I must admit, I am surprised that it took this long for your body to begin reacting the way it has. What do you mean? I asked confusedly. What I'm saying is that when you were bitten and the venom ked out, not all of the venom was removed. Some of it remained. It was such a small amount, I'm guessing that had no effect on your body whatsoever. However, each preceding time you were bitten, more venom was added to that small amount. Now the amount inside of you is enough to begin the changing process. The problem is, it's delayed. Your change is slow for reasons I don't understand myself, but I do have a theory on it. He stopped for a moment, making sure I was following him. I was for the most part, though I was still confused and shocked out of my mind. I believe that, because there was such a minimal amount of venom in your system, your body was able to form immunity to it. That is why you never felt the burning sensation that venom naturally causes, nor why you noticed any sort of change. As more venom was added, though, it slowly started to override the immunity that your body created until the immunity was overridden completely. It merely took this long for the overriding to take place. That is why you have been experiencing all of these things, Bella. You are changing, but at a decelerated rate. I blinked several times. I'm becoming a vampire. Yes, he replied. I was stunned and lost my voice. Alice, on the other hand, spoke up. Is there anything you can do to stop it? Alice asked. Carlyle shook his head. I'm afraid not, Alice. Bella's change cannot be stopped. The venom is too far into her system now to be drained. Attempting to do so would only cause her further pain and suffering. I would suggest speeding the transformation up, but I'm uncertain how that would affect Bella. Also, while I know this isn't the best thing to say, I am rather curious to see how this progresses, he admitted. He looked rather ashamed of himself as he said this. Alice hissed. You are not using her like that. That's not what he means, dear, Esme defended. He means he wishes to see how this situation evolves. I can't lie, I'm curious myself. But it is up to Bella whether or not she'll allow us those privileges. Bella. I was speechless. I mean, just, F.K. I'm turning into a vampire. Me, A.F. King Vampire. That's insane. That's cool, I breathed. 3 pairs of golden eyes all looked at me with surprise. I thought about it. If I was going to become a vampire, that meant several things. First of all, I'd finally fit in with my family perfectly. I'd be the same as them in every sense. I'd be just as strong, as fast, as durable, as attractive. I wouldn't have to worry about causing them pain with my blood or have to avoid trying to bleed anymore. I could be natural around them. Secondly, I'd be immortal. Immortal. No growing old. No wrinkles or aging bones or any of that shit that people experience when they aged. No hair graying or falling out, none of that. I would never get any older. I'd be in the same body, the same age, for eternity. That in itself sounded rather appealing to me, truth be told. I'd always hated the idea of getting older. The third thing, and probably the best of them all, I'd be with Alice. Forever. The more I thought about it, the better it sounded to me. I mean, I'd thought about it in the past, but I'd always pushed the thoughts away because they seemed insane. But in all seriousness, how else would I be Alice's soulmate if I wasn't changed into a vampire to be with her? Bella, Alice's voice was quiet as she touched my shoulder. I looked into her eyes, which seemed to smolder with uncertainty. You're okay with this? You're really okay with knowing that you'll be turning into a vampire and that nothing can stop it? I frowned and thought on it some more. I turned to look at Carlyle. How long do I have? He mulled it over in his head. In all honesty, I don't know. Judging by the amount of venom that was in your blood, it won't be anytime soon. There isn't a definitive way for me to tell, truthfully, but I would probably say that you have at least a full year, if not more so, before the change is complete. I don't know why it is taking so long for the venom to move through your body, but it gives you time, if anything. I bit my lip and absorbed everything he'd said. Something didn't quite make sense to me, though. If I wasn't fully changed yet, then why was I acting this way? Experiencing all these emotions and urges that made no sense to me. Carlyle, can I ask a question? Certainly, he said, looking at me intently. Why am I acting this way if I'm not changed yet? The jealousy, the anger, the bloodlust, shouldn't that all be happening when I change or something? I think I might know why, Esme stated softly. I believe that the reason you are experiencing these things, Bella, is because you are mated to Alice. Normally, when 2 vampires become mates, they begin to experience these emotions and urges right away. The fact that you are a human and that you are slowly changing merely furthers your maternal connection to Alice. That is why you feel the need to protect her in any way possible. I do not know why you are experiencing bloodlust, though. Carlyle, do you have an idea? Carlyle shook his head sadly. I'm sorry, but I don't. I can only imagine that it is a side effect caused by the venom slowly changing you. It seems that it is temporary whenever it surfaces, though. Am I right? Why yeah, it is. First it smells good, but then it starts to make me sick not too long after. Only today, it tasted really good for a moment before I realized what I'd done and I had to throw it back up, I admitted, rubbing the back of my neck. Alice hadn't spoken a word for a while. She'd been staring off into the distance as if she were in a trance. I was worried about her, so I squeezed one of her hands. That seemed to snap her out of her trance-like state. She turned to look at me, a placid, tender look in her eyes, and squeezed my hand back before speaking. "You're sure you're okay with this?" she asked. I nodded. "How else would I be able to be with you for all eternity?" Her face softened as she leaned in to capture my lips, hesitating only slightly. "You won't be able to do a lot of things anymore," she mused. I snorted. "Like what?" "Eat, sleep, and fall on my ass all the time." "Sorry, Allie, but I can do without all those things, I think." I saw a flash of humor in her golden eyes as she took that in. A small smile graced her lips, which made me smile in return. "That is true. It would be nice to not have to worry about you falling and hurting yourself all the time," she teased. Her face grew serious, though. "But there are other things you won't be able to enjoy, Bella. Any human food you like now will taste like dirt to you, for one thing. Plus there is the whole newborn phase, which won't be easy for you to deal with. Unless," she looked at Carlisle. "Do you think what she's going through now will help her newborn phase at all?" "I'm not certain, Alice. It might, but there's no way to tell right now," he replied. Her brows knit together in a frown as she heard this, but after a moment she sighed and rested her head atop mine. Everyone was silent for a few minutes, letting what was learned soak in. I still couldn't believe that I was going to be a vampire. I felt terrified and excited in the same, which actually kind of worried me. Still, if it couldn't be stopped, what else could I do? Alice suddenly clasped her hands together, making a loud clapping noise that echoed throughout the house. I saw a look of excitement in her eyes, which confused me. "That settles it, then," she said, smiling. "If you're going to be changing, then I'm going to make sure the rest of your human life is as good as can be." I rolled my eyes. "It already is, Alice. I have everything I need right here. Well, almost everything, since the others aren't back yet. They'll be back in 2 minutes and 47 seconds. And that's not what I mean, Bella. I want you to enjoy everything that life has to offer you. I want us to experience all of the things that humans enjoy so that you can get the full experience for yourself. I also intend to take photos of everything as well, so we can look back on all your human memories when the time comes. Do you understand?" she asked. "Yes, ma'am." She scowled and stuck her tongue out at me. "Don't call me ma'am." I giggled and rested my head against her chest. Carlisle and Esme both smiled, at each other and at us. I could see the delight in their eyes, clearly both pleased that I was happy with what was inevitably going to happen to me. It still didn't fully hit me yet, I guess, that I was going to be a vampire at some point in the future. It was all so overwhelming, to say the least. "Is there anything I can do about the problems I've been having, though?" I asked when I thought about it. "You just need some time to adjust to it," Esme said. "It will be hard for a while, but it'll get better as time goes on. I would like to, at some point in the future, have a session to look into your problems involving blood, Bella. I don't want you to have to go through what occurred today and I certainly don't want any accidents to happen," Carlisle explained. "All right, that sounds fine," I murmured. He smiled. "Good. I'm glad you're taking this in stride, Bella. I don't think it's fully hit me yet," I admitted, running a hand through my hair. "I'm a little overwhelmed to be finding this out. And a bit scared, too." Alice leaned down so we were eye level and cupped my cheeks. "I'll help you every step of the way, I promise." "We all will," Esme added. I smiled appreciatively at all of them. "Thank you." Alice pressed her lips to mine, smiling against them as she keyed me. I gladly keyed back. I swear, Alice's lips could cure just about anything in the world. Of course, the only person who would ever taste them was me. I pulled her closer to me as she deepened the key, keeping the slow, passionate pace that I loved. Eventually she pulled away, though she did so slowly and reluctantly. I sighed, but otherwise didn't complain. "The others are here," she announced, crinkling her nose. Esme beamed, happy to see her other children again and rushed downstairs. Carlyle chuckled softly and followed after her, leaving just Alice and I. We took a moment just to stare into one another's eyes, our love for each other pouring out of them. Then I heard the door open, the voices as our siblings arrived. She stood up and offered me her left hand. "Would you like an escort downstairs, darlin'?" I laughed and happily accepted her hand. She grinned and scooped me into her arms before dashing downstairs and setting me down on the couch, plopping right next to me. Edward was the first in, followed by Emmett, Jasper, Amara and lastly Rosalie. Emmett looked amused, Rosalie looked bored, Jasper looked disgruntled and both Edward and Amara looked curious. There was an awkward silence as they exchanged silent greeting with Esme and Carlyle before they all seated themselves in the furniture surrounding us. Edward sat in the reclining chair nearest to the television, Rosalie and Emmett sat next to us and Jasper and Amara both sat in the remaining 2 chairs. They all looked at me, of course, but with placid eyes. Even Rosalie, though she was scowling as she usually did. "Well then," Carlyle began. "I suppose you are all wondering what has happened, as we are all curious as to what occurred at school." "It's been taken care of," Edward replied. He furrowed his brow for a moment before shock came across his face. Then confusion, then intrigue, then sorrow, then shock again. That was the last emotion and the one that remained as he appraised me. "I see. That's would explain your erratic thought processes of late." The others all looked confused. "What's going on now?" Amara asked. "Seriously, don't keep it to yourself," Emmett snorted. Edward pursed his lips for a moment before sighing. "Bella's changing into a vampire." They all gasped in unison. "But how?" Emmett began. "Each time she was bitten, some of the venom remained in her system. All of that venom is now beginning to change, but at a much slower rate," Esme explained. "Huh," was Emmett's response. "Interesting," Jasper mused. "That would explain why your emotions have been all over the place lately." "I've never heard of this happening before," Edward stated. He looked to Carlyle. "How is it possible? How can she still be a human as there was venom inside of her?" Carlyle was silent for a moment, likely telling Edward what he thought with his mind. Edward frowned, still not quite believing it. "It just doesn't make sense to me." "Does it need to make sense?" Amara asked. "She's changing, so what? I mean, wasn't she going to be changed eventually anyways?" "We were going to discuss it at a later point in time, yes," Carlyle admitted. I was a little surprised at that, truth be told. Had they been talking about this a lot? "We've discussed it from time to time," Edward answered. "Though I was personally against it initially, the choice wasn't up to me, but to you. It seems now, though, that you don't have a choice. Either way, I hope that this is what you want, Bella." "It is," I stated firmly. "There's no way you can stop it?" Rosalie asked. That surprised me too. "No," Carlyle replied. "It would be too late now, since the change has already started to take place. There is too much venom in her system already, so it would be impossible to drain it all without causing her death." Alice tensed next to me. I squeezed her hand to ease her, since I knew that hearing anything relating me dying worried her. Carlyle looked at her apologetically. After a moment she waved it off and squeezed my hand right back. "What happened to Jessica?" I asked, remembering that painful scene. I cringed at the memory and, despite detesting her, hoped that nothing bad had happened afterwards. Amara was the one to reply. "The little CH was in a frenzy after you guys left. She was screaming at the top of her lungs a bunch of nonsense and whining about her neck, which you left a pretty big gash in. The nurse was already there, patching her up by the time we arrived on the scene. There was a massive mob surrounding her as she started to cry and whine about what happened. She said you toughly attacked her and blah, blah, blah. A whole bunch of shit that was all made up, as far as I'm concerned." "Then what did you do?" "I handled it," Jasper replied. "I used my gift to fill everyone with doubt and irritation, which caused them all to leave in swarms. Eventually all that was left was Jessica herself. I didn't like it, but I used my gift to persuade her that what she thought she experienced was false. I made her believe that she had been bitten by a wild animal instead and that she merely reopened her injuries when she bumped into you and fell." "Did it work?" Alice asked, clearly concerned. Jasper nodded. "Yes, of course it did." She eventually walked off, feeling confused by what I told her. Edward kept an eye on her the rest of the day and reported that my ploy had worked. Neither she nor anyone else will be bothering you regarding the incident today, Bella. You needn't worry about it, it's all been taken care of. We should have just killed her, Rosalie scoffed. It would have made things easier. That would have only made things worse, Rose, Edward disagreed. Yeah, Rose, you know that we don't kill humans, Emmett interjected softly. Oh, what if they discovered our secret and intended to blab about it? What then? She countered. Must you prattle so much? Amara asked. Jasper would handle it, plain and simple. Rosalie harumphed and crossed her arms disdainfully. Emmett sighed and started to quietly speak to her, likely trying to calm her down a bit. Edward sighed and shook his head while Carlyle and Esme remained silent, concern on their faces. I didn't know you could do that, Jasper, I squeaked. Jasper ran a hand through his hair. I don't like bending the will of others, but if it is a necessity, I'll do it. Sometimes I've had to use my gift whenever there was an accidental slip-up. Those have thankfully been rare these days, though, since we've all learned from our mistakes and we've all trained ourselves to better combat against situations like those. Until now, I grumbled, sighing. Bella, Alice sighed. Stop it. I was about to argue when she pulled me into her lips, silencing me and causing whatever nonsense I'd attempted to say to evaporate into thin air. I think it's cool, Emmett crooned. You know, that you're changing and all. That means we won't have to worry about hurting you so much anymore. Hell, you'll be stronger than I am for a while once you fully change. That should be fun. It's rather unorthodox, I'll admit, but I suppose that Emmett has a point, Edward added. There's nothing wrong with being a little unorthodox, Amara grunted. Or are you forgetting something? Edward frowned for a moment, likely at her thoughts, before nodding his head. True, there isn't any problem with it. And I wasn't trying to insult you, Amara, so I apologize if that is how I came off. It's just, I've never heard of someone changing this way before, so it's both surprising and confusing to me. She shrugged. Well, I think it's good that she's changing this way. It'll be nice once she's a full vampire, and I must say it'll be nice to not be the only one who's different in this family. I've never really liked being the odd one out, as you know. No one chose to respond to that. I was intrigued, though. What do you mean, Amara? I asked. She gave me an incredulous look before glancing at Alice. Has Alice not mentioned it yet? I looked at Alice too. Mentioned what? Alice bit her lip for a moment before shaking her head. No, Amara, I haven't told her anything about you yet. I figured that I would let you be the one, since it is your life. I've only told her basic things about you, nothing more. I blinked and looked between the two of them, lost again. Amara sighed. I see. Are we gonna have story time again? Emmett teased. Rosalie smacked his arm. We won't be sticking around. Or have you forgotten what you promised? She asked, quirking an eyebrow. Emmett groaned. Ah, come on, Rose. I wanna hear the story first. You've already heard it twice, Emmett, Jasper reminded. He grinned at the pout on his brother's face. I couldn't help giggling as his shoulder slumped and he hung his head in defeat, giving in to whatever it was Rosalie had planned. Rosalie smirked and stood up, pulling Emmett with her. He grumbled and trudged off with her out the door. Everyone, including Alice, tried hard not to laugh at the humorous display. He's so whipped, I giggled. I heard that. Emmett boomed from outside. Everyone laughed at that. Once the laughter died down, Carlyle and Esme both excused themselves and went upstairs, likely to Carlyle's study to further look into the whole I'm turning into a vampire thing. Edward rolled his eyes and decided to go hunt. Jasper went with him, leaving only Amara, Alice and I alone in the living room. Alice was playing with my hair, clearly amused with herself while Amara seemed to be staring off into space. So Amara, what did you mean by what you said earlier? I inquired, eager to reignite the conversation. I was always intrigued to learn more about my family, especially Amara. There was something about her that fascinated me in a way I couldn't describe. I don't see a problem in me telling you. You are, after all, my sister after all. Alice pecked my cheek. Would you like me to stay with you? It's up to you, I replied. She thought about it for a moment and glanced at Amara, narrowing her eyes slightly. Amara scoffed. Don't give me that look, midget. I won't try and steal your mate or anything like that, I promise. I already have a mate, in case you forgot. I haven't forgotten that, obviously. Nor have I forgotten your advances on her when we were at the mall, Alice countered. Amara rolled her eyes. Like I told Bella here, I was playing around like a good sister does. Besides, I think it's fun to tease her, don't you agree, Bella? I snorted. Ah, come now, you can't obviously say you wouldn't like it. Amara, Alice warned. You are so damn dramatic, Alice, Amara groaned. Relax, I'll drop the teasing. Go out and hunt or something. Give Bella and I some sisterly bonding time. Alice gave her a wary look for a moment before rolling her eyes and dotting me full on the lips. I'll be back in a while, love. Okay, see ya, I said, smiling at her. She gave Amara one last glare before dancing out the door. I really do hope her little jealousy phase wears off soon. I can't have my fun if she threatens to rip my head off every time I try and joke with you, Amara snorted. You do realize that whenever I say stuff like that I'm playing, right? I would never think of trying to get you in bed, Bella. I love you as a sister and friend, and nothing more. I know. But do you think you could tone it down just a bit? I asked. She rolled her eyes and stood up. Fine, fine. She gestured me to stand up too. Walk with me. I got up and followed after her as she walked outside. We walked across the grassy front yard of our house, over to the side where several boulders were. Amara seated herself on a large, flat boulder and patted the spot in front of her for me to sit, which I did. May I see your scars? She asked quietly. I thought about it for a moment before pulling the right sleeve of my shirt back, revealing all the bite marks on it. She extended her left hand and held it over my arm, looking to me silently for approval. I nodded and shuddered slightly as her cool fingers traced each bite mark. Her honey-colored eyes took each scar in, smoldering with an emotion I couldn't register. It was painful, wasn't it? She asked softly. I nodded. I know the feeling well, Bella. You see, you and we have a lot more in common than you may think. She overturned both of her arms. I stared down at them and gasped when I saw similar bite marks on both arms. There were 3 on her right arm and 4 on her left. She then moved her neck to show me a scar on the right side of her neck and pointed to 2 others on her chest, one above her left east and one on her right collarbone. I was stunned. My God, Amara, how many scars do you have? I asked, astonished. She smiled and got off the rock and turned around before lifting her shirt up. My eyes bulged. Holy shit, I breathed as I took in the number of bite marks littering her back. There's more still, on my legs. I have 41 in total, 40 of them from my life as a vampire at one point or another, she explained, pulling her shirt back down and blurring back to her previous spot. Her left index finger began to circle her belly button. This one, the one around my belly button, was my first. I don't just show it off because I think it's why. I show it off as a reminder to myself about my past life and how it all changed. You recall me mentioning earlier that I feel like the odd one out of the family. Yeah, I replied, watching her finger draw circles around her navel. She chuckled. The truth is, Bella, whereas the others didn't have a choice in what they became, I did. I'm different from them. I chose this lifestyle on my own because it was what I wanted. I wasn't changed the same way the others were, such as being bitten in order for my life to be saved, nor was it an accident of any kind. I looked up at her, gazing into her eyes. What do you mean? Amara smirked. I changed myself. I blinked several times. Did she just say, no, can't be. That's not right. My ears must have been ringing or something. I think I just imagined that. I stared at Amara, my eyes wide and my jaw lowered as far as humanly possible. I blinked several times, just to make sure I wasn't in some crazy dream. And that, my dear, is the priceless reaction I always receive whenever I say that, Amara laughed. I must admit, it is rather amusing to watch their brains try and wrap around it. I assure you, though, what I said is the truth. I blinked again and shut my mouth. Say that again. Amara ran a hand through her hair and sighed. I changed myself, she repeated. Okay. So I did hear what I thought I did. That brings one thought to my mind. What the hell? How the hell is that even possible? I asked, gawking at my red-headed sister. She laughed again, louder this time. My confusion was dispelled by the musical quality to her laugh which, much like Alice's, was nice to listen to. All of the Cullens had beautiful laughter, even Emmett. Of course, I loved Alice's musical laughter the most. I wouldn't need any music if I had a copy of that on my iPod. Still, she wasn't giving me an answer. Are you gonna, give me an answer or something? I asked. She stopped laughing and sighed. Yes. Sorry, but I always find the reactions I get humorous, she stated. I rolled my eyes at that before growing serious. How could you change yourself? I thought you had to be bitten by a vampire in order to become one. No, you need to have venom inside of you in order to change into a vampire, she corrected. What are you saying, then? You weren't bitten. Not exactly, she admitted. I guess it's necessary for me to start from the beginning and tell you a little about whom I was before I became what I am today. Do you want to hear, Bella? I won't bore you with minor details, only what I feel is important for you to know. It's your choice though, I could always skip ahead, but then you wouldn't have the basics. I nodded. That sounds fine, actually. I always like learning about your past lives. Ah, you and your curiosity, she chuckled. Very well then, I'll tell you. She leaned back and looked upwards to the sky, her eyes gleaming as she began to remember things from her past. Something odd struck me. How come you always do that? I asked. She frowned. Do what? You guys always look upwards or away whenever you remember something. Is that a reflex? Amara shrugged. I suppose so. I've never noticed it myself. I guess we just do it as a way to focus on nothing in particular, which helps free up our mind for our memories. As a vampire, we do have amazing memories, but in order to remember our human life we have to want to. The more we recall our human life, the stronger the memories are and the further back we can go. How come Alice can't remember her human life, then? I asked. Her face grew soft. That is something I don't know the answer to, Bella. I wish there was some way to help her, but I truly don't know how. She can't remember, plain and simple. We don't know why, truth be told. Carlyle believes that she may have experienced a great amount of pain and suffering as a human, and because of it her mind simply erased those memories when she changed. That seems to be the only explanation we can think of so far. The idea of my beautiful Alice suffering as a human made my cringe. I couldn't stand the thought of her being mistreated in any way. Who could mistreat such a beautiful, wonderful person like Alice? Only a monster would do something so cruel. Then I remembered James. I remembered him mentioning that he knew her. My thoughts erupted with images of James stalking her, tormenting her, torturing her. It brought tears to my eyes and made my blood boil. I seethed with hatred for the blonde vampire that had already ruined my life and turned me into his toy. I refused to believe that he had done the same to Alice. I'd kill him for sure if he had, that rotten piece of shit. Yo, Earth to Bella. Amara called. Huh, you were spacing out there. And you started to cry. She trailed off and looked at me with genuine concern. I felt my cheeks and sure enough, she was right. I wiped my eyes and pushed away all the thoughts I'd just had. Sorry, lost my train of thought, I murmured. You were saying. She frowned for a moment before smirking. Oh, yes. Well, before you interrupted me, I was about to begin telling you about my past. Are you ready to listen, or do you have any more random questions you'd like to throw out at me? I thought to myself for a moment before blushing slightly. Can I, feel your scar? I asked. She cocked her head to the side curiously before glancing down at her abdomen and laughing. Of course, she replied, grinning. I reached my left hand forward and touched her stomach with my fingertips. It was icy and hard like I'd come to expect, but incredibly soft. I shuddered slightly at how cool it was. My finger idly traced the crescent-shaped scars around her navel, feeling the texture on vampire skin. It was odd compared to the scars on my arm. They were actually warmer than the rest of her body, unlike mine which were colder. Wow, I murmured. They're warmer on your skin than they are on mine. My finger accidentally poked her belly button, but she didn't seem bothered in the least bit. That was interesting, to say the least. It was deep and rock hard, but soft. Like poking a statue, only surprisingly less awkward. My finger lingered for a moment before I heard Amara chuckle. I blushed and pulled my hand back, staring at the space in front of me. No need to be ashamed, Bella, Amara stated. I have no problem with it. We're sisters and friends, so there's no need to feel weird. I can tell, though, that you have a thing for stomachs by the way you stare at mine. Just so you know, Allie's got a foot fetish. She said, winking. I stared at her queerly. She does. Yup, she said, grinning. She'll deny it as much as she can, though. She gets all embarrassed about it. It's quite adorable, actually, just like you. Now then, if you're done, I believe I have a story to tell you, if you would stop changing the topic, that is. She gave me a teasing glare as she finished, sticking her tongue out at me. I stuck mine right back out at her. It's not my fault I get distracted, I grumbled. Amara patted my head. Oh, you, she giggled. Now enough chattering, I have a story to tell. I rolled my eyes at her playful tone before listening intently. Amara snickered at my childlike look before coughing to calm herself. Then she began. For starters, I was born in London, England in the year 1875 as Amarina Noel Douglas, the only child of Edgar and Clarice Douglas. My father was a welder. He wasn't the smartest or the most educated man, but he had a strong will and he was a damn good metal worker. They always said it was like he had a gift for manipulating the flames the right way when he welded. My mother, Clarice, was a beautiful woman that made dresses for a living, at least until I was born. My mother fell ill shortly before I was born. She didn't survive giving birth to me, which devastated my father. After 3 years, he shut down his shop altogether and fell into a state of depression. He wasn't abusive or anything like that, he loved me dearly and raised me as best as he could. He just couldn't handle working anymore. It was weird, though. He still welded from time to time, usually at night. Then he'd destroy whatever he made and start over again on something else. I guess it was just a release for him, you know. She paused for a moment and started drawing a circle in front of her with her left index finger. I guess you could say that my relationship with my father is similar to the one that you have with your birth one. We rarely really spoke to each other and he never really knew how to act or what to say. He was an awkward man to be around. But he did try. He bought me things, like clothes and jewelry, and when I was old enough he even taught me a bit about welding. I never liked welding much, but I did like to watch. You know, it's weird. I loved fire when I was a human. I wasn't some crazy pyro who set random things on fire. No, I loved the fact that it could change colors, I loved the crackling sound it made and the warmth it brought. Most of all, I just loved to watch it. To me, I always thought of fire as dancing. Weird, yeah, but that's just how I saw it. It soothed me, watching the flames move back and forth. Amara paused and looked into my eyes, studying me for my reaction. I absorbed what she'd said and thought about it for a moment. Do you think that's how you ended up with your gift? I asked. She pursed her lips and shrugged. Honestly, I don't know how I got it. Carlyle thinks that when we change into vampires, we bring with us our greatest traits with us, physical, emotional, spiritual and mental alike. But even he isn't sure how I developed my ability. Maybe it was my obsession with watching fire. I don't know, honestly. I doubt I ever will. I ran my hand through my hair and adjusted myself. So, you were saying about your human life. She chuckled. You wanna know something funny? I was the same way then as I am now. Well, I didn't swear as much, I blame that on being around humans for so long, but otherwise, I was pretty much the same. I wasn't like most girls growing up. Far from it. For one thing, I was incredibly tall. That, combined with my violet eyes, vibrant red hair and even the fact that I was left-handed all made me much different. People used to say that I was an exotic beauty. Most people, though, were intimidated by me, and not just because of my height and physique. A smile graced her lips. I was a scrappy one, I'll admit. I used to get into all sorts of trouble at school. Hell, I ended up getting expelled because I broke some boy's nose. He had been making some East comments, so I taught him a lesson. I remember those days. Boys would try and make a pass at me and I'd flip them off. If they ever got in my face or tried to grab me, I always gave them what was coming to them. Eventually they just steered clear of me. I snickered. It sounds like that much hasn't changed. Amara smirked. Nope. I'm still edgy and in your face when I need to be. But I've loosened up a lot since then. I guess settling down with someone and being surrounded by a loving family kind of does that to you. Back then, though, I was a lot more abrasive and a hell of a lot more naive. It was my naivety that ultimately caused me to become what I am. How so? I inquired. As I started to get older, I started developing issues with my father. My attitude got worse. I was stupid, then. I let the way others acted around me and treated me affect me, which sort of made things take a bad turn for me. Things got worse and worse until one night, after I'd come home late. I was 17 at the time and I'd just returned from a party when I got into a big argument with my father. I ended up storming out of the house, fully determined to leave and go somewhere else. Unfortunately, I didn't have any friends because of the way I acted. I wandered the streets for several hours, not knowing where I was going. That's when I ran into her. Her voice became colder as her eyes darkened. I was young and stupid and too tired to think straight when I met her. At the time, she just looked like a woman wearing a long hooded cloak. She approached me, asking me if I needed a place to stay. "You look lost, dear. If you'd like, you could come to my place and have some food. At the very least, come and warm yourself up, you'll catch your death out here." She sounded so sincere and so sweet. It's a pity that it was all just an act to lure me in. Amara curled her lip back and let out a quiet hiss as she shook her head. Her finger had ceased drawing circles into the boulder we were sitting on as her hand clenched into a fist. I walked with her as she led me to her carriage, since those were the main method of transportation. Then she drove a few miles away, through a forest. Before I knew it, we were at her home, which was A.F. King Castle. I knew there was something odd about it, but I didn't get much of a chance to ask. She got out and pulled me along, coaxing me with promises of a warm fire and cookies. When we stepped inside, though, everything went dark. The last thing I remembered was her hysterical laughter and her red eyes, looking down at me with humor. When I woke up, I was in some sort of cellar. I was chained up against the wall, too. It was like something out of a medieval movie or one of those dungeon scenes you see, only this shit was real. I tried to free myself, but my body was weak. That's when she appeared, her hood down to reveal what she really looked like. She had long, ethereal black hair, a cruel smile and crimson eyes that felt like they pierced into my soul. And then there was her voice, which was so sickeningly sweet it made me want to vomit. Her fists clenched even tighter as she ground her teeth together. I was just standing there, staring like a moron. "Hello dear, my name is Theodosia. And you are now my newest toy." I didn't know what the F.K. she meant or what she was. It didn't take long for me to find out, though. She was a vampire that had been created 100 years ago. I don't know when exactly or why, but I knew one thing. My human life was pretty much at an end the moment I'd met her. You see, Theodosia was a scientist, or so she liked to think she was. And as you might have guessed, humans were her test subjects. I don't know what she was after. I don't even think she knew. She would travel all around and collect humans, sometimes males, sometimes females. She'd switch off every so often, depending on her mood. I was one of the dozens of girls that she had abducted for her experiments. She claimed to only take exotic humans for research. That was all bullshit. Her idea of research was torturing the humans. Breaking bones, cutting flesh and using venom in a variety of ways. She stopped and pointed at the bite mark around her stomach. This was her doing. I had tried on countless times to escape, but she always caught me and I paid the price for it. She always found my escape attempts amusing, though, so she let them continue. Then one day she decided she would teach me a lesson. She pinned me down and bit down around my belly button. The pain was horrible, let me tell you. Several hours later, she eventually drained all the venom out of my system. Let's just say that I didn't try to escape after that little incident. I just complied with whatever she put me through, just trying to survive. It was horrid. Having to listen to the screaming, the crying, the gasping and panting. Having to smell the sweat and the blood and any other bodily fluid imaginable. We were scarcely fed and treated like shit day in and day out. Most of the girls died. Some died from Theodosia feeding on them to sustain herself, some died from her twisted experiments. A few died trying to escape or fight against her. On some occasions, when she injected venom into them, she sometimes forgot about them until they were almost changed, at which point she'd rip their heads off to prevent the change from happening. I was one of the few who survived. I don't know how I did it, but I survived. Part of me had resigned myself to fate, but the other part was just waiting. Waiting, praying for that day to come when I would have my chance to escape. You see, Bella, Theodosia had two major faults. The first fault was that she talked a lot. She would always talk about herself, but sometimes she'd talk about vampires in general. That was how I learned about venom and how it changed a human. The second fault, the one that was my saving grace, was that she would leave her home several days at a time at a certain point in search of new test subjects. Amara's eyes took on a dangerous glint as she smiled. I remember that day the best. The day she left and I broke free. I had been waiting for that moment and I seized it. I used all my strength to tear away from the chains shackling me to the wall and got the hell out of that prison. I was about to run and free the other girls when I saw something. A vial full of venom. I took it and looked at it, thinking to myself what this meant. I could become a vampire. I could be immortal, have the strength, speed and endurance that a vampire had. So instead of escaping, I injected myself with it. I gasped. She smiled wider. Yes, I injected myself. I could have tried running away, but no. I didn't. I wanted what she had, to be able to do the things she could do. Once the venom was inside of me, the burning started right away as I collapsed and started screaming. It was the most painful 2.5 days of my life, even more painful than what she'd done to me in the past. I honestly wanted to take my choice back and run away, but it was too late. By that point in time, my heart stopped beating and I awakened as a newborn vampire. What did you do next? I inquired. Amara's face softened, the smile dropping altogether as her eyes became sad. I ended up killing the other girls, she admitted, the shame clear on her face. I couldn't think straight at the time. I just wanted blood. I could smell them through the walls and just tore into the rooms and drained them. I drank from every last one, reveling in the heavenly taste of their blood. It didn't come to me until much later on what I'd done. I felt guilty for it and I still do, but a part of me argued that me killing them quickly like that was for the best. They would have died anyways, so why not kill them quick and painlessly? It's true, my selfishness cost them their lives, but at the time, I didn't think about that. And then that CH returned. She had come back empty-handed and didn't expect to see me there. I took one look at her and just attacked. All the memories of what she'd done to me and to the others came back and just fueled my rage. She fought back pretty well, I'd say. She was more experienced, but I was stronger. The best part, my fighting skills, the ones I'd developed as a human, were still intact. She bit me 3 times and left her mark, but I was the winner. I ripped off her legs, then her arms, and then her head. Once I was done, I let out a feral snarl and tore into the night, leaving that wretched place behind me. At first, I didn't know what to do. I had no friends and only one family member. I remembered my father and made my way back, hoping to see him again. I never got there, though, since when I passed through a graveyard, I found his grave. It turns out that I'd been held up in that hellhole for a whole year. My father thought I'd died and, blaming himself, took his own life. He burned his shop and our house down with him, destroying all my memories. The realization hit me then. I was alone. The only people I'd ever known as family were gone. And I was left without a purpose and without a place in life. Amara looked truly sad as she recounted this. Her eyes smoldered with sorrow and she looked as though she were about to cry. I felt myself feeling sorrowful for her. She had been through so much pain. Everyone in my family had. Losing their families, God, I couldn't imagine that kind of pain. I couldn't imagine losing any of them, Alice especially. I reached out and touched her shoulder. She looked up at me and smiled warmly. Thanks, Bella. You don't have to feel bad. That was long before you were born. What did you do after that? I asked. She sighed. I wandered around a lot, mostly. I fed from humans, fought off other vampires and just wandered aimlessly, no purpose in life. About 10 years or so after I'd created myself, so to speak, was when I found them. The Volturi. And that was probably one of my worst decisions. Volturi? I asked. Carlyle probably mentioned them to you. Do you recall that portrait in his room? The one with him and 6 other people. I nodded. Those 6 are the kings and queens of Volterra. They all live in Italy, hidden away from the humans in their own little secret society. They're a cruel, relentless group driven by 2 leaders who care only for themselves and for dominating every race, human and vampire alike. All these scars you see are from my days in the Volturi. The leaders of the Volturi are Arrow and his mate Sulpicia. Then there's Marcus and Didymus, and lastly Keys and Athendora. If you recall the painting, the The younger black-haired man is Arrow, the one with the older, bored face is Marcus, and the white-haired male is Keys. Of the women, the one with black hair is Sulpicia, the bee, owned as Didymu, and the mahogany-haired one is Athendora. She spoke each name with a venomous hiss, the hatred clear in her eyes. You don't like them, I stated. I loathe them. Every last one of them, she replied. Arrow and Sulpicia think they're so damn superior. They act all sweet and kind to you, but they'd just as soon have your head ripped off than treat you kindly. And if you have a gift, they'll want you to join them. You can refuse, but no one refuses them for very long. That must have been why they asked you to join, huh? She shook her head. As surprisingly as it may sound, I didn't discover my gift until right before the Volturi discovered me. It was weird, too, how I discovered it. I learned about it a week later when I was traveling around. I ran into someone I never thought I'd see again. Theodosia. I gaped again. But you killed her. Amara nodded her head and sighed. True, I tore her limbs off. But I didn't set them on fire. Only fire can kill a vampire. Even if their body was in pieces, they would still be able to be reattached and they'd still be alive. I found that out the hard way. Theodosia attacked me and tried to set me on fire. I felt this weird sort of pull when I saw the fire, and next thing I know, she's writhing around on the ground. I didn't know what had happened until I discovered I could manipulate fire. And then some of the Volturi guard found me and saw what I could do, and the rest is, well, history. I'll tell you more about that another time. It's nothing personal, I just don't feel like going into detail right now. So why did you leave the Volturi? Because I finally woke up to reality. I saw that I was just a pawn to them, nothing more. I saw the pain that I was causing, the lives that were lost because of me. I remember one time my mission was to kill a rogue vampire hiding out in a village of humans. I'd been told that the humans were few and that most had been evacuated. So I set the place on fire. Guess what? They weren't evacuated. And there was no vampire. I'd massacred an entire village of humans for nothing. For King nothing. That was the last straw. I left. I couldn't handle it anymore. Arrow and Sulpicia tried to sweet-talk me into staying, but I blew them off. I had seen past their lies at last and had enough of it. I was done being their tool. I wandered around for a good while. Then I met Sophie, and for the first time in my life, I found a friend. It was thanks to her that I slowly started to change my ways. Hell, if it weren't for her, I would have never found the Cullens. I would have never found Jasper, my mate, found my brothers and sisters and parents. All of that was thanks to Sophie, in one way or another. That's why we're so close to each other. She helped fully change me. But it's not just her. Arthur helped inspire me when he was able to avoid feeding off of humans. And when I met the Cullens, it was Alice who helped bring me close to the family and snag Jasper. She paused and took in an unnecessary breath. What I'm saying is, I can relate to you, Bella. When I found the Cullens, I was broken. I felt like everything I'd ever been was left in pieces. They helped rebuild me, though. And now that's what's going on with you. When you got here, you were scared, scarred and ready to slit your own throat to escape from your pain. Now you have a girlfriend who'll rip the heads off of anybody who looks at you funny, a mother and father who love you with every fiber of their beings, and siblings to bond with, tease, be teased by and protect you. I may be sarcastic and I may get on your nerves with my flirtiness, but it's all in good fun. You deserve happiness in your life. I think that everyone does, or at least everyone deserves a chance for happiness. Those two douchebags that hurt you. They don't deserve it, nor will they get it, I can promise you that much. Thanks, sis, I said, smiling at her. She tousled my hair in response. Then she stopped and stuck her nose in the air, sniffing several times and frowning. What is it? What's wrong? Alice is on her way. Pretty fast, too, she replied. Seconds later, Alice appeared in a blur through the trees, stopping close near me. Her eyes were wide with worry and concern as she looked between us. What's wrong? Amara asked, getting off the boulder. I followed suit, only to be quickly engulfed in Alice's arms. I had a vision. The newborn, she's getting closer, Alice responded. Amara snorted. So, if she gets too close, we can take care of her. It's nothing to worry about. No, Amara. It isn't just that. Right after I saw that, I saw the other two moving. They're starting back towards Washington. I think they're going to meet with the newborn, Alice stated. Oh, so then they are working together, Amara mused. Did you tell Edward and Jasper? She nodded. Yes, I did. I called them and let them know, the same with Emmett and Rose. They'll all be back soon, so I think it best that we go inside and talk about what we're going to do about them if they try and attack us again. Both Amara and Alice started walking. Alice laced the fingers of her left hand around my right and squeezed them as we walked. I squeezed back, my worry growing. Do you really think they'll attack again? Even with so many of you? I asked. It's too soon to say, Alice admitted. I wouldn't say no, though. They could always use the newborn to overwhelm us before attacking themselves. It didn't take long for us to reach the house. All three of us walked in, Alice sitting down on the couch and pulling me into her lap. Amara sat down next to us. Carlisle and Esme quietly appeared downstairs, clearly sensing the distress in the air. What's wrong, Alice? Esme asked. Alice bit her lip. I had two visions, one of the newborn, one of the other two. They're moving towards each other. I'm pretty sure that means that they're together, at least the dialogue I heard between the other two seems to indicate it. She stopped suddenly as her eyes glazed over, another vision hitting her. All of us remained silent as she experienced whatever it was she was seeing. Then she snapped out of her vision, a frown on her face. What did you see? Carlisle asked. She shook her head. Nothing concrete. Just flashes of their movements. They keep changing their route. But their destination is the same. They'll be meeting the newborn in about 2 days, likely to plan out their next course of action. I'll keep my visions on them, just to be sure. Carlisle and Esme both nodded in understanding. Alice turned and looked at me, a curious look on her face. Bella, may I ask you something? Sure. Earlier today, I had another vision. It was of you and your, friend, talking at school. He invited you to something, I believe. I remembered the invitation. I had meant to ask about that before. Oh, yeah, right, I totally forgot about that. He was wondering if I wanted to go to the beach with him and his friends. Esme, Carlisle, would that be all right if I went? Esme smiled. Of course, dear, you needn't ask. So long as you're careful, it's fine. Alice pouted. If it's a beach, then that means it'll be sunny. I hung my head. I know, Alice. I wish you could go. I mean, I can stay. I don't mind. No, Esme said, putting her hands on her hips. It would be good for you to be with other humans for a change, Bella. You need some friends to spend time with, and going to the beach with them sounds like a wonderful idea. Can I ask something? Amara inquired. I nodded. This beach wouldn't happen to be La Push, would it? Alice tensed up next to me. I noticed an odd look in her eyes. Carlisle and Esme had the same odd look, though it was only for an instant. Yeah, that's the place. Why? Amara frowned. I thought so. Alice, Carlisle and Esme were looking at each other, silently having a conversation with their eyes. I scowled, hating it whenever I was left out of something, even though they hadn't done that too much lately. At least, as far as I knew. They all turned and looked at me in unison. Esme looked concerned, Carlisle thoughtful, and Alice seemed disdained, to say the least. What? I asked. What's wrong? It is, Carlisle paused to think of the right word. Complicated. Do you know anything of the native people who live there, the Quileutes? Esme asked. I shook my head. No, not really. They both frowned and looked at each other silently again. The silence was beginning to get a little awkward. Even Amara wasn't talking, which surprised and worried me. What was so bad about the Quileutes? Did they know about the Cullens' secret? Did they know what you are? I asked quietly. Carlisle pursed his lips before nodding. Yes, they do. We have a very complicated relationship, Bella. It's one that I'm not sure I can bring up right yet. She's family, Carlisle, Amara argued. She'll find out eventually, anyways. Besides, Rosalie's already dropped a few hints here and there. She ran into one of them when we were at the mall that day. I saw one of them in the woods, Alice murmured. She looked up at her parents. I don't like it. I don't think she should go. Carlisle and Esme both sighed. No, I think she should, Esme stated. I think it will be good for her. I agree, Carlisle added. We can discuss the Quileutes at a later point. Alice scowled and turned to look at me. Are you sure you want to go? Alice, let her go, Esme said softly. She won't be human for very much longer. The least we can do is let her experience having human friends, correct? Alice grumbled something under her breath before hanging her head in defeat. Fine then, she grunted. I furrowed my brow, completely confused. What was the deal with the Quileutes? What about the Quileutes? Edward asked as he walked in through the door, Jasper right behind him. That's what I'm wondering, I grumbled. Both Edward and Jasper looked confused. Amara sighed next to me. She's one of us. She's going to be one of us. I think she has a right to know about it. It might be best, agreed Jasper. Edward nodded as well. Carlisle and Esme both looked troubled as they seemed to think about it. I rolled my eyes. Look, you guys can tell me later or whatever. I don't care. I got up and walked up the stairs, aware that Alice was following after me. I walked into our room and flopped on the bed, sighing. My head was hurting from today. So much had happened. It felt like my life was a roller coaster ride that didn't stop and I was desperately trying to get off, just enough to catch my breath. It didn't look like I'd be getting that chance anytime soon. Alice sat down next to me. She didn't say anything until I turned myself over. I sighed and rested my head on her lap, staring up at the ceiling. Alice sighed and began stroking the top of my head with her left hand, her right latching onto one of my hands. We both stayed that way, silent and lost in thought. Even with all the shit I'd been through and was going through, being with Alice like this always seemed to make it all disappear, even if it was only for a while. I'll admit, my curiosity was pretty spiked right now. I wanted to know about the Quileutes and why everyone was so hesitant to talk about them. I wanted to know more about Amara's past, about the pasts of everyone in the family. I wanted to help Alice. And I wanted to know what I could do to help with my change. My God, I was changing into a vampire. I still couldn't believe it. There were so many things I wanted to know about it, about vampires in general. Would I have a gift like Alice did, I wonder. So much to think about, so much to learn, so much to do. And it feels like there's barely any time for any of it. What to do, what to do. Sigh. I guess for now, it's best that I put everything on hold. I can deal with it all later. Right now, I just want to relax with my girlfriend. Because at the rate these things are going, we won't have that much time left to relax. Alice, why are you moping? I whined. Alice hung her head and sighed. I'm not moping, Bella, she replied. Yeah you are. And she was. She'd been acting this way all morning and it was getting on my nerves. I could not stand it when she was sad or upset, and her moping around didn't help. Yet every time I tried to ask her what was wrong, she shrugged it off. It all started yesterday after I said that I was planning to go to La Push with Angela and the others. True, I'd miss her terribly, but I felt it would be a nice change of pace to spend time with other humans for once. Clearly, she did not agree with me. Right now, Alice was slowly clambering through her closet, searching for an outfit for herself to wear to school today. I'd woken up surprisingly early this morning and had already showered, eaten and dressed. Now I was sitting on the bed, watching my girlfriend try to decide. That normally wouldn't bother me were it not for the pout on her face and the depressed look in her eyes, which I could see even when she was turned away from me. And I hated it. I, for one, was tired of seeing her like this. What was worse was that it was hurting me. I couldn't stand to see her anything other than happy. It just wasn't Alice if she wasn't happy. I stood up and walked over to her as she tossed another shirt to the floor. Alice, I breathed. She didn't respond, she just kept to what she was doing. Alice. She turned, only slightly, and looked at me blankly. I could see that sorrow in her eyes and it brought me pain. I could feel tears forming in the back of my eyes and struggled to keep them from falling. I reached out and grasped her shoulders, looking at her pleadingly. Please, please tell me what's wrong, I begged. Alice's eyes widened for a moment before her face softened and she wrapped her arms around me, pulling me into a warm, loving embrace. I curled into her as she nuzzled into me, her cool lips dotting each shoulder before she pressed them to mine. I'm sorry, she murmured. I've just had a lot on my mind lately. I know you don't like seeing me like this and I'm sorry I haven't said anything about it. Well, can you tell me now? I asked. Alice ran a hand through her hair. It's, complicated. Bullshit. She sighed. Bella, I don't want you going to La Push. I frowned, and took my arms away, grabbing her hand and leading her over to the bed. I sat down and pulled her into me. She complied and sat down on my lap, resting her forehead against mine as we gazed into each other's eyes. "Why not?" I asked softly. "That's the complicated part. Everyone has been back and forth on how we should approach the situation. Our relationship with the people there is an odd one, to say the least. Normally we aren't supposed to talk about them with others. But you're a part of this family and you're going to be one of us soon, so in theory, we should tell you." I don't know," she murmured, looking away from me at our intertwined hands. I bit my lip and thought on it for a moment. I hated being out of the loophole, that much I knew, but I didn't want to force anyone to tell me anything that they shouldn't. But if they all knew and I was going to be a vampire and should know, shouldn't they tell me? This is so damn confusing. "May I ask you something?" I inquired, lifting our conjoined hands and squeezing hers. She nodded hesitantly, unsure of what I was going to say. "Are vampires always this cryptic about stuff or is just you guys?" Alice stared at me blankly for a moment before giggling. "I think it's just us." I shook my head and sighed dramatically. "Well, I suppose if you'll tell me eventually, I'll live." "Does that mean you won't go?" she asked, looking hopeful. I swore I heard Esme sigh downstairs, as well as a few amused chuckles from my brothers. "If you really don't want me to." Alice bit her lip again and looked away before her shoulders sagged as she shook her head. "Bella, I want you to be happy," she said gently, resting her forehead back against mine as she gazed into my eyes and squeezed my hands. "I want you to be happy, to enjoy yourself in the short amount of time you have left as a human. And if going to La Push makes you happy, then, damn it." She captured my lips and held them there for a moment before pulling back. "Then go. I won't stop you. But promise me you'll be careful, okay?" "I'm always careful," I grumbled without thinking. Alice narrowed her eyes and lifted an eyebrow at me, questioning my words. I looked away rather embarrassedly. "Well, I try to be careful, I mean. It just doesn't work. Ever." She closed her eyes for a moment before reopening them, a hint of mirth showing. "Well, I won't be able to protect you. So try not to do anything too dangerous, okay? I wouldn't want my Bella to be hurt by vicious seaweed or anything of that sort," she said, smiling more with each word. I rolled my eyes. "I will. You be careful too. I don't want to come back to find you a pile of ashes because Amara accidentally set you on fire," I countered lamely. Alice giggled before dotting me softly. I ed back happily, allowing her to press my back to the bed. She wrapped her arms around me as her lips continued to rhythmically move against mine, eliciting a quiet "en" from me at the feeling. After one long, tender she smiled against my lips before sitting up. "Now quit distracting me. I need to find something to wear today," she giggled, bouncing off the bed and running over to her closet. I smiled and sat up lazily, watching her for a few minutes. "You could just wear what you're wearing now," I suggested. She stopped and frowned as she looked down and studied her wardrobe before looking back at me confusedly. "These are my pajamas, though," she pointed out. I shrugged. "So, haven't you ever heard of Pajama Day?" I asked. "Pajama Day? Is that a holiday or something?" she asked, cocking her head to the side, her golden eyes appraising me with sincere innocence and curiosity. "Oh, my God, she is so king adorable. Is she aware of how damn cute she is?" "Honestly, no, Alice, it's not," I giggled. She furrowed her brows and crinkled her nose in that insanely cute way that I loved before bouncing over to the bed. "What is it then?" she asked, her eyes twinkling. "Oh God. It's nothing, really," I replied, trying to look away. "Bella," she whined. I tried hard not to melt into nothingness. Really hard. But I felt like I was going to turn into a puddle at any second. I was suffering from cuteness overload and was close to just exploding from it. Alice sighed and pecked my cheek before removing herself from the bed and dancing back over to her open closet. I let out a breath of relief, thankful that I was still flesh and bone. I could hear the amused chuckling of Edward downstairs, likely entertained by my thoughts. "Bastard. Finally, an outfit that I like," Alice sang, pulling out something from her closet. I didn't get a chance to see what she'd chosen, because in an instant she'd shredded her pajamas off, tossing them to ground in seconds. Now she was standing there, in front of me, with nothing but her blue lace underwear. F.K. Me. My jaw fell open at the sight as my face heated up. I mean, damn. Do you like what you see? Alice giggled. I just sat there, gaping at her angelic form like a moron. She laughed at that before slipping into her clothes and turning to beam at me. I was still agape, my face redder than a ripened tomato. It hadn't even struck me that Alice was right next to me, her lips brushing against my left earlobe. I shuddered when I felt her cool breath against my neck and could feel her smiling against me. I blinked and blushed an even darker shade of red when I realized where she was. She giggled and kissed my cheek before leaning away from me, smiling and shaking her head. You are too adorable, Isabella. Do you know that? After my face had cooled and my heart had stopped pounding, I was finally able to form some sort of comeback in my mind. Unfortunately, I failed in doing so and merely grumbled to myself. Don't tease me like that, I whined quietly. She giggled in response, twirling around in amusement. Something hit me. You saw that, didn't you? She stopped twirling and smiled wide at me. I saw your reaction, yes, she admitted. I felt my blush returning when she winked at me. Alice started giggling again, bouncing her feet. I saw you staring at my ass, too. Her eyes gleamed mischievously as she said that, making me blush fully. I cursed at myself mentally for gawking. How could I not though? The laughter of my siblings, Edward and Emmett in particular, filled the house up as Alice continued giggling and bouncing. King mind reader and stupid vampire's senses. That just got Edward to howl louder in amusement. I groaned and pulled my knees to my chest, hiding my face on them in embarrassment. I felt a cool hand gently rubbing my head, fingers running through my hair. You don't have to be so embarrassed, Bella, Alice soothed. I realize, though, that you still aren't used to that sort of thing. So I'll cut it out with the teasing, I promise. At least until you and I are more comfortable with each other. Okay. Fine, I grumbled. Are you done teasing me now? For a moment she seemed worried, but then she noticed the smile forming on my lips. Teased or not, I couldn't be mad at Alice. Like, ever, it seemed. It was just not possible. She put her finger to her chin and thought about it for a moment before grinning and nodding before leaning down and capturing my lips. By the way, I really do wish you would put more consideration into what you wear, she stated, scanning over my apparel and shaking her head. What's wrong with it? I asked. I was wearing something she bought me, wasn't I? What was the problem with that? A smirk played on her lips for a moment, but she chose not to respond. Instead she kissed my cheek and danced out of the room, leaving me without an answer. I frowned in annoyance, but dropped it and followed after her. I wasn't looking forward to school today, not after what had happened. Jasper and Alice both assured me that the problem was taken care of, but how was I supposed to interact with her, knowing what I'd done? Just do what we do, Edward stated when I'd gotten downstairs. Ignore her. I snorted. That was easier said than done with Jessica. True, he admitted. But you can manage it, I think. If you say so, I muttered. He shrugged and walked outside, likely preparing for the drive to school. Emmett, Jasper and Amara followed after him, leaving only Alice and I. Rosalie, for some reason, seemed to be waiting near the doorway for something. I didn't get a chance to say anything about it, since Esme came over and wrapped me into the same warm hug that she always did. If anything happens, you can always come home straight away, dear. I'll be sure to take care of any complaints, I promise, she whispered into my ear. I relaxed into her arms and hugged her back. Esme's hugs were the second best in this house, by far. I saw Alice tensing up as she watched us, so I released my hold on Esme. Esme smiled and kissed my forehead before disappearing up the stairs, into her room most likely. Alice twirled over to me and wrapped an arm around my waist. Ready to go? She asked. I nodded. Yeah, let's get this over with. She giggled at that as we made our way to the door, which Rosalie was still by. Before we could exit, she stepped in front of us, her eyes narrowing and studying me. So you're going to La Push? She asked in an off-key tone. Yes, I replied. She frowned for a moment before an amused smile formed on her face. Try not to bring back fleas, will you? And with that, she spun around and walked off, leaving me utterly confused. Alice sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose next to me. I shot her a questioning look, but got that, "I'm sorry, I'll tell you later," look in return. Sighing, I trudged out the door, Alice still locked around me. We were actually driving her car today, so I was able to sit in the front seat this time around. Edward was the one carpooling with us while the others drove with Jasper. I found it confusing how they always switched cars every few times, but shrugged it off. It was probably just to show off all their crazy expensive vehicles. As we drove to school, something actually came into mind that I had thought of before, but completely forgotten. "Alice," I asked. By now, we were at the school. In record time, I might add, thanks to Alice's batshit crazy driving, which I had actually gotten used to, oddly enough. "Yes," she asked upon opening my door for me. "It's going to be sunny next week, right?" I inquired. She nodded. "Yes, we won't be able to come to school because of it." "What about me? Will I still be going or am I staying at home?" I inquired. Alice stopped and actually thought on that for a moment. The others had all waved goodbye and walked off, though I had no idea why they were leaving for class when we still had a good 20 minutes before classes even began. "You know, I honestly don't know. I meant to ask Esme about that earlier, but I didn't get around to it," she admitted. I wrapped my arms around her waist and pulled her into me. She smiled and hugged me back, resting her chin on my left shoulder as I did mine. "I think," she paused for a moment and sighed. "I don't know. I think that it would be good for you to still go to school, even without us. But I'd be worried sick about you all day. There's no telling what those little snots will try when we're gone. I've had visions of some of them planning some cruel things before. I always scared them into submission, though, threatening their lives if they ever did anything to hurt you in any way." She looked into my eyes with warm amber ones. "There's no telling what would happen if you came here alone, though. I'd say that you could stay at home with me, but you do need your education, Bella. I'm just not sure how we would work our excuse in with you." "What do you mean?" I asked. "Well, normally whenever the weather is sunny we always say that we're going on hiking or camping trips. Because of Carlisle's position as a doctor and some past connections, the school never bothers us about it. But with you, I'm not sure how that would work out. Neither Carlisle nor Esme would ever say that we went without you, I know that much, but I'm not seeing many options here." I furrowed my brow and thought about that. I didn't like the idea of going to school without Alice. But I wasn't afraid of what the other students would do to me. I may be clumsy, but I'm not weak. I'd punch any of them in the face if they tried anything. Wait, no, that'd just get me suspended. Crap, but I couldn't just stay home, either. I did need to go, whether I liked it or not. "You could say that you guys all went camping and that I stayed home to go to school," I offered. Alice frowned. "Bella, anyone who knows you would know that that's crap." "Yeah, but they don't know me that well. Besides, I could always, act it out or some shit if they asked." She giggled at that and kissed me softly on the lips. "No offense, Bells, but you kind of stink at acting," she pointed out. I bit my lip. It was true, I did stink at acting. I always blushed and I was bound to feel guilty afterwards. Damn it. "Well, what do you want me to do?" I whined. "I don't want to leave you, but I know Esme would want me to go." She sighed. "I don't know, Bella. I don't know. We'll figure it out, though, I promise." I closed my eyes for a moment and rested my forehead against hers. When I reopened them, I could see her honey orbs gazing intently back at me. I smiled and captured her lips for a moment, holding them together before pulling away. "Is there anything interesting happening today?" I asked. Alice focused her eyes for a moment, likely looking into the future. Seconds later she came out of her trance, a frown on her face. "What did you see?" "Our PE teacher has decided to mix things up today. We're playing dodgeball." My eyes widened in mortification. Dodgeball. The sport I loathed more than any other sport in existence. It was the one sport that seemed to exist to torment me, as it had in the past. I remembered back when I was younger that I was always the target, even after I was out. No one ever defended me, either, since I always tripped and dropped the ball. Alice, noticing my distress, stroked my cheeks and kissed me several times until I was broken out of my distressed state. It was hard to think of anything when you had the lips of a goddess against yours, I'll give her that. "Don't worry, Bella. I'll protect you," she promised. We pressed our foreheads together again as I sighed. I think this school is out to get me, I grumbled. You want me to punch it in the face? She asked, grinning ear to ear. I smiled at her cuteness. And how exactly do you do that? She shrugged. Well, first I take out the principal, then the teachers. Hey Dykes, get AF. King Room. Jeered an all too familiar voice. Lauren. Alice and I turned to see her standing with a look of disgust on her fish face as she glared scathingly at us. To her right was a girl named Amber, who I had run into only once before. She hated me just as much as Lauren did, obviously. To her left was none other than Jessica, her neck wrapped with bandages. I cringed when I recalled what I'd done to her yesterday, the memories flooding back to me in a wave. I was actually more surprised that Jessica wasn't running and screaming or shouting shit at me. She just stood there, glaring at us with the same disgust that her Bimbo Brigade friends were. Huh. Bimbo Brigade. I was officially labeling them as that for the rest of the year. I don't give AF. How lame it is. So gross, Amber hissed. The three of them all stuck their noses in the air and walked off then. It was at that point that I realized that the parking lot was becoming less empty. How time flies by so fast, I'll never know. Alice's low growl disrupted my thoughts. I noticed that she was glaring hatefully after them, her eyes pitch black with anger. Stupid bye. Chess, she snarled. I should rip their heads off. Alice, I soothed, moving my hands to her cheeks and stroking them softly. Her eyes flickered back to mine and started lightening in color, though I could still see the hate and disdain radiating off of them. No ripping anyone's heads off, remember? I asked. She bit her lip. I know. Temper. I'm sorry. I just can't stand it when people make fun of you. They have no right to it and I really want to rip their King heads off whenever they do, you know. You're my angel and no one insults my angel, it's as plain as that. Ah, I cooed, dotting her again. I love you. She smiled warmly at me. I love you too. After a moment, she gave me an innocent look. So no ripping off heads. No ripping off heads, I repeated. She pouted adorably. Fine, but if they try and pull anything, I'm going to break their arms and legs. That's the least they deserve, don't you think? I don't think Carlisle and Esme would appreciate that, Allie, I pointed out, running a hand through my hair. I doubt their parents would either, for that matter. Plus, we'd all have to leave Forks and start somewhere else, which would be a bye, for me. I kind of wanted to stay in one place for a while. I was tired of running around so much. I know. I'm sorry, Bella, but I can't help it. I can't help getting angry whenever someone threatens you in any way. It's like the jealousy thing, only a lot stronger. I'll try and contain it, but I won't make promises to not react. Like that incident with Newton, she spat his name out as if it were the most rotten piece of scum on the earth. You haven't forgiven him. It wasn't a question, more a statement. No, she hissed. He deserves more than what he got. Much more. Nobody touches my Bella that way and I'll be damned if I'm going to let him do it again. He'd best watch his back, just like those Chess should. I chose not to respond to that. I knew if I did, I'd only get her angrier. And angry Alice was not something that I wanted to unleash on the school, no matter how true her words may be. Instead, I merely held her in my arms until the blackness in her eyes dissipated, the honey color returning slowly but surely. Eventually her body relaxed into me as she leaned in and my shoulder before looking up at me with gentle tawny eyes. Are you ready for class? She asked. I groaned. I'd rather just stay here with you. She smiled and captured my lips. I closed my eyes and ed back, ignoring the various grunts of disgust aimed our way as more students arrived. I placed my hands on the back of her head and pulled her into me, kneading my fingers through those amazing silky locks. Alice mimicked my motions and pulled me into her as well as she slowly and passionately moved her lips against mine. I Ned softly at the tingling sensations surging through me, reveling in the taste and smoothness of her lips against mine. Eventually I needed to break way for oxygen, but I did so slowly. Alice kept her forehead against mine, smiling warmly at me as her eyes gazed back into mine. These were the moments I enjoyed most, other than the dotting and cuddling, just looking into her eyes. They were always so full of love and warmth. I felt safe looking in them, lost in their beauty. It was a nice feeling. We should probably be going, Alice sighed. If we stay out here too long, we'll never leave, which will cause the principal to come out here and break us up. Speaking of which, we should try and keep our PDA to a minimum. She's been receiving a lot of complaints lately and anything too open might get her on our case. I pursed my lips. I bet Esme could take her. Alice laughed at that, the sweet music echoing throughout the parking lot. I smiled, enjoying the sounds of her laugh until it slowly died down. Oh, Bella, you have no idea how right you are. Esme could and would. She's very protective of us, of you especially, so if anything were to happen to you, you can bet that she'd have something to say to that, Alice said. Her eyes seemed to say something more about it. Is there something you aren't telling me? I asked. She bit her lip and seemed to think over whether or not to tell me before sighing. Well, it's just that there's a lot going on, behind the scenes if you will. Esme was as livid as I was when found out about what Newton did to you. Suffice to say, she leveled a good portion of the forest in her fury, taking out an entire herd of unlucky deer and the bear that was dumb enough to cross her, Alice stated, running a hand through her hair. I gasped, imaging Esme ripping the head off a bear and shuddered at the image. Alice stroked my back tenderly and nodded her head. But Esme is so loving and sweet and nice, I protested. I couldn't see her deliberately killing something unless she was hunting. Then I remembered the display when Alice and Rosalie had been fighting, seeing her feral side. I shuddered again. Vampires are naturally territorial when it comes to three things, Alice started to say. I wasn't sure how that related to Esme, but I was certain it would eventually. We are territorial about blood, our mate, and lastly, say. I blushed a little at the last part, but didn't remark. I wanted to hear what she had to say. When we hunt, we give ourselves over to our instincts. Because of that, the word, share, does not normally come into play when we find our prey. The blood that we drink is ours, therefore, we will fight to keep it until we have it in our systems. For say, I've already explained it to you a bit. Mating is a very sacred ritual for a vampire, and as such, we don't like to be disturbed during it. Not only that, but once we mate, it is the equivalent of marking what is ours. After mating, all vampires will know that we and our mate are together and cannot be taken. Stealing one's mate is a foul, disgusting thing that we look down upon, hence why it is so rare. She stopped to see if I understood what she was saying, to which I nodded at. That brings me to my point. Normally, a coven only exists between two vampires. Generally mates. However, as you can see, we all live together with one another without feeling territorial or anything such as that. Esme believes that our abstaining from human blood is what helps us further develop our bonds. In truth, we are all protective of one another as family, even more so than normal vampires. Carlisle and Esme especially, are protective of all of us. They see us as their children, which is near the equivalent of a mate. For that reason, they don't like it when we are hurt in any way, shape or form. Esme loves us all deeply and developed a maternal bond with each of us, so she naturally has the instinct to protect and defend us. With you, because you are a human, well, I don't mean to insult you, Bella, but in our eyes you are weaker. Because of that, you need more protection from things. So add Esme's already strong love and you can see why something like what Newton did to you would piss her off. And boy was she livid, especially after hearing about all the insults and the incident with Mallory. It took Carlisle and Jasper to calm her down afterwards, which is rare since usually Carlisle can do it himself. I absorbed everything she had said to me bit by bit, piecing together a new image of Esme. I now had a newfound level of respect for my mother, especially knowing what she went through. She and Alice were very similar in those standards. I think, if at all possible, I came to love Esme even more than I already did, which is saying something. Carlisle doesn't seem to be affected the same way, I mused, thinking of my father. Carlisle was always gentle and kind. I know Alice had mentioned that he was just as able to become feral as Esme, but it was even more difficult to imagine Carlisle angry or, well, vampiric. Carlisle has been around for a lot longer than we have. He has far better control over his emotions, but that doesn't mean that he isn't any less bothered by it. Whereas Esme was about ready to allow me the privilege of ripping Mike's head off, Carlisle was more along the lines of speaking with his parents regarding his ill behavior. Carlyle is kind to everyone, and it is because of his natural kindness and compassion that the idea of violence doesn't speak to him. That doesn't mean he wasn't angry. He was furious, I could tell. He just doesn't show it the same way that Esme or that the rest of us do. I thought on that and realized that it made sense. Carlyle would keep himself in check not just for the sake of kindness, but to set an example for the rest of us. That helped make me love Carlyle even more than I already did. We should get going to class, now. We can talk more later if you'd like, Alice said, nudging my shoulder slightly. I blinked and nodded. She smiled and laced the fingers of her left hand around my right as we walked off together, bypassing a group of boys who all hooted and cooed at us. Alice and I both shot them glares that silenced them in seconds. I smiled though I knew it was Alice's glare that had been the reason. Seriously, her glare was almost as scary as Rosalie's. We wound up getting to class with a minute to spare, thanks in part to her talking. Neither of us minded, and I thoroughly enjoyed learning more about vampires. That was far more interesting than English or whatever else I was taking here. We spent the entirety of our first class holding hands and passing notes. Alice was able to warn me that the teacher was going to ask me a question ahead of time and gave me the answer, for which I was thankful for. What amazed me was how oblivious the teacher was to our note passing and hand holding. Then again, I think he caught us holding hands, but he didn't bother to make a comment on it. At least the teachers here, for the most part, were respectful, I think. Then the bell rang and the two of us left the room together. I didn't look forward to leaving her, but I was glad to have a chance to plan things out with Eric, if he still wanted me to go. We stopped at the door and she pecked me on the cheek, holding her lips there for a few stray seconds before reluctantly pulling away and dancing off down the hall. I sighed quietly before trudging through the door and seating myself near Eric. I didn't fail to notice the very wary gaze that Mike Newton sent my way. Other than that, he avoided me altogether. I guess he'd finally learned his lesson from yesterday. Good, it took him long enough, that creepy jerk. I noticed Eric looking at me with a smile. "Hey Bella," he greeted as he always did. I smiled at him. "Hey, Eric, so have you decided if you wanna go or not?" he asked. "Yeah, I'd love to go. If you really want me to, that is," I murmured. Eric rolled his eyes before grinning excitedly. "Obviously. So can Alice go?" I shook my head sadly. "No, she can't. She'll be busy that day." "Ah, that's too bad. But don't worry, we'll keep you company. It'll be great, you'll see." He seemed genuinely enthusiastic about it, which actually put a smile on my face. "So what day have you guys decided?" I inquired. "Sunday," he replied. Ben went and looked it up online and found that the weather will be perfect that day. No wind, just sun and more sun. Great for going surfing or swimming, I'd say. "Do you know how to surf?" I laughed quietly. "No, Eric. Have you seen me walk? I trip over thin air half the time. I couldn't imagine the injuries I'd get if I tried to go surfing, and I know Alice wouldn't like it either." "No, I think I'll just take a walk or wade in the water. I don't mind watching you guys surf, though." "PFF'd, are you kidding me? We won't leave you all by yourself. Besides, only Katie and I are the surfers of the group. Ben and Angela have tried, but they aren't all that good. Plus, Angela and her glasses and all make it kind of hard. She'll probably wear contacts, though. I've been trying to talk her into getting some cool colored contacts, like your family has, you know." "Say, how come you don't wear contacts?" I blinked, confused by his words. "Contacts? What? Oh, they're eye color. I forgot that gold isn't really a natural eye color. But my eyes aren't gold because I'm not a vampire." "Whoops. Oh, yeah, mine just haven't come in yet," I lied, sounding surprisingly convincing. "The workers at the company that make them are having a strike right now because of unfair pay, so I won't be able to get mine for another few months, if anything." "Bummer," Eric said, frowning. "Yeah, it stinks. But I'll lie. Alice lets me borrow hers from time to time, actually, just so I won't feel left out," I said, smiling reassuringly at him. I was amazed at how smoothly that had gone. Usually whenever I tried to lie, it didn't work. I mean, Alice and I had just gotten done talking about how I stunk at acting, yet here I was able to pull it off. Weird. Maybe being around the Cullens is starting to rub off on me in more ways than one. I mean, literally. "So does Sunday work for you?" he asked. I nodded. Yeah, but I need to know the time and the, place. Well, we were thinking 12:30 or so. As for place, it's the big beach reservation on the west side of Forks. If you'd like, we can give you a lift over there. I considered that for a moment before realizing that Alice would not like that at all. She'd get jealous over it and I didn't want her to get jealous. But with the way they were acting concerning the whole La Push thing, I doubted they'd want to drive me. Decisions. I'll check in on that. Can I get back to you later? I asked. Of course, he replied, smiling. No rush. Angela can give you her number in our next class and you can text her about it when you have your answer. That works. Class began then, though I was actually feeling pretty good. Having the chance to have friends was something I never got before, so it was nice now that I was finally getting that chance. I did wonder if my change would be a problem, but I vowed to keep it in check. I couldn't risk losing any friends or causing any problems for my family. That was unacceptable. I didn't say anything more to Eric for the rest of class, though there was a comfortable silence between us. Once class ended we chatted a bit more concerning the La Push trip. I didn't mention to him that I didn't have a bathing suit, though I knew that Alice would somehow fix that relatively fast, nor did I mention how jealous she got whenever I talked with him. I knew that she was only doing what her instincts told her, so I wasn't mad or anything. I did wish that she would learn to control them better, but whatever. Angela was pleased to hear that I was going when I talked with her in my next class. We exchanged cell phone numbers and I promised I'd text her with my answer later tonight. She was even more excited that I was going than Eric was and expressed hope that I would get a better chance to spend time with Katie and Ben. I was quite happy when the bell rang. I practically fell running out the door, but Angela was able to catch me. She giggled quietly before waving to me as I took off, eager to be with Alice and the others. She was waiting near the entrance to the cafeteria with open arms, which were soon enveloped around me in a warm hug. After we'd finished, the two of us walked off to our table, sitting down in our usual spots, a tray of food for me already waiting. I smiled and greeted my siblings before eating my food, relaxing next to Alice as she played with my hair. Once I'd finished my food, though, I knew I had to ask. Hey, Alice, I asked softly, wrapping one arm around her. Her eyes glazed over for a moment, likely getting a vision of what it was I was going to ask. Once her eyes returned to normal, she frowned. I don't like that idea. I think it's a good idea, Edward disagreed. Alice shot him a glare. Well, I don't, she hissed. What if you drove me over to her house? That way you would still drive me, but it wouldn't cause a problem. I offered. Alice opened her mouth to respond, but closed it shut and actually seemed to consider that. What's going on, now? Emmett asked curiously. They're just planning out Bella's beach trip, Edward said with mild hesitation. Rosalie snorted while Emmett nodded in understanding. Jasper and Amara were silent, though I could tell by Amara's eyes that she didn't like the idea of me going to La Push. Fine, Alice sighed. But if she touches you. Alice, she has a boyfriend, I interjected. She pouted adorably for a moment before getting hit by another vision. When she came out of it, she had a devilish smile on her face. Edward's lips curled into an amused smirk as well. I was confused at first when I remembered thinking about swimsuits earlier. The glint in Edward's eyes told me I was correct. I groaned internally, but secretly pondered the idea of seeing Alice in a bikini. Now that would be a treat. Edward guffawed for a good few minutes before the lunch bell rang and all of us were off. Even though Alice and I walked off holding hands, she refused to say anything about her last vision. I sighed as we walked into biology together. Biology wasn't much fun, truthfully, because I spent most of it dreading what was to come next in PE. Before I knew it, the bell had rung and we were on our way to PE. Dodgeball. Fun stuff. Not. Bella, it'll be fine, Alice soothed as we made our way towards the gym. I'll be there the whole time, I promise. I groaned uneasily. Playing dodgeball was bad enough on its own. While I was worried about it, truth be told, I was far more concerned with the people playing it. I knew without a shadow of a doubt that I would become the primary target for most people, the girls especially. We shared PE with Lauren, Jessica and their little bimbo friends, who all had it out for Alice and I, me especially. I also worried about Alice's control over her instincts, especially when most of the people she wasn't happy with, Mike included, were in our class. Was I nervous? Yes, very. Bella, if you'd like, I can take you to the nurse and make up an excuse to take you home early to get you out of PE, Alice offered. I was actually considering that for a moment, but shook my head. No, because then I'd be disappointing Esme, I sighed. Bella, you won't disappoint her by missing one class, Alice stated, shaking her head. If anything, she would understand completely why you wouldn't want to go. I understand, I do, so don't think anyone thinks less of you. I bit my lip and mulled it over. We were at the doorway to the locker room now and I had a choice to make. Go in there, change, and face my fears or run away from them. I couldn't just run away all the time. I'd been running away from things from far too long now and I sure as hell didn't want to keep it up. Not with the Cullens, my family, being brave and willing to face anything that came their way head on. This was a stupid game of dodgeball, not some murderous vampire out to get me, after all. I turned to Alice and saw her coming out of a vision, likely of my decision. She smiled at me. You don't have to do this, Bella, but if it's what you want, then I'm fine with it. And with that, we walked down the stairs into the locker room. I ignored the glares and jeers thrown my way and went over to my locker, Alice right next to me. We proceeded to change into our PE outfits, which for me consisted of black sweatpants and a short-sleeved gray shirt. Changing into different clothes wasn't a big deal since I slipped the sweats over my jeans and quickly switched shirts. Alice was already waiting in her attire by the time I had my sweats on. Show off, I muttered. Her lips curved into a smile, but she chose not to comment. Once I was done we both walked up the stairs together and into the gym itself, where most of the other students were already waiting. Mike Newton was there, standing with his friend Tyler Crowley and two other boys I didn't recognize. All of their eyes, save for Mike's, averted and stared at us as we made our way inside. Alice's eyes darkened in irritation, but she made no move to growl and snarl at them, thankfully. Our teacher, Coach Clapp, finally made his way into the gym from the boys' locker room as the remaining students filed in. Once everyone was present and our roll was taken, he cleared his throat and announced that today we would be playing a game of dodgeball. That earned a collection of groans, whining and grins of excitement from nearly half the class. I'm going to be separating all of you into two teams. When I call your name, please move to the side that your team is on, he announced. Then he started calling names at random order. It seemed like he had gotten the list made up right before he started class. That didn't sound good. It didn't take long for me to see that my initial fears were made true, only worse. Alice wasn't on my team, she was on the opposing team. When he made that announcement, my heart nearly dropped in my chest as I gaped at him. It took me a moment to realize what that meant. I turned to Alice and saw the same shell-shocked expression on her face. You didn't know? I asked. She shook her head and looked at me apologetically. I'm so sorry, she murmured. I bit my lip and ran a hand through my hair. It's fine. I guess he made a snap decision and that's why you didn't see it. Just try not to throw the ball too hard at me, okay? Her eyes widened into a look of sheer horror. I would never throw the ball at you, Bella. What are you talking about? Alice, you're kind of supposed to, though, I pointed out. She shook her head furiously. No, not at you. I'll aim for the other people on your team, but not you. And if someone tries to throw it at you, I'll stop them before they get a chance, I promise you that now. I smiled appreciatively at her. Try not to do anything too rough, okay? I don't want you getting thrown out of the game or anything like that because you were trying to keep my A.S. safe. I'll do more than keep your A.S. safe, sweetie, she cooed, pecking me on the cheek. Coach Clapp told everyone to get to their sides now. Alice begrudgingly did as commanded and trotted over to the opposite side as I walked over to mine. I was silently cursing Coach Clapp in my head, damning him for 1,000 years for making us play this vile game and even more so for keeping Alice and I separated. That was when I turned around and made another startling realization that made me loathe this day even more. All of the people who hated me most were on the opposite team. Lauren Mallory and her bimbo brigade entourage, plus Mike Newton and a few of his beaked, dickwad friends were all on the same team as Alice. And I knew right away from the evil gleam in Lauren's eyes that I was her primary target. God, she really hated me. I could tell no one on my team was particularly fond of me, either. Several disgruntled girls and a few wary boys all glanced at me a few times, whispering amongst themselves. I didn't hear nor try to hear them yak, since I just wanted to get this over with. I took several steps back, keeping my eyes trained on the people I knew would try and pelt me with dodgeballs, and waited for the whistle to be blown for the game to start. Coach Clapp brought the whistle to his lips, hesitated for a moment, then blew it. I silently vowed to shove that thing down his throat if he ever did this again, as everyone, save for me, ran towards the line of balls waiting to be picked up and thrown. In a matter of seconds, 2 dodgeballs were flying through the air, both aimed at me. I am not the most graceful person, nor am I the best at hand-eye coordination. But one thing I am good at, amazingly enough, is dodging things. I managed to sidestep the first ball and ducked under the second, narrowly avoiding it. I grabbed them both off the ground and tossed one over to anyone on my team with empty hands while actually attempting to throw the other one. I aimed for the first person I saw, cocked my right arm back and then let it loose with as much power as I could muster. My target caught sight of the ball and managed to avoid it in time, though in truth I wasn't even aiming to get them out. I caught sight of Alice gracefully dodging a ball flying towards her, grabbing it mid-spin and throwing it right back at the person who had thrown it. And they, for lack of a better phrase, didn't even see it coming. That was the first person to get out. Another ball flew at me, which I barely managed to avoid. Lauren. Of course she would be the one throwing them. Her eyes were focused on me with a glare that basically said, "I'm going to knock your ass out, Dyke," as she moved around trying to grab another ball to throw. Out of the corner of my eye I saw Alice shooting daggers at Lauren, curling her lip back in fury. By better watch out is all I have to say. My attention was diverted when something round was coming towards my head. I whipped my head around just in time to see a ball flying at it, and somehow I managed to duck under it. That, however, was followed by me slipping and falling on my ass, earning a few stray bits of laughter from both sides. The boy a few feet away from me, who had laughed harder than necessary, was quickly nailed in the gut by a ball. He clutched his stomach in pain and lurched over to catch his breath as he slowly trudged over to the outside. Alice, of course, was the one who had thrown it, glaring after the boy before switching her attention to avoiding not one but 2 balls at once. She gracefully sidestepped both balls with ease, again making me marvel how fluid her movements were. Something caught my attention to my side. I turned and saw one of the girls on my team smirking and aiming a ball at Alice before slinging it her way when her back was turned. That act pissed me off. Who the K does she think she is, throwing a ball at my Alice like that? Her back was turned, for God's sakes. By my mind suddenly screamed at me to turn around, which I did. Another ball, whizzing through the air at me. I was starting to get sick and tired of them throwing balls at me all the damn time. My team was practically full. I felt the rage seeping through me, and before I'd known it, my left hand had shot out and grabbed the ball. Without hesitation, I cocked my arm back and flung that ball, straight at the first person I saw. And this time, I hit my mark. Mike Newton was on the ground in an instant as the ball careened his lower stomach, coming dangerously close to the area that I had actually been aiming for. I smirked in satisfaction as he toppled to the ground, Jessica squealing and running over to him like he was on fire. Of course, my victory was short-lived, since the moment I turned around my vision went black as I toppled to the ground. I heard a loud snarl tear through the room before I felt cool hands touching my cheeks. I blinked several times as I came out of the darkness to see Alice staring down at me, her dark gold eyes smoldering with worry and concern. It took me a moment to realize that I had been hit in the face. Lauren had gotten her wish after all. Ow, I groaned, my face, nose especially, throbbing. Alice whimpered and pressed her forehead to mine, reacting to my injury the way she normally did. I'm okay, Allie. Go on and get back to your side. I'll be fine. She helped me to my feet before disdainfully walking back to her side. The teacher had been too preoccupied with other things to even notice, looking up only after I'd been hit. I started towards the outside, trying to avoid the people on my team. Apparently I hadn't taken into account that the other team didn't plan on avoiding me, though. Inches away from that line, the one where I would be safe, a ball slammed into my right leg, causing me to fall over. I managed to land on my forearms, but the pain was no less severe. I winced at the pain and squirmed to my feet, not failing to hear the growl from Alice. I finally made it over the safe line and plopped down on my seat, rubbing my arms and knees as they surged with pain. At least now I didn't have to worry about being hit. Instead, I was free to watch Alice. And watch her I did. She danced about her side of the room, avoiding balls left and right. I could tell all the way over here that her eyes were black, but she seemed to be able to control herself as she continually dodged flying balls. Her teammates, if you could call them that, paid no attention to her as they threw ball after ball at my side. Some of the people on my side were able to catch the balls being thrown, allowing for past eliminated players to return. With Alice, however, that didn't last long. She caught the balls more times than one, eliminating my teammates and allowing hers to return to action. Soon the numbers were in her team's hands as only half of my team still remained in place. Balls began zigzagging back and forth as people ran around, ducking, jumping, shouting and doing anything else to avoid getting out. Some were caught, while some were dropped and others just hit their target and nothing more. I caught sight of Lauren and Jessica glaring at me, their eyes telling me they wished I was fair game for them to hit. Then they blinked and looked at each other before a smile formed on their lips. At first, I was confused. I glanced over and found that Coach Clapp wasn't sitting where he had been. He was over in the corner, talking to someone, not even paying attention to what was going on. He had his aide running the show. And his aide happened to hate me too. Oh, F.K. That can't be good. And it wasn't. Those two grabbed onto a dodgeball and prepared to throw them at me. Alice, however, reacted faster than they could and tackled them both to the ground, causing them to drop the balls they had been holding onto. She was off them in an instant, glaring scathingly at them, enough to frighten the two bimbos. Not even Lauren had the guts to glare back. Perhaps the funniest part was that, as they started to stand, someone from my team actually nailed Lauren in the head, causing her to drop back down. Jessica went to check on her and was hit seconds later, getting her out too. I tried hard not to laugh as they moped and limped over to the outside, their pride clearly more wounded than they were. I shot Alice a thankful smile, which she returned before ducking under a ball aimed at her head. As the game went on, it actually became more intense. People were moving faster, balls were being thrown harder and Alice, surprisingly, was getting her head into the game. Without me to worry about, it seemed, she was actually starting to look like she was enjoying herself. I couldn't help grinning at the devilish smirk that came onto her face as she played, dodging and throwing balls left and right. It was fun to watch her, actually. At the time, I thought that Alice's team would surely win because of her. However, some of my teammates surprised me by being better than I'd thought. Even with the numbers stacked against them, they managed to catch balls that were thrown and get a few people out. Eventually it came down to where I was the next person who would be getting in if someone on my team managed to catch a ball. I prayed they wouldn't, but that went down the drain seconds later. With a groan, I got off my seat and quickly walked over to my team, moving behind them so that I wouldn't have to worry about being hit quite yet. Now things were becoming serious for both sides, especially because of the numbers game. Alice's side had the advantage. Number 1, they had her. Number 2, they had 11 to the 6 people on my side. It wasn't looking good, especially since as soon as I started to think about it, someone from my team was eliminated, dropping our number to 5. Shit. Balls began flying everywhere again. I had to keep my eyes peeled as I dodged and avoided the balls thrown at me while unsuccessfully trying to grab them. My team was struggling to do the same, but they were actually succeeding where I was failing. 2 of them tossed a ball and nailed 2 people on the opposite team, dropping their number to 9. However, one of those 2 got out seconds later thanks in part to Alice. The ball that had hit her rolled towards me, so I instinctively ran towards it. I felt a ball nearly hit my head as I ducked and grabbed the one. Rolling and, without thinking, threw the damn thing. I didn't realize that I had aimed for Alice. I cupped my mouth in horror at what I'd done, but she didn't seem too bothered by it. She merely smiled, shrugged and dodged it. I knew could have grabbed it if she wanted to, but she chose not to. The next 2 minutes were spent of my team trying to stay alive while I tried not to get hit or fall. My heart was pounding and my body was covered in sweat, the same as everyone else save for Alice, who couldn't sweat. I worried about what this was doing to her, though, and looked over to check on her. Her eyes were jet black, but she didn't seem to be showcasing thirst or pain. In fact, she seemed to be enjoying herself. Another minute and the numbers of the game had changed altogether. Now there were 5 people on my team, me included. And only one person on the other team, Alice. I felt terrified. Not only that, but I felt a surge of need. The need to protect Alice from the other 4 people that would try and hurt her. Even though I knew deep down that nothing they did would hurt her physically, the thought of them trying still irritated me. It had before too, but there had been other targets. Now it was just her. I didn't like that. Alice readied herself as the 4 of them grabbed onto a ball to throw. I didn't, of course, and merely watched with clenched fists as they threw the balls at her. Alice smirked and dodged every last one of them, waiting for them to hit the floor before she started to grab them. In a matter of seconds I watched as she spun around and tossed each ball back, hitting each of the 4 people on my team, surprising them each time. She was about to let loose the last ball in her hand when she realized that I was the only one remaining. And then she stopped, dead in her tracks, her eyes widening. Alice hesitated. I could see that she didn't want to throw the ball at me, even though I was silently pleading her to, just to end this stupid game. But she didn't. I stared into her eyes, uncertain of what to do. She gave me a look that told me to move away, so I did. I moved forwards and watched as the ball flew by where I had been standing. I heard some booing from the stands as the other students watched on. Alice paid them no mind and instead seemed to struggle with what to do. I grabbed onto a ball that was near my feet and hesitated as I turned towards her. Our eyes met again. I grimaced. I didn't want to throw it at her. It wasn't that I was afraid of hurting her, it was just this subconscious urge telling me not to over and over again. But I didn't have a choice, though, so I ignored the urges and threw it anyways. Alice dodged it with ease and grabbed another one, that same look from before on her face. I moved. She threw. She missed. This repeated itself several times. My legs were starting to hurt from all my running though, and I was quickly losing my breath. I wanted this to end. Initially, I intended just to let Alice hit me so that it would be over with. However, my plan was cut short when I slipped on the floor and fell on the ground, ramming my face against it and landing awkwardly on my right wrist. The impact sent a searing pain into my hand and face, causing me to whimper. That got most of the class to laugh, since clearly my agony was the funniest thing in the world in their eyes. Seconds later I felt cold hands touching me and looked up to see that Alice was by my side again, reacting to my injury. Her hands wrapped around my wrist and started to gently massage it while she pressed her forehead to mine, nuzzling me affectionately. "Thank you, Alice. I'm okay," I whispered, touching her cheek with my other hand. She didn't respond, her body beginning to vibrate instead as she continued to nuzzle me. Then that humming noise started emanating from her as she purred, like it had in the forest that day. I felt strangely at peace while she did this, forgetting the pain I felt, forgetting the others around us, forgetting that we were still in class together. It was an odd, yet welcome sense of tranquility. Suddenly she stopped and snarled, spinning around to catch a ball that was flying our way that I hadn't even seen coming. With a hiss she threw the ball back at the person who had thrown it, hitting that person, Tyler Crowley, in his lower area full force. Tyler let out a loud gasp before dropping to the ground, causing everyone else to erupt into laughter. She glared after him for a moment before returning her worried eyes to me. "I'm fine, really Alice," I said, moving my wrist around to show her. She didn't respond again, but she did release my wrist and help me stand up. "Thank you." Alice blinked several times, a bit of color returning to her eyes as she scanned me over. "You're certain you're all right?" she asked. I nodded. "Yeah, I'm fine." Coach Clapp called the class to order at that moment and, because Alice stepped over the line, she was eliminated. Thus, my team won. Most of the others celebrated, but I didn't bother with it and walked with Alice down to the locker room to change. I noticed Alice's body was stiff as she walked and that her eyes were still dark in color. "Are you doing okay, Alice?" I asked softly as we made it to our lockers. We were the only ones in the room at the moment. "I'm fine," she stammered as she hurriedly changed into her normal clothes. I looked at her concernedly before sighing and pulling my shirt off. I wasn't as uncomfortable changing with just Alice around. Even though I was still a little embarrassed, she'd seen me that way before. And truth be told, I got used to being comfortable with Alice fast naturally. I used my shirt to dab up my wet face and, out of curiosity, sniffed my shirt. This stinks, I grumbled. It was amazing how only a few days could make a shirt smell this bad. I bet Alice's shirt smells fantastic. Lucky vampires. I guess I should pack it with me and ask Esme to wash them. I sighed and stuffed it into my backpack before slipping my sweats off and putting them in too. I prepared to grab my shirt, when an odd noise caught my attention. I stopped and glanced to my left to see Alice staring at me with wide black eyes. My cheeks turned red as she slowly studied my body. This was the second time she'd done this, but not in a place as open as this. Alice. She was in front of me in an instant. My God, Bella. You are so why, she purred. Alice, wah. Before I could even react to it, Alice had me up against the lockers, her hands pinning my shoulders to the cold steel. That action completely surprised me as she pressed her nose to the base of my neck and breathed in, eliciting a moan from her lips. She repeated this several times, moving her nose upwards and breathing in and out. God, Bella, she moaned. You smell so good. I wasn't certain how to react. Part of me felt thrilled, part of me was embarrassed and part of me was worried. I recalled that time in the car when she had done this, which only caused her to attack me. While that fear still existed, I held within my heart the belief that Alice wouldn't let that happen. Her maternal instincts, if anything, would kick in and prevent her from it. Right. Alice's body was vibrating as she smelled me. You have no idea how good you smell, Bella, she murmured. And your sweat. It just makes you smell so damn good. She looked at me then, her eyes pitch black. Bella, she breathed, clenching her jaw. Easy, Alice, I murmured. I could see the growing distress in her eyes. She leaned in and sniffed me again, moaning quietly as she did. Then she forced herself back and bit her lip, shutting her eyes as she struggled to fight off her urges. I'm sorry, she squeaked. You smell good. Sweat too much. Go, I whispered. She looked at me sadly before nodding and, after grabbing her things, ran out of the locker room at a slightly faster than human pace. Once she was out of sight, I let out the breath that I'd been holding in, relaxing against the lockers. I took a few deep breaths to ease myself, a flash flood of emotions and thoughts surging through my mind as I did. I didn't know what the hell had just happened or what had almost just happened, though I had an idea. I figured that being surrounded by people moving around a lot was a lot of trouble for Alice, especially when she was already affected by my naturally appealing scent. Add in the multitude of beating hearts and the allure of sweat to her and she must have been in a mass of pain just trying to keep her control. I think being down here with me meant being next to a constant source, so she must have finally reached her limitations. Poor Alice, I hope she's okay. Realizing that I had yet put my shirt on, I blushed profusely before hurriedly slipping it on. With that done, I decided it was best to get out of here before. Well, look who's all alone. F.K. I turned and saw Lauren and her bimbo brigade, Jessica and Amber, all glaring at me. There were now 3 other girls standing with them with the same looks. I recognized them as Tina, Bridget and Allison, all girls who hung around with Lauren on a regular basis. And of course, all of them had it out for me. Lauren stepped towards me, a look of disgust on her face. Where's your little freak protector at? She asked snidely. I narrowed my eyes. Don't call her that, I hissed. I didn't fail to notice Jessica twitch. Amber scoffed. What are you going to do about it? The other girls moved forward and around to block off any way of escaping. They were surrounding me. I didn't like this. I wasn't a fighter naturally, but I knew how to defend myself if need be. The problem, of course, is that it's 1 against 6. I can take maybe 3 of them, since most of them don't look like they know how to fight. But 6? Shit, this isn't looking good. We don't like having you here in our school, Dyke, Jessica growled. She was trying to act threatening, but failing miserably. Not only was she incredibly short compared to me, but she couldn't even sound threatening. We want you gone, Tina added. You and your weirdo family, Bridget piped. They were all closer to me, now. Lauren stood in front of me, Tina, Bridget and Amber to my right and Jessica and Allison to my left. I clenched my fists, my eyes darting from each of them, waiting to see what they would do. We're gonna teach you a lesson, bye, ch. Then you and your family will get that you aren't wanted here, Lauren sneered. I licked my lips. F.K.U., whore. You can't make us do shit. Ooh, big words coming from a girl who's sorely outnumbered, squawked Allison. You think your little girlfriend is going to save you? She's long gone. She probably ran away from you, Jessica scoffed. I ground my teeth together, feeling the anger slowly building. I saw her neck, the small bandage covering where I'd bitten her before. It was still a fresh wound. Bite her. Tear into her. Make her suffer. I cringed and fought back the urge to leap at her, trying to keep the vortex of emotions whirling within me at bay. Stupid venom giving me stupid vampire urges. Ah, are you gonna cry? Amber asked in a mocking voice. I gritted my teeth, but kept myself from releasing the growl that wanted to be let out. Did she leave you? Is that why she ran out of here so fast? Lauren asked. See, you can't even get the freak to stay with you. Okay. That's it. I snapped my left hand forward and caught her in the chin, causing her to topple backwards. Jessica shrieked while the other girls all watched in surprise. Then they reacted. Allison, Amber, Bridget and Tina all leapt towards me with their hands outstretched, trying to grab me. I snarled and lashed out as best I could, kicking Amber in the chest and backhanding Tina, at the very least, before being slammed into the lockers by the other two. Lauren was on her feet now looking furious. You stupid ch. She screamed. Her right hand smashed into my cheek, knocking me down to the ground. I couldn't react in time and in seconds the other girls had me ensnared in their tight grips. Tina grabbed the back of my head, Allison my right arm, Amber the left. Jessica and Bridget both stomped on my feet and held my legs in place. Let me go, I snarled, writhing around to free myself from their grips. Shut up, Lauren snapped, smacking me across the face. How dare you strike me, you disgusting lesbo. The other girls thrust me back into the lockers. Lauren struck me across the face again. You like that? Huh, you like that, you stupid ch. Lauren hissed through her teeth. Stop, I pleaded. Their grips tightened on me. I winced at the pain and struggled to break free, only to receive another sharp blow from Lauren, who was smirking in cruel satisfaction. Please, stop it, stop. My pleas fell on deaf ears as they only laughed in my face. I was feeling overwhelming anger. Not only that, but another feeling, one I couldn't place. We'll teach you. The girls jeered. I closed my eyes, fighting back the tears as another blow hit me. I said stop. I screamed. Suddenly all of the girls surrounding me were thrown backwards. I blinked. What the f*k? What just happened? One moment they have me pinned, the next they're all on the floor. I didn't understand what had happened. I didn't get a chance to think either since the girls were all standing, dazed and confused themselves. What the f*k? Amber cursed. What just happened? I don't know, groaned Jessica. Who cares? Lauren hissed. She jabbed her finger at me. Get her. Shit. I tried to make a dash for it, but ended up tripping and falling to the floor. The other girls started swarming around me, grabbing me to throw me back where I had been before. Lauren was about to say something when a feral roar tore through the entire room, causing all heads to turn to the entrance to the locker room. Alice. No, not just Alice. Rosalie and Amara, too, all three of them with black eyes and angry glares. Before anyone could even blink, Alice was in front of me, slamming her left fist into Lauren's chest. She let out a quiet gasp before flying backwards, hitting the ground and rolling around a few times before stopping. Rosalie and Amara were right next to her, grabbing and throwing the other girls off of me. Jessica squealed like a frightened kitten and tried to run away, but Alice grabbed onto her shirt and pulled her closer. She curled back her upper lip and snarled before throwing Jessica like a rag doll into Lauren, who started to stagger to her feet. I heard the moans and groans of the other girls as they all staggered to their feet. I think these little shits need to be taught a lesson, Rosalie hissed. I agree, Amara growled. In a flash they each blurred over to two of the girls and grabbed onto them before dragging them off. I stared after, fearful of what they had in mind. Then again, I knew they wouldn't do anything to jeopardize their family. And they seemed to be in more control than Alice was. Oh, Alice. Alice looked like she was about ready to rip Lauren and Jessica's heads off. Alice, don't, I said softly. She whipped her head around to look at me. I watched her eyes widen in pain and fury before she let out another loud snarl and started walking towards the two downed owned, fists quivering next to her sides. Alice, no, I shouted. They aren't worth it. It wasn't working. She wasn't listening to me. I was about to shout again when I heard the sounds of screaming coming down the hallway, likely from whatever it was Rosalie and Amara were doing to those girls. I shuddered at the thought and chanced a glance in that direction. A moment later, the four girls ran out of the hallway, screaming and covering their heads. I gasped when I saw what had happened. They'd gotten their heads shaved. I would have laughed were I not worried about Alice. She was now at Jessica and Lauren, grabbing them both roughly and lifting them both up. I ran towards her, trying to stop her from causing them any harm. Yeah, ironic isn't it? I didn't get a chance to reach her, though, because a felt two cold hands gently stopped me. Don't, Rosalie warned, speaking softer than I'd ever heard before. If you approach her, you'll only cause her instincts to flare out of control. She hasn't lost it yet. I turned and merely watched on. You, Alice snarled, glaring at Jessica. Leave, now. I was surprised at that, as equally surprised as Jessica was. It didn't take long for her to react, though, because seconds later she booked it out of the locker room, not even bothering to look back. Lauren was quivering madly as Alice let out a very low hiss. You have insulted my family. You have insulted me. But worse, you dare touch Mabella. Now you listen and you listen good, you stupid, close-minded piece of shit. If you ever touch her again, if you ever insult her or any one of my family again, if you so much as glare at her again, I will break you. Do you understand? Alice asked, her voice laced with venom. Why yes, she whimpered. Good, Alice hissed. Because if you ever lay AF king finger on her, I will make you regret it. Now leave. She released Lauren and in a flash the owned skittered off. Alice didn't move from her spot at first, standing still like a statue for a few minutes. Rosalie removed her hand from my shoulder and sighed quietly. I glanced at her and Amara. They were tense, that much I could see, and neither seemed to be too happy. Rosalie noticed my puzzled expression and reached into her pocket to pull out a small mirror. Do you know why she's so upset? She asked. I shook my head. She opened the mirror and handed it to me. I opened it and nearly gasped when I saw the large bruises on my cheeks left over from Lauren. That's why. Stupid little shit deserved worse, Amara grumbled. Alice turned and walked towards me, her face soft and full of sorrow and concern. She gently touched my cheeks as she gazed into my eyes, conveying her remorse for me getting hurt. I pressed my forehead against hers and placed my hands on hers, rubbing them with my thumbs. We should go, Rosalie grunted. Alice closed her eyes and pulled her hands away. Yes, we should. She looped her left arm around my waist and pulled me with her as the four of us made our way up the stairs to exit the locker room. Once we were out, I saw the other girls, who watched us with gaping eyes. They didn't move or speak, they just gaped. Rosalie snorted next to me. Ah, the smell of sweaty teenagers. Too strong, Amara muttered. Alice grunted in agreement as we left the building altogether. I didn't see Lauren or Jessica or any of the other girls as we all speedily walked to the parking lot. Something caught my attention to my left and, when I turned, I was stunned when I saw a group of boys hanging by their underwear from several tree limbs. What's more, I recognized them from my PE class, Mike Newton and Tyler Crowley included. What the hell? They were making some lewd comments, so we decided to teach them a lesson. I knew that voice. Edward, Jasper and Emmett were all waiting near the cars. Their eyes all widened when they saw me. Emmett ground his teeth together, his face contorting into one of anger. Edward frowned disdainfully and clenched his fists. Jasper was as irritated as they were, but was doing what he could to calm them down. What happened? Emmett asked. Later, hissed Alice. Home now. Esme's not going to like this, Jasper murmured, shaking his head. I cringed when I remembered what Alice had told me earlier. Esme would be livid, and that wasn't something I was looking forward to. Alice practically carried me to her car. She opened the door and placed me inside, even doing my seatbelt for me before she blurred over to her side and got in. Edward decided to carpool with the others, since being around Alice was a bad idea. I asked him why, to which he told me he'd explain it later. I was silent as Alice started the engine and drove off. Our drive home was silent. I could tell just by looking that Alice was still seething. Everything about her posture, her eyes especially, was tense as she drove, just barely able to keep her attention on the road. I didn't say anything. I was too scared to. I felt Alice's gaze on me constantly as she drove. I glanced over at her when her eyes met mine. I could see them smoldering with love and affection, but also with sorrow, pain and fury, the same emotions I'd seen at school, only intensified. She didn't say anything, though. Not even when we pulled into the driveway. Alice blurred from out of the car and pulled me from my seat before wrapping an arm around me to take me inside. In a flash I saw Esme standing in the doorway, the smile she had on her face dropping instantly when she caught sight of me. "What happened?" she asked, appearing in front of us in an instant. Her cool hands gently touched my cheeks, her eyes smoldering the same way as Alice's. Alice tensed up next to me. "Those cretins attacked her," she ground out, her rage seeping through each word. Esme's eyes darkened intensely. "They what?" she snarled. I cringed at her dangerous tone and started thinking of how to tone the situation down. I didn't want Esme to get upset, that was for damn sure. "It was nothing, Esme. I just got into a bit of a scuffle with a few girls." "No big deal." My mother narrowed her eyes at me and shook her head furiously. "No big deal. Someone hurt my child. That is a very big deal to me." Her eyes now mirrored Alice's, but there was something else in them. I remembered what Alice had told me earlier about Esme's maternal instincts and how protective of her children she was. An image of an angry Esme tearing off the heads of all 6 girls flashed through my mind. I shuddered at it. "Tell me what happened," Esme stated, grasping my shoulders. I was surprised by the gentleness in both her voice and her grip, despite the underlying fury in her tone. I was at least glad that she was able to maintain some of her natural Esme-ness. Despite the fact that I was rather terrified of the results, I knew that I couldn't say no to her. So I told her everything that had happened, excluding that small thing with Alice. I told her what the girls said and did, trying hard to tone it down, but failing miserably. I just could not bring myself to lie to Esme, no matter what the consequences were. I looked at the ground as I finished, fearful of what I would see in Esme's eyes. I had a very bad feeling about what was going to end up happening. And sometimes, I really hate when I'm right. Esme stared blankly for a moment before curling back her lip and letting loose a vicious, guttural roar that rang through the surrounding forests. The sound was frightening beyond anything I'd ever heard before, making me jump practically 5 feet in the air. Alice pulled me protectively into her arms and let out a loud hiss at her mother, angered that she had frightened me. Esme hissed right back, baring her teeth at her daughter. The two of them glared at one another with coal-black eyes while I trembled in Alice's arms like a frightened child. Okay, I was a frightened child. I had thought I'd seen Esme angry before when Alice and Rosalie had been fighting. Yeah, that was nothing compared to the murderous rage reflected in her eyes. Esme's eyes flickered to me, taking in the sight slowly. Gradually understanding began to dawn on her. Then the recognition. Her face softened, forming an apologetic look as she bowed her head slightly at Alice. Alice stopped hissing and repeated the gesture before loosening her arms. After a moment, Esme closed her eyes, concentrating on something. When she reopened them, they were no different from before, save for a small glint of remorse. "I'm sorry, Bella," she murmured, shaking her head. "I did not mean to frighten you. I need to get this out, though." "It's okay," I replied, still holding on to Alice. Alice pulled me back into her arms and took several steps away from Esme, who seemed to tremble with growing fury. The others pulled up then, coming to a complete stop in an instant when they saw their mother. I had a feeling Esme was going to blow, so I ducked my head into Alice's chest, breathing her scent into ease. "Those worthless maggots," Esme roared. "How dare they strike my child? I have had enough of this bullshit. No one harms my child and gets away with it, no one. I will not stand for this. I will tear their putrid heads off." Esme let out another snarl and in flash slammed her fist against a nearby tree. The trunk of the tree shattered instantly as it toppled over, ramming into another tree. She repeated this and demolished 4 more trees in her rage. Alice stood still like a statue, watching Esme's every movement with wary eyes. The others were out of the car and standing around us, looking on with various facial expressions. The most surprising of them was the smile on Rosalie's face. I love when she's like this, Rosalie said, smirking. Perhaps I should try to calm her. Jasper pondered out loud. Maybe you should just let her anger run its course, Edward suggested. She isn't thinking straight right now. Dude, Emmett breathed. I haven't seen her this angry in a while. I blinked and glanced back in the direction Esme had been going. I couldn't see her anymore, but by the thunderous sounds in the distance I could tell she was still in her frenzy. I hoped that she would be okay. Then I remembered Alice and looked up at her. Her eyes were still watching the direction Esme was in. Alice. She didn't respond. She didn't even seem to register that I'd said her name. The others all looked at her cautiously. She needs to hunt, Amara stated. Her eyes flickered to me for a moment. Don't approach her yet, Edward whispered. She's in protective mode. If we get too close, she'll think we're the enemy. What do we do, then? Emmett asked, just as quiet. We can't leave Bella with her when she's like this, Amara pointed out. I gulped as they all exchanged silent looks with one another. Was I really in danger with Alice being like this? I started to worry, which made me tense up in Alice's arms. She noticed this and stared at me with a blank expression. I couldn't read her eyes, so I didn't know what to do or say to get her to relax. That only made me worry more. Alice, Jasper called. Alice, will you look at me? Alice inclined her head towards her brother, who gazed at her placidly. You need to hunt, Alice. You aren't in control of yourself right now. His words were calm and gentle. I could feel waves of those two emotions flowing off of him as he spoke, likely to try and get Alice to understand his meaning. She glared at him, obviously not trusting his words. Alice, trust us. We will look after Bella. She will be safe with us. You need to clear your head and hunt, Edward stated, using the same tone that Jasper had. Her eyes moved to meet his, then back to Jasper's, then to mine. I nodded my head, trying to convey that they were telling her the truth. She hesitated for a moment before reluctantly releasing me from her arms. Emmett and I will take her, Rosalie announced. Come on, Alice. Alice blinked, looking between Rosalie and I a few times, before sighing in defeat and following her sister as they sprinted into the woods. Emmett smiled reassuringly at me before following after them, disappearing in seconds. That left Jasper, Amara, Edward and I, standing awkwardly a few feet away from our house. I stared in the direction that Alice had gone in before running a hand through my hair. A wave of exhaustion crashed into me as all the day's events came back. My body, my legs especially, felt weak and I started falling backwards. I was caught, however, by Jasper, who helped steady me back up. You okay, Bella? Amara asked concernedly. She's exhausted, Jasper replied. The day's events must have really worn you down. May I offer my assistance in carrying you into the house? I smiled. Yes, sir, that'd be appreciated. He chuckled merrily at that before scooping me into his arms and carrying me inside, Amara and Edward trailing behind. Jasper gently placed me on the couch, being sure to prop my head up on a pillow as he did. I smiled appreciatively at both him and his gentlemanly nature. He smiled back in kind before seating himself next to me. Amara sat in one of the armchairs while Edward remained standing, lost in thought as he ran a hand through his matted hair. Everyone was quiet. I felt tired, yes, but I wasn't sleepy. And I sure as hell couldn't just fall asleep after everything that had gone on today. Okay, pardon my language, but what the K was all that? I asked. My siblings all stared at me for a moment before looking at one another. There was a mixture of amusement and thoughtfulness among them before they decided to reply. Amara was the first to speak, smiling as she did. You make it sound as though using swear words is a bad thing, she snickered. I rolled my eyes. You know what I mean. You were referring to the situation with Esme, yes? Edward asked. I nodded. I imagine that Alice has told you a bit concerning Esme's attachment to us and how protective she is. I nodded again. Honestly, there isn't much else to explain. She was upset by what happened at school and she went off to blow off some steam. I've never seen her so angry before, I murmured, sitting upright. It's like a mother bear wanting to protect her cub. The fact that you were physically injured and that she wasn't there to do anything about it hurts her and angers her greatly. You've been hurt several times this past week and she's become fed up with that you've been treated, Bella. It is part of her nature to want to help you in any way, Jasper explained. It's instinct, Amara added. Oh. I furrowed my brow. I thought about Alice and Esme hissing at one another, then how they bowed their heads. I didn't understand that. Edward chose to respond. Alice was protecting you from Esme. She saw you become scared and her instinct told her that Esme was a threat, thus she needed to protect you from it. Esme's instinct was telling her to go to you in order to help you, but because Alice was there, they had a brief argument with one another. When they bowed their heads, that was a sign that Esme recognized Alice as your mate and that Alice recognized her as a non-threat. Though it would have been fun to see those two go at it, Amara snickered. Be a damn good fight. Amara, I hissed. She held her hands up in defense. I'm kidding, of course. Fighting Esme when she's like that is a bad idea, let me tell you. Not that I have done it, but we've all seen it before. I rubbed my temples, taking all of this in. Instinct, huh? Yup, Amara said, popping the P. I quietly sighed. Today had been a long day. A lot of new information added together with school drama, stupid girls and making plans. Oh, shit, I almost forgot about that. I needed to text Angela to tell her that I'd get a ride over to her place from Alice. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my cell phone, which was thankfully already on, and brought up Angela's number. I hit the text message option and start typing away. Hey Angela, it's Bella. Just thought I'd tell you that Alice will be giving me a ride to your place on Sunday. See you then. I clicked my phone shut and rested it on my lap, resting my head back against the couch to relax. Would you like something to eat? Jasper asked. I glanced at him curiously. He smiled. I'm no Esme in terms of knowing a lot about it, but I do know how to fix a basic meal. I've watched her in the past, mostly out of curiosity. Does a turkey sandwich sound okay? That would be fine, thank you, Jasper, I replied, smiling appreciatively at my gentlemanly brother. He stood up and blurred into the kitchen seconds later. Edward snorted. I'm just as much a gentleman as he is. Whatever you say, Eddie boy, Amara chortled. Jasper appeared in front of me, handing me a plate with a sandwich on it. I nodded in appreciation and took it from him. I started eating it as Jasper sat down, Edward and Amara both bickering with one another. I finished my food in a few minutes, smiling contentedly as I set the plate down on the table. The bickering had finally come to a stop, since neither Edward nor Amara was letting up. Jasper just sat there, smiling amusedly at them. How can you stand eating that crap? Amara asked out of the blue, looking at me confusedly. I shrugged. It tastes good to me, I replied. Amara scrunched up her nose. I think it stinks. I rolled my eyes. Now you sound like Alice. PFF'd. Please. Comparing that midget to me is like comparing a fish to a damn taco. I gawked at her. What? She cocked her head to the side. Is that not the right analogy? I don't think that is an analogy, Amara, Jasper chuckled. I blinked several times, giggling to myself at my sister's silliness, before standing up and stretching. My pants started to vibrate, which caught me off guard at first and made me jump a little. Then I remembered my cell phone was on inside, ignoring the amused looks my vampiric siblings were all giving me. It was a reply from Angela. That's good to hear, Bella. I'll see you then. I smiled at that and shut my phone off, slipping it back into my pocket for later on. I then made my way upstairs and into the bathroom, since I needed a human moment, as Alice called it. Once I'd taken care of that little problem, I figured that I would just rest for a moment. I'd had a long day, okay, it felt like a long day to me, so just kicking back seemed like a good enough idea to me. I walked into mine and Alice's room and kicked off my shoes before plopping down onto the bed, laying my head on the pillow and sighing quietly to myself. I thought about all that had happened in the past week. Meeting and falling in love with Alice. Being adopted into the Cullen family, a family that actually cares about me with a loving mother and father and siblings. Finding out that I'm becoming a vampire at a slow rate. Knowing that James and Victoria are on the horizon, plotting out their next moves to attack. Add in all the drama at school and the deal with Charlie, not to mention learning more about vampires and their ways, and that was my life in a nutshell. A knock on the door interrupted my thoughts. I sat up, confused as to who would be knocking. It's me, Bella, came Esme's voice from the other side. Come in, I said softly. Esme stepped into the room and gently shut the door behind her, slowly walking towards me. You know, this is kinda your house, Esme. You don't have to ask. She smiled softly at me. Well, I wanted to make sure I wasn't disturbing you. May I sit? I nodded. Of course. I scooted over and she sat down next to me, crossing her legs and turning so she was facing me. I'm terribly sorry for my actions earlier, Esme said softly, hanging her head. I should not have had an outburst like that and I'm truly sorry for scaring you. I was just angry. And I know that's no excuse for acting so uncivil. I always get on the other's cases for doing that, yet there I was doing the same. Again, Bella, I'm sorry. I touched her shoulders. Esme, it's okay. I understand, really, I do. You were upset that I was hurt. I don't blame you, I probably would have done the same in your place. Then again, with my temper I probably would have trashed Alice's car by mistake, which I know she wouldn't have liked. It's okay, though. I just, I like sweet, loving Esme, not angry, vicious Esme. Esme smiled warmly and opened her arms up. I didn't hesitate for a second and quickly jumped into her arms, resting my head on her left shoulder as she gave me a loving hug. I sighed happily, since I always loved hugging Esme. She was the second most huggable member of my family and in many ways the person I was closest to aside from Alice. After all, it had been Esme that I first met when I'd broken into their house and Esme who was quick to accept me as her daughter, even before they even adopted me. I snuggled into my mother and breathed her amazing scent in. It was then that I realized how little about Esme I knew. Hell, I didn't know much about Carlisle either. I wondered if she would be willing to share more about herself. I'm glad you aren't too upset with me, Esme said, dotting my cheek. She seemed totally fine with me sitting on her lap, which I thought was awesome. I just find it disgusting how people treat you. I don't understand it. Why is being gay such a big deal to younger people? It doesn't make sense to me. And then they go and act cruelly towards others because of it. It's ridiculous is what it is and shameful. Humans in this era, I swear. I sighed. I think some part of society has always been that way. She nodded her head. Yes, that is true. It was like that when I was your age too. Some things just never change. I looked at her curiously, sensing that there was more to be said on the subject. Esme noticed this and grinned. Would you like to hear my story, dear? I nodded enthusiastically. I always felt like a small child being read their favorite story whenever I learned more about the Cullens. Their pasts were so interesting to me. Esme took in a deep breath before she started to talk. You may not think it, but I used to be a lot more like you are, Bella. I used to be more outgoing when I was younger. I think, though, that I relate to you greatly because I too was bullied when I was in school the way that you are now. I gaped at that. What kind of sadistic people would ever hurt someone as loving as Esme? Allow me to explain, Esme said, smiling at my surprised expression. My father was the kind of man who believed that a woman was at her best cooking, cleaning and serving her husband and children. My mother was raised that way and thus, she felt the same way as well. She wanted to teach me how to cook and sew and clean so that I would be able to make my future husband happy. I didn't want that, though. I never wanted to sew or cook or clean. No, my passion was art. I loved to draw and paint in my spare time. I wanted to make a career out of it someday. She sighed, looking sad as she did so. Unfortunately, my parents tore that dream up. They told me that I wouldn't succeed and that I should just give up. They felt that I would be better suited following their rules in life. I was devastated at what they'd said, but I didn't stop altogether. No, I kept painting and drawing whenever they weren't around. It wasn't until I started high school that I developed another interest in building things. I have always been the type of person who loved to create, so the idea of building my own furniture excited me. But because I was a girl, people thought I was insane to want to do such a thing. So, naturally, I was teased for it at school. The other girls would always insult me, calling me queer and mockingly referring to me as a boy because of my interests. Boys would tease me too. Their teasing, combined with my parents' scrutiny, caused me to give up on my goals. I gave it all up because I lost my confidence, which was the worst mistake I could have ever made. I started following my parents' rules and ideals, learning how to clean and sew. I hated cooking, though, so I refused to learn how to do that. It's a bit ironic now, since I happen to love cooking. I find it so much fun and it's nice to get a chance to cook for someone each day. I laughed a little at that along with her, though I still felt horrible for what she'd gone through. It sounds like your parents were a lot like mine. I hesitated to say the word. I no longer considered Charlie and Renee my parents. They created me and nothing more in my eyes. Esme nodded, scowling at the mentioning of them. Indeed, they were. I loved them, though, and despite everything, they did love me. I'm so sorry you had to go through that, I murmured, dotting her on the cheek. It broke my heart to hear that had happened to her. Esme didn't deserve that. She smiled endearingly at me. Oh, Bella, you are too sweet. Really though, while a lot of the time it was hard for me, there were several good points. Such as the time when I was 16 and I fell from a tree. I used to love climbing trees because it always helped me escape from the outside world. Of course, falling and breaking my leg wasn't what I'd had in mind that day. Still, that was the day that I met Carlisle. He was the doctor that treated my injury that day, and I swear to you, the moment I saw him I felt something I didn't quite understand at the time. If only I'd known about him years later, my life may have gone a little differently. Her face grew sad again and I hated that. I hated seeing Esme sad as much as I hated seeing Alice sad. It hurt to see such beautiful, sweet, loving people that way. You see, when I was a bit older, I wanted to move. Move away from my parents and finally live on my own to become a teacher. Carlisle, when I first met him, just speaking to him reignited the spark I had and it just made me want to go and become an art teacher. However, my parents pressured me into staying. They brought up their old arguments and they ultimately got me to stay, telling me that I should be married. I was so dead set on doing what my parents wanted that I ended up forgetting what it was that I wanted. That is how I ended up meeting my first husband, a man named Charles Evanson. He was a handsome man, I'll admit that, but he had a short temper and, because of the way he was treated growing up, he was an abusive individual. I married him at 22 in order to appease my parents. And while when we were out and about things seemed okay, behind closed doors he was abused me. I kept quiet about it, though, because I wanted to be a good wife, just like my parents had taught me. Those were the worst few years of my life, at least until he was drafted to fight in World War I, at which point I was free from him for a while. Oh Esme, I felt so horrible for her. I couldn't bear to think of Esme being struck and tossed around like she was meaningless. Esme just smiled lovingly at me, stroking the back of my head. You needn't feel sorry for me, Bella. What's in the past is in the past. That was many years ago and I have since put it behind me. I suppose that in some ways that my struggling was what ultimately led me to finding true happiness in life. There's a saying, you must go through hell to get to heaven. I imagine that is how I consider my life to be. I must say, though, that your love and concern for me means the world to me, Bella, and I am happy that you feel as such, even if it isn't necessary for this tale. I nodded, soaking in her words. Then something struck me. Did you say World War I? She chuckled. Ah, yes, I did. I suppose I forgot to mention that I was born in 1895, though I do believe that Amara brought it up earlier this week. Needless to say, things were okay until he returned from the war. He was even worse, then, all throughout the year. I couldn't take it anymore, so one day when he wasn't around, I fled. I fled the state and moved north, aiming to do what I'd always wanted to do and become a teacher. That was until I discovered that I was pregnant with Charles's child. Her eyes darkened, filling with tears that would never fall as she recalled the memory. I had to push mine back. The look on her face was utterly heartbreaking to see. It was like staring into the face of a broken angel. My son was born in 1921. But he died 3 days later because of a lung infection. The incident left me brokenhearted and without a purpose in life. With nothing left to live for, I attempted suicide by jumping off a cliff. While the fall was painful, it didn't kill me, though, it merely rendered me unconscious. They found me and transported me to the morgue. That was how Carlisle found me. He recognized me and decided to change me, which is how I came to be. I owe Carlisle everything. If it were not for him, I would have never been given a second chance in life. Not only that, but it gave me not one, but now 7 children all of my own. The void in my heart has long been filled because of you and the others, Bella. That is why I love you so. All of you are my children, even if I did not give birth to you. I love each and every one of you the same, and you are all a part of my world and my happiness. I could not live without any one of you, that much I know. And it also brings me joy when you are happy. Esme Key. Ed my forehead, her eyes full of love and affection. That is why I was delighted when you first arrived here. I saw the spark in Alice's eyes and I knew that you were meant for one another. I'm so happy that she finally has someone in her life, and I am more than happy that you have found some joy for yourself. It means the world to me to know that you are happy here, Bella, and I want it to stay that way. She stopped then and looked at me. I was bawling my eyes out, feeling the love radiating off of her. I curled myself into her, hugging her tight as she hugged back with just enough strength to not cause me any harm. She held me there for a few minutes, gently rocking me the way only a mother could, rubbing the tears away with her fingers. I pulled away slightly, just enough so I could get a few words out. I love you too, Esme, I sniffled. She smiled lovingly again and pulled me back into a hug. I'm not sure how long we stayed there, sitting on mine and Alice's bed. I lost track of time, truthfully, but I figured it was only about 5 minutes or so. There, Esme cooed, rubbing my cheeks tenderly with her thumbs. Hush now, dear, it's okay. No more crying now, okay? Besides, you wouldn't want Alice getting mad at me, would you? I smiled a little at that, realizing that she was probably right. Actually, there's something I would like to show you. I nodded in understanding. I was about to get off of her, but she merely stood up, picking me up with her before gently setting me down. I followed her as she exited my room and walked further down the hall, stopping all the way at her room. Esme smiled at me, opening her door and gesturing for me to follow. I'd never been in her room before, so I was curious to see what it looked like on the inside. When I stepped into her room, my eyes bulged in amazement. Her room was beautiful. The walls were painted with various designs, like angels and flowers, yet everything went together perfectly. Then there were the various paintings on the walls. There was a painting of each family member, separate and with their respective mate, all of them hung up in a particular order. I noticed that there was a blank spot next to Alice's painting, which I marveled at, amazed by the depth Esme had put into replicating my angelic pixie. These are amazing, Esme, I breathed, stunned. Thank you, Bella, she replied, coming to stand by me. She pointed to the vacant spot next to Alice's. Yours will go there very soon. Then I will paint one of both you and Alice together next to it. Once that is done, all I'll need to do is wait for Edward to find his mate so that I may paint a picture of her and of them together. Then I will have everyone on my wall. Wow, was all I could say. What else was there? I mean, damn. I didn't know a whole lot when it came to art, but Esme could kick the crap out of Picasso and Da Vinci any day of the week, that much I did know. She was even better than Alice was, and I had thought Alice to be the best I'd ever seen before. Now I saw how Alice learned. I wanted to show you this, Esme said softly. She approached the small desk near the window in her room and opened the drawer to retrieve something. Then she walked over to me and handed it over. It was a small painting. Of her. Is this you? I asked, astonished. The woman in the picture looked very little like Esme. Then again, it was rather faded. Still, she had the same heart-shaped face and the same dimples, but very little else was similar. Her eyes were crystal blue in color, nearly sparkling, even in a picture as old as this. They showed both beauty and elegance in them, much like Esme did herself. Her hair was a light hazel, not to mention shorter in length than Esme's. And her skin was darker, too. I stared at it for a moment, trying to understand what the hell it was. Then it hit me. This was Esme as a human. Esme noticed my realization and nodded her head, smiling. Yes, this is me when I was a human, many years ago. I am one of 3 people in this family who has with them a reminder of who we were as humans. Jasper and Rosalie are the other 2. It is rare, I suppose, for us to have something like this. When I look at it, I sometimes have a hard time believing that it is in fact myself, but then I remember most of my human life and I know that it is. It is a bit strange, I suppose, comparing how I look now with how I looked then. But I also find it rather fun to do, truth be told. I glanced back down at the portrait, studying it. I memorized everything that I could, noting the differences between human Esme and vampire Esme. I then handed it back to her, which she smiled at before returning it to her desk. Do you not want it blown up? I asked. She frowned for a moment before sighing. I've aimed to, but I can never get around to it. It amazes me how busy I get all the time. I would like to in the future, though, at some point. I don't know when, truthfully. There's a lot going on right now, so it might be a while. Esme started walking out, so I followed her. Oh, Bella, you can come in here any time you wish to, by the way. It isn't off limits, I assure you. Thank you, I replied. Something popped into my head. Hey, Esme. She turned to face me. Yes, dear. If you don't mind my asking, whatever happened to Charles? Esme's face became unreadable for a moment. She closed her eyes and let out a quiet breath. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, I murmured, feeling bad for bringing it up. She placed her hands on my shoulders and shook her head before reopening her eyes. There was a glint there, an emotion I didn't quite recognize, as she started to speak. No, you deserve to know. I'm certain it has been mentioned before, but never fully explained to you, that I have slipped up on occasion. I nodded, then gasped. She smiled sadly at me. I ran into Charles 2 years after Emmett joined the family. I'd almost forgotten him until I saw him again, out trying to flirt with younger women. Then I remembered who he was and what he'd done to me. And when he saw me, he remembered me too. I don't recall much of what happened, but the next thing I knew, he was lying on the ground, dead, and I had his blood inside of me. Esme ran her fingertips through her caramel-colored hair. It was difficult for me to believe that I had ended his life. I felt terrible about what I'd done, because even though he was a cruel man, he didn't deserve to die that way. Carlisle soothed me, though. He spent time with me telling me stories in order to ease my guilt. My children also consoled me. Emmett made his jokes, Edward actually built me a table, and Rosalie reminded me that I was not alone in what I'd done. She merely hugged me and told me that what was done and that it wasn't my fault. Their combined love helped pull me through, and it helped me in my training to withstand human blood. She smiled as she finished, and I knew that it was because she had come a long way since then. Esme blinked and sniffed the air, smiling even wider. I do believe that Alice has returned. I jumped at that, happy to see Alice again. I swear, even when she was gone for a few minutes, it always felt like an eternity to me. Esme laughed joyously as I pranced down the stairs, nearly falling over myself as I did. Esme caught me, though, and steadied me. She smiled humorously at me and helped me down the stairs until we reached the bottom. Thanks, I murmured embarrassedly. Anytime, she giggled. I noticed that Emmett and Rosalie were both inside. There was a football game on the television that everyone was getting into. Jasper and Emmett were both making wagers, while Rosalie and Amara were doing the same. Edward just watched on amusedly. Alice wasn't there, though. I frowned, wondering where she was. Edward inclined his head towards the doorway. I glanced in that direction and saw that she was standing outside, staring off into nowhere. Shrugging to myself, I walked outside to where she was standing. Once I was near her, she turned around and gave me a small smile. Hey, I said, resting my forehead against hers. Hey yourself, she replied, gazing into my eyes. I stared back as intently into hers. You okay? I asked. She wrapped her arms around me and pulled me closer to her. Not really. I watched her eyes study my cheeks, which still had bruises on them. I sighed. They'll heal, Alice. I'm a pretty fast healer, so I'm sure they'll be gone in no time. Alice shook her head. That's not the point, Bella. The point is that you were hurt and I wasn't there to protect you. I can't stand knowing that it was my fault that you were hurt. If only I'd been there, then I could have protected you. I smiled and pressed my lips to hers. Thank you, Alice. But you don't have to feel bad. What's done is done. Besides, we can prank them or something to get them back, right? And I mean, Rosalie and Amara did kind of get a few back, remember? Alice smiled at that. Then her eyes lit up and a malicious grin crossed her face. Oh yes, we'll pay them back. I promise. I smirked and keyed her again. She smiled against my lips and happily keyed back for a few minutes before she stopped suddenly and pulled away. I was annoyed by that until I noticed that her eyes were glazed over. Another vision. I wondered whether it was a good one or not. When her vision faded, she scowled in annoyance. Damn it, she grumbled. What? What's wrong? I asked. She sighed. The principal will be calling in a minute. She wants us to go back to school to have a talk with us about this past week. I groaned. Joy. Alice and I both walked inside together and sat down on the couch. Or rather, she sat down on the couch and I ended up sitting on her lap, not that I was complaining. I snuggled into her and nuzzled into her chest, breathing in that sweet smell of strawberries and chocolate. She did the same and nuzzled her nose into my hair, breathing in and out. The others were still watching the football game, which Emmett seemed to be getting into. Go, 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 he shouted, pumping his arms in the air. They can't hear you, Emmett, Edward pointed out. Oh, let the brainless monkey man have his fun, Amara teased. Emmett growled at her. Who are you calling a brainless monkey man? Do you even need to ask? She inquired, grinning. Emmett scowled. Rosalie rolled her eyes and patted him on the head. It's okay, babe. You're my brainless monkey man. Amara sneered. Translation, you're beak whipped too. Okay, that's it. Emmett shouted, jumping up from the couch. Amara laughed and in an instant the two collided into one another in midair before falling onto the floor, rolling around and growling as they wrestled around. Amara quickly got Emmett into a headlock, grinning as she pulled back on his neck. Say uncle. Up yours, Emmett retorted. He rammed his head into her face, causing her to let go, then spun around and wrapped her into a bear hug, squeezing tightly. Now you say uncle. No, Amara growled, struggling to fight out of her brother's grip. She eventually broke free and pounced on Emmett, throwing him back down to the ground. He wasn't about to give up, though, and they both kept rolling around trying to best the other. Jasper and Rosalie merely watched them, shaking their heads at the display of their respective mate. They both glanced at one another and shared a look before turning to watch as Emmett roughly slammed Amara down, only to be flung into the air seconds later. Why must our mates be so dense? Rosalie asked. Jasper chuckled. It's in their nature. Rosalie nodded in agreement. A few seconds later, a big smirk formed on her lips. I bet my monkey man kicks your little slut's ass. Jasper quirked an eyebrow. $50 on the winner. Deal. Alice, Edward and I all laughed at the display, only for our laughter to be interrupted by a throat clearing in the kitchen. Esme stood with her hands on her hips, shaking her head at her children's display. However, a crashing noise caused her to scowl at her Emmett and Amara. Emmett, Amara, stop wrestling in the house. Esme shouted. They both stopped and groaned. Esme shook her head and pointed outside. Out with you two. I will not have any more furniture destroyed because of your roughhousing. Now out. With pouts on their faces, Emmett and Amara both stood up and walked outside. No sooner did they get out the door did Amara push Emmett down and tackle him. Emmett growled in response and threw her off. The two crouched down, grinning ear to ear and jumped, colliding into one another once again. Edward groaned and shook his head while Alice and I both sighed. Are they always like this? I asked. Yup. It's actually pretty fun to wrestle, though, Alice said, smiling. Our conversation was cut off when the phone finally rang. Alice groaned, knowing who it was and what was going to be said. Esme grabbed the phone, giving Alice a sideways glance before putting it to her ear. Hello, she said into the phone, her voice sweet and warm. Yes, this is she. Oh, why hello Principal Porter. Is there something wrong? Esme proceeded to speak on the phone with the principal. I listened to only part of her conversation, not really interested in hearing whatever the principal had to say. I merely hugged my Alice and snuggled with her. Amara and Emmett both walked in and sat down to their mates, neither of them having been able to best the other. Jasper and Rosalie merely shrugged it off, saying that they'd reignite the bet whenever Emmett and Amara decided to go for round 2. Next time you're mine, fire crotch, Emmett crooned, grinning. You can try, little bye. Amara retorted. Alice rolled her eyes and turned to look at me. You see, this is what I have to put up with every day. Now you have to put up with it, too. Shut up, foot lover, Amara snorted. Alice hissed at her. Damn it, Amara. Stop that. Chill, pixie sticks, Emmett chuckled. We all know that's your thing. It's no big deal, really. Alice pouted and buried her face into me. I smiled and hugged her tighter, rubbing her back as I did. Esme, who had disappeared outside while on the phone, returned inside then, still talking into it with an annoyed look on her face. Yet she was still smiling and her voice was still sweet, though she was clearly acting. "Yes, I understand, Mrs. Porter. Yes, we will be there in about, say, 10 minutes. Yes, I'll bring them along. I'm sorry you've been troubled and I'm sure we'll get it all sorted out. Thank you for calling, goodbye." She hung the phone up before pinching the bridge of her nose in exasperation and sighing. Edward frowned. "Great, just what we need." Esme walked over to us with her hands on her hips. Her face was stern and motherly looking, but the hint of mirth in her eyes quickly showed what was really on her mind. "Well, the principal called, as most of you are aware. She told me that there have been several incidents at school these past few days and it would appear that several of you have been implicated in them. For example, she recently got a call from not one but 4 parents complaining about their daughters having their heads forcibly shaved. Rosalie, Amara, would the two of you happen to know anything about this?" Esme asked. Her eyes were swirling with amusement, though she was trying hard not to show it. Neither Amara nor Rosalie responded. Rosalie twirled a finger through her hair nonchalantly, while Amara played around with her belly button, not bothering to look at Esme. Esme shook her head while trying to fight off a smile, turning her eyes to her 3 sons. "I see," Esme sighed. "I also heard that several boys were hung on tree branches by their underwear." "Boys, you wouldn't be the ones involved in such an act, would you?" Edward and Jasper looked at one another and shrugged. Emmett, of course, just smiled, not even trying to hide his involvement from his mother. If anything, he was proud of it. That was typical Emmett, always loving a good laugh. Alice and I looked at one another, obviously thinking the same thing, and started breaking down into quiet giggles. We couldn't stop even when Esme raised an eyebrow and appraised us, though we tried. Esme pinched the bridge of her nose. "Perhaps, Alice, you could explain to me why 2 girls told their parents that you threatened their lives. And Bella, apparently you punched one of them in the face. Is that true?" Alice blinked and looked at me surprisedly. "You did." I smiled. "I got that by C.H. Lauren once, yeah." Alice beamed and gave me a long, tender key. I happily deepened the key, placing my hands on her head and moving my fingers through her soft, spiked hair. I felt her hands start moving up and down my back as she pulled me into her, leaning as far back into the couch as she possibly could while we Ed. I loved keying her. All of the amazing sensations it brought aside, it always helped cheer me up. Come to think of it, dotting Alice was sort of like getting high. The only difference was, I was proud to be addicted to her. Unfortunately, dotting Alice also had a tendency to make me forget where I was and what was going on around me. I heard a throat clear, which broke the blissful state of mind that I had been in while dotting my girlfriend. I blinked and gazed into Alice's eyes for a moment before turning to see 6 pairs of gold eyes looking both Alice and I. I instantly realized that I had been making out with her in front of all them and blushed, burying my head into her chest. "Hot," Emmett boomed, earning a smack from Rosalie. Jasper, Amara and Edward all laughed. "I do wish you 2 would get a room," Rosalie grunted, a hint of amusement in her voice. Alice merely rested her forehead into the top of my head. I didn't hear Esme say anything, so I peered at her from Alice's chest. Esme's lips were twitching wildly as she desperately attempted to keep a stern face. She saw the odd way I was looking at her and last couldn't hold it in anymore, throwing her head backwards and guffawing for a few minutes. Once she'd managed to calm down, she let out a satisfied sigh, smiling wide at all of us. "Woo, I wasn't sure how long I'd be able to hold that in." She paused to take in an unnecessary breath. "I'm sorry about that. Anyways, the principal would like us to go back to school for a meeting. Apparently she has a list of complaints that she would like to tell me about. I want you all to behave while we're there, alright? We don't need any more problems. Now up, all of you, and let's go." We all groaned in unison. Esme rolled her eyes. Yes, I know, but we need to do this so that no one will become suspicious." Everyone nodded their heads and got up, Alice gently setting me down from her lap. We held each other's hands as we walked outside with the others, save for Esme and Jasper, who both disappeared into the garage. She drove out of it seconds later inside Emmett's Jeep, which was big enough to fit 5 of us in. Alice and I got in first, sitting in the back. Emmett sat next to Alice while Rosalie was seated next to Esme. Jasper drove out in his car, Amara and Edward getting in it with him. Esme then drove off with Jasper behind her, back to school. I don't see why we have to do this, Rosalie complained. What does it matter what the principal thinks of us? Nothing. It means nothing at all what people's opinions are, right? Rosalie, I raised you better than that. And while it's true that we shouldn't let what others think of us, if word gets out that you behaved badly at school, then it might travel and cause problems for us when we move next. Plus, this is Bella's first year here and I would rather it be an easy year for her, despite several complications, Esme explained. Rosalie frowned, clearly not pleased. But she didn't argue. I don't think anyone could ever argue with Esme. That'd be way too damn rude. I mean it's Esme for crying out loud, who the K would ever want to argue with her? All right children, Esme chirped, smiling. Let's go and get this over with, shall we? Esme had parked in a teacher's spot, funnily enough, though she didn't seem to notice. Jasper's car was parked next to hers, he, Amara and Edward already out, waiting for us. She got out first with the rest of us following after her. None of the others looked pleased to be here, Rosalie especially. She crossed her arms as she walked, making it obvious that she would rather be anywhere but here. Emmett just grinned as he always did, while Amara and Jasper walked together, looking at one another rather than where they were going. Edward and Alice seemed to be having a mental conversation, though Alice kept her hand entwined with mine. It wasn't long before we were in the main office, where we all stopped as Esme approached the main desk, her sweet smile in place. The receptionist blinked surprisedly at the sight of Esme before quietly clearing her throat. Mrs. Cullen, Mrs. Porter is expecting you. Down the hall, 2 doors to the left, if you please. Why thank you, Esme replied sweetly. She nodded her head once before gesturing for us to follow her as she walked down the narrow hall and into the principal's office. The office was small in size, yet surprisingly spacious. The fact that there was enough room for a large desk, 4 cabinets and chairs for all of us to sit in was amazing to me. Even more amazing, it wasn't uncomfortable. Welcome Mrs. Cullen, greeted Principal Porter, a very short, stout woman with beady eyes and trimmed dark brown hair. She was seated at her desk with her arms folded across another, looking expectantly at our mother, who smiled warmly at her. Hello Mrs. Porter. May we sit? Of course, replied the shorter woman, waving her hand at the chairs. All of us sat down, Esme in front of the principal's desk, Alice to her left, then myself, Amara, Jasper and Edward. Emmett and Rosalie both sat to her right, further away from the woman's desk than the rest of us. I suppose that was Rosalie's way of blatantly pointing out that she wanted nothing to do with what was going on. Mrs. Porter shuffled several papers on her desk for a moment, then looked up, facing Esme. So, Mrs. Cullen, as I said to you on the phone, I have asked you all here because for the past several days, there have been a variety of complaints, both from students, parents and even a few faculty members. I have brought you all here so that we may discuss these problems and perhaps find a solution to them. Is that agreed? Yes, Mrs. Porter, Esme replied, smiling warmly at her. There was something off about it, though. I could almost see the disdain reflected in Esme's eyes, like she herself didn't want to be here, talking with this woman about us. The principal nodded. Is Dr. Cullen not able to join us? Esme shook her head. I'm afraid my husband is busy at work. Ah, I see. Very well, that is no issue. Now then, to begin, her beady eyes moved from each of us, starting at Emmett and ending at Edward, before coming to a stop at Amara. She scanned Amara for a good minute and frowned. I noticed Jasper frowning as well, clearly not liking whatever emotions the principal was feeling. First of all, I would like to bring into discussion your attire. Amara, is it? Amara, who had her chin resting on the palm of her left hand, gave the principal a sideways glance for a few seconds, then shrugged, not even bothering to reply. She was just as annoyed as Rosalie was, though she seemed more bored than anything. I glanced at my sister and saw that she was wearing the same kind of attire she always wore, a belly shirt, jeans, studded boots and her usual pair of open-fingered gloves. The only addition was a short-sleeved black jacket, which was, of course, open to expose her midriff. I thought it was hot. I would love to see Alice wear something like that. Maybe I should try convincing her. Amara, Principal Porter said, snapping her fingers. I am talking to you. Esme twitched while Jasper's frown deepened. Amara begrudgingly turned to face the principal, clearly not even halfway interested. Yes, what is it? She asked. I have received complaints from teachers concerning your choice of, wardrobe, and I was wondering if you would be willing to, perhaps, modify it in some ways. Amara frowned, glancing down at her attire before looking back up. What's wrong with it? We believe that it is a little too open for high school, if you catch my meaning, she replied. You say that, yet our cheerleaders parade around with their asses jiggling around and their beeps hanging out. Not only that, but there are plenty of other students, male and female alike, who wear clothes that are more abrasive than mine. Clearly, you should be approaching them, not me. I don't wear super short skirts or low-cut shirts, I only wear shirts like this, Amara defended, trying to keep the irritation out of her voice. The principal sighed and rubbed her temples with her hands. I see. Mrs. Cullen, perhaps you could help me explain to your daughter. Esme glanced at Amara and frowned for a moment, then shrugged at the principal. If my daughter wants to show her belly button, then she can show her belly button. I see no problem with it, Mrs. Porter. There's nothing wrong with a woman of her age wanting to show off a little bit of skin. Besides, she's perfectly capable of taking care of herself if her attire were to spread the wrong message. Not only that, but I believe that wearing what she wears allows her to define herself, to show that she is unique. Individuality, I suppose you could say. Principal Porter furrowed her brow as she listened to this, clearly disliking the fact that Esme hadn't taken her side in the argument. I saw the resolve die away in her eyes as she eventually gave in, nodding her head quietly. I could see Amara smirk out of my peripheral vision, though it quickly disappeared when the principal shot her a brief glance. Very well then, if that is how you see it, she grumbled. Shall we move on to the next bit of business, then? Certainly, Esme replied. The second thing I would like to speak to you about was something brought to my attention today. It would appear that several girls were assaulted in the locker room earlier this day. 4 of them had their heads shaved while the other 2 were both struck various times. I have heard from both the parents and the students, all of them claiming that your girls were involved in this mishap. I would like to take a moment to talk about that. Girls, do you have anything to say? She asked. Bullshit, Alice grunted. The principal looked taken aback. Excuse me. That's bullshit. They were not the ones assaulted, Bella was. Alice pointed to my face, indicating the bruises on them. I saw it myself. Those stupid jerks surrounded her and held her in place while Lauren Mallory punched her. Rosalie, Amara and I all got there in time and got them off of her. Alice gently stroked my cheeks as she finished, which I leaned into. I noticed the principal scrutinizing this display with her eyes, frowning as she did. I see. Is this true, Bella? She asked. I nodded. Yes. I was changing when they all surrounded me and started talking bad about my family and me. Then they all attacked me, like Alice said. Rosalie and Amara all came down a few minutes after and helped me. The principal nodded. Do you know why they would speak badly of you? Have you given them reason for this? Because I'm gay. Wait, do I tell the principal that? I believe I can answer that, if I might, Jasper interjected, smiling at me. I nodded at him. Very well then, Jasper, the principal responded. Jasper nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, ma'am. You see, our family doesn't often socialize with other students. They often treat us as outcasts because of our different appearances and because of the fact that many of us are together as couples despite living with one another, they ridicule us for it. Not only that, but Bella being the new student would likely make her fair game in their eyes, however cruel that may be. Principal Porter seemed taken aback by something he said, squinting her eyes as she tapped her fingers together. I see. I suppose that makes sense, though it is 6-4. By the way, that doesn't explain why those girls' heads were shaved. Is there an explanation for that? She asked. God, what a bye. Rosalie was the one to reply. They were attacking our sister. They got what they deserved. So you claim, the principal retorted snidely. So we know, Alice growled. You were not there. You did not see what they were doing to her. We were. We stopped them and gave them a reason not to do it again. The principal snorted. I suggest you hold your tongue, Miss Cullen. And in any case, there is no reason for doing something so obscene and immature. Be that as it may, I can see that Bella was harmed during today's events. Also, I have had several problems with the girls in question, mainly Miss Mallory and Miss Stanley. Therefore, I will look into it further before I come to a conclusion. Alice bit her lip while Esme twitched again. I did too. Who the K did she think she is talking to my Alice that way? Now then, with that said, there is more business to attend to. For instance, I have heard several times that several boys were forcibly suspended from tree branches by their undergarments. She glanced at Jasper, Edward and Emmett. And it would seem that the three of you are the ones implicated in this. Do you have anything to say to that? The boys all shot each other brief looks before Jasper cleared his throat, speaking once more. I do believe, ma'am, that they are mistaken, Jasper said softly. Oh, how so? You see, the truth of the matter is, the three of us were going to our cars when we found those boys suspended. We immediately went over to them and slowly we started helping them down, since it would have been cruel to leave them there. The principal's brow furrowed at first, but slowly her face softened as she absorbed what he was saying to her. I felt a very odd sensation pass me by, one that made me actually begin to believe what he was saying. That's when I realized that he was using his gift to persuade her into believing him. I smiled at my brother's cleverness, not failing to notice the smirk reflecting off of the others' faces, Edward and Alice's especially. Esme merely remained stoic. After a minute, the principal looked fully convinced. I do apologize, then, for the inconvenience brought about by this. Jasper merely smiled and nodded. I could see that he was pleased with himself, though he hid it well. There is but one last bit of information that I would like to discuss, concerning the two of you. She pointed Alice and I. Oh joy. Many of the complaints I have received are from students who have, for lack of a better term, been rather disgruntled by open displays of affection. I have had numerous reports of inappropriate touching and key-ing, both during class and on one occasion during lunch. Many parents have called in with concern over this and I would very much like to get to the bottom of it here and now. Do either of you have anything to say about this? She asked. Half of that isn't true. I shouted. We've never touched each other inappropriately in class or out of class. All we do is hold each other's hand, that's it. And last time I checked, holding a hand isn't a crime, is it? No, it isn't but. Nor have we had any inappropriate key-ing, Alice interjected. Sure, there was that one time during lunch, which I will happily take the blame for, but the most we've done otherwise is a peck on the cheek, that I swear to you. Then why do you suppose so many have issued complaints? She asked. Because they're haters, I grunted under my breath. The principal scrunched up her face. Excuse me, I said because they're haters. They hate on us because we're gay, which is ridiculous. I said, throwing my hands into the air. Alice nodded her head in agreement. I see. I was really starting to get sick of her saying that. She turned to face Esme. I had heard rumors in the past about your children being together in couples. Initially I had dismissed it, but it seems that they are very true. Does this not bother you, Mrs. Cullen? She asked. Esme shook her head. Not at all, Mrs. Porter. My husband and I are both very supportive of them being with one another. And yes, it is true that most are together. Jasper and Amara, Rosalie and Emmett and Alice and Bella are all seeing one another in romantic relationships. She smiled proudly at each of us, then gave Edward a reassuring smile. My son Edward has yet to find someone, but in due time he will. The principal scowled, mulling something over in her head before responding. Does it not bother you that your children are pursuing romantic relationships with one another? Of course not, Mrs. Porter. They are all old enough to make their own decisions in life, which includes choosing who they fall in love with. I happen to know that they love their respective partner dearly just as they love another. Just because they live under the same roof does not mean that it is wrong. I am happy that they are together, actually, Esme replied. I see, she mumbled. Edward narrowed his eyes at her disdainfully. Is there a problem, Mrs. Porter? Esme asked, noticing the look on Edward's face. Well, it seems to me that this may be one reason for the issues that your family seems to have been having. I have heard about the antisocial behavior of your family in the past, which again, I dismissed because of the academic achievements your children have had. However, now that I am fully aware of these complications, I do believe that they may be causing more harm than good. I strongly suggest reconsidering how you look at this, Mrs. Cullen. The sweet smile that Esme had plastered onto her face was quickly wearing off as she became more and more aggravated at the principal's words. "I beg your pardon, Mrs. Porter, but I do not see how my children's love lives are of any concern to the various happenings this week at school. Do you not recall that we have recently adopted Bella into our family? This past week has been very trying for us as we adopted her and got her prepared for the life that she would be living. Surely you could understand." The principal shrugged her shoulders. "I do understand, Mrs. Cullen. What I don't understand is why you have allowed your children to create these disturbances. In the past, they have all been very well behaved. It seems, however, that the addition of a new family member has thrown all that good behavior out the window in only a few days. Perhaps your parenting methods should be brought into question," she asked. All of us just sat there, speechless. Esme looked shell-shocked. "Did that really just?" Principal Porter had a smug look on her face as her eyes scrutinized me. "Or shall I question your choice of who it is you adopt into your family? Because it seems to me that you made an ill choice with this one." I winced at her implications and hung my head. Alice wrapped her arm around me and snarled angrily at the principal while the others all let out low, rumbling growls. She seemed surprised at the actions, confused even, and just a little bit afraid. Then she saw Esme. "How dare you," Esme snarled. The mask of sweetness that she had been wearing was long gone, replaced by a venomous glare. "How dare you insult my child that way, you insignificant little ch. Who the hell do you think you are, disrespecting me and my family that way? And who the hell do you think you are, bringing my ability as a parent into question? Let me tell you something. I have raised 6 wonderful children in the past and I now have a 7th wonderful child. And I will continue to raise them the same way I always have, which is a hell of a lot more than what I've seen from you." Esme stood up, jabbing her finger murderously at the principal. "If you ever say something like that again, I swear to you I will rain down on you harder than anything you've felt in your entire, miserable life. And if you or anyone else has a problem with my children, I will gladly remove them from this filth pile you call a school. Then you can key your pathetic achievements goodbye, because you know damn well that my children are the ones keeping this worthless place running. We are finished here. Children, let's go." And without another word, Esme turned on her heel and walked out the door, the rest of us following in step. Alice only paused once to hiss at the stunned principal before wrapping her arm around me and walking us both out of that wretched office, out to the parking lot. No one said a word as we all climbed into the Jeep, Esme silently turning it on and driving off without looking back at the office once, Jasper's car seconds behind us. It was a very fast, quiet drive home, needless to say. Once we were home, Esme stormed out of the Jeep and vanished into the woods. The rest of us watched after her for a moment before heading inside. Everyone just sort of sat down, no one really knowing to say at first. "That was fun," Amara remarked, half serious, half sarcastic. "Dude," Esme was totally about to rip that ch in half, Emmett boomed, grinning. "Would have been nice," Alice growled under her breath, dotting my cheek. "Nobody talks bad about my Bella." I sighed and rested my head against hers. "I guess I've gone and ruined your social standings." Amara scoffed. "Oh, please. We never really had social standings anyways." "Speak for yourself," Rosalie snorted. "You're the one parading around in belly shirts trying to look superior to everyone." "Ah, go your man Candy," Amara retorted. Emmett beamed. "I like that idea." Rosalie smirked while Edward and Jasper both groaned. Alice and I both glanced at each other, our noses crinkling in disgust as the horrid mental images popped into our heads. That was the last thing we needed going on in this house, especially after everything that had happened today. Or any day, for that matter. Ew. Just, ew. Please don't, Alice whined. "Ah, come on Pixie Sticks, where's your sense of adventure at?" Emmett asked humorously. Alice crinkled her brow. "Pixie Sticks? Really, Em?" Emmett laughed. "What? It fits." "Geez, Emmett, you're cornier than Bella is," Amara snickered. "Quite a feat indeed," Jasper added, smiling at me. I glared at them. They had no right to make fun of me. I couldn't help if I was corny, my girlfriend was a goddess for crying out loud. You guys, I grumbled. I glanced at Alice. "Come on Pixie Feet, let's go to your room." Alice blinked, cocking her head to the side with a cute quizzical look on her face. Pixie feet. Yeah, because you're a pixie and you like feet, I replied, smiling at her. Alice curled her lip back and hissed at Amara. Damn you, Amara. Our red-headed sister looked at her innocently and shrugged her shoulders. I giggled and ed Alice the cheek. I think it's cute, I said, wrapping my arms around her neck. Besides, the nickname fits you because of how amazingly graceful you are, too. Alice pouted adorably before sighing and pulling me into her arms. Then she stood up and danced up the stairs with me slung over her shoulder. I heard several of the others laugh at the display, even after we were in our room. Hey, you guys think Bella's gonna get laid? Emmett asked. I doubt it. She's too timid and Alice is too nervous, Rosalie replied with a snort. Amara laughed. Jazz, you could give them a little boost, you know, she suggested. I doubt either of them would appreciate that, Amara, Jasper replied. I ignored the rest of their comments as Alice set me down on the bed, Alice lying on top of me as she always did. We didn't speak as we stared into each other's eyes, smiling. Then she leaned in and captured my lips. I deepened the key, and in seconds we were continuing where we had left off earlier today. I ran my fingers through her hair as we melded into one another. Slowly my hands started to move around more as hers did the same. Alice's left hand slipped under my shirt and started rubbing my back while her right just continued to wander. Alice boldly began to trace my bottom lip with her tongue, her eyes smoldering, silently asking permission to enter. So naturally, I opened my mouth, allowing her tongue full access. She smiled before her tongue entered, slowly beginning to move about my mouth. I Ned as her cool tongue began circling around my mouth, tasting every inch of it. I was both pleased and surprised when Alice Ned as well, clearly enjoying what she was doing. Our tongues started to entwine with one another, her icy one feeling amazingly soothing on mine. I had no clue what to do since I'd never at anyone this way before, but Alice seemed adamant in helping me out. As she pulled me into her and pressed her forehead to mine, she moved her tongue slowly, almost playfully, guiding my tongue around hers. Eventually I became more in sync with her movements as we although my oxygen supply was starting to drastically drop. Alice, sensing this, smiled and removed her tongue from my mouth before giving me one last and parting our lips. I gasped for air a few times as Alice snuggled into me. I sighed, resting my chin on her head and breathing her scent in. That was great, I breathed. Alice giggled against my shoulder. Yes, it was. I moved to lie on my side, Alice doing the same. We quickly snuggled into each other, pressing our foreheads together. I stared intently into those lovely eyes of hers as she did the same. Today had been a whirlwind of a day, but then again, I was starting to get used to that type of thing. I guess that's what it meant to be a Cullen, being used to craziness. You do realize what we're doing tomorrow, don't you? Alice asked, a mischievous smirk on her face. I furrowed my brow, trying to remember what it was. Then it hit me and my face reddened as I gulped. Alice's smirk widened into an almost wicked one. That's right. We're going bikini shopping. I blushed even fuller at that and merely nodded my head silently. I knew it was no use to say no to her, especially when I was in need of something to wear to the beach on Sunday. Alice giggled before capturing my lips once more. She started to move her lips to the left, dotting every inch of my face until she was at my ear. With a smile and a glint in her eyes she at my ear several times before leaning into it. If you're good, I'll let you see me in a bikini, she purred. My mind was instantly alit with images of Alice in a bikini, posing seductively in front of me. Oh yeah, tomorrow was going to be a good day. I stared at my own reflection in the bathroom mirror in front of me, gently running my fingers across my cheeks. The bruises I'd gotten yesterday were nearly gone. They had been noticeable before, but now they were faded into my skin, looking more like makeup than remnants of me getting my A's handed to me by a bunch of stupid bimbos. I still couldn't believe I'd gotten myself into that situation. Am I that pathetic that I can't defend myself against a bunch of idiots? I was still discouraged over it. Alice and my sisters had saved me, yes, but the fact that I had done so little was just pitiful. How could I ever hope to match up with vampires if I couldn't even protect myself? Sure, I'd gotten a few hits in, but not much. Is this how things would always be? Would I always be the weakling who couldn't even help herself? I sighed and shook my head, glancing once more at my face. It was funny, this was probably the most time I'd ever spent in front of a mirror. I wasn't the vain type, definitely not. Though I had to admit I wasn't too bad looking, I didn't care for my own appearance. It just wasn't my thing, I guess. I couldn't quite get the bruises off my mind, though. Maybe Carlisle would know. Deciding that now would be a good time to ask, I turned away from the mirror and walked out of the bathroom towards Carlisle's office. I waited for only a few seconds. "Come in, Bella," he called from inside. I did as told and quietly walked inside of his office. Carlisle was just putting away a book on his shelf of thousands as I closed the door behind me. He turned and smiled warmly at me as he walked towards me. "You know, you don't have to close the door all the time," he chuckled softly. "Now then, is there anything I can do for you?" I nodded and pointed to the faded bruises. "I was wondering if you knew why these healed so quickly, actually." Carlisle nodded and motioned for me to come forward, which I did. He appraised my cheeks thoroughly, narrowing his eyes slightly as he did. I could tell by the look in his eyes that he didn't like seeing me injured. He'd had that look yesterday when he'd come home and found out about what had happened at school in the locker room. He didn't react the same way as Esme had, but he was just as upset and just as sorrowful. He'd checked my bruises and given me an ointment to apply on them, which Alice did for me. In fact, Carlisle called the school up to have a talk with the principal, who, from what I was told, was still shaken up from Esme yelling at her. Apparently the principal apologized profusely for the students and for herself and promised to suspend the girls implicated in my assault, which Carlisle thanked her for. I was happy about that too, since that meant I wouldn't have to deal with any of the bimbo brigade for a while, especially if I ended up going to school when the others couldn't. "It would appear that your injuries have healed due in part to the ointment I gave you, but also because of your body itself. If I were to guess, I believe that the fact that you are slowly changing into a vampire is the main reason behind it. You will likely heal at a more accelerated rate than you normally would, though I wouldn't suggest doing anything drastic to test that theory, if you please," Carlisle stated softly. "I won't," I promised, smiling at him. He smiled in return, though part of that look remained. "Good. Now, is there anything else?" he asked curiously. I shrugged. I didn't have any other reason to speak with him, which made me feel a little bad. He was my new father and I wanted to have a strong bond with him, just like the bond I was forming with Esme. He was always so kind, gentle and compassionate towards me. I did respect him and I did love him, but I wanted to build our relationship up, to have a true father-daughter connection with the man. "How's work?" I inquired. Carlisle chuckled again. "Oh, it's going quite well, I'd say. I had to perform a surgery this past week, which ended marvelously. Other than that, there hasn't been anything of interest. Have you ever had any interesting cases in the past? Any weird mutations or stuff like that?" He put his hand on his chin and thought on that for a moment before smiling and nodding. "Yes, actually. I once had to operate on a young woman who was born with 3 arms several years ago. She had 2 left arms and both of them worked, amazingly enough. But it caused her a great deal of pain, so we had to operate to fix that." I gaped at him. "Holy shit, really?" He laughed and nodded his head. "Damn, what ended up happening to her?" "She's now healthy as can be," he replied. "I always try and check in on patients from the past, even if it's just a phone call." "That's nice of you," I said sincerely. "Thank you, Bella." After a moment, he glanced in the direction of the door and shook his head amusedly. I frowned and turned around to see Alice standing near the doorway, bouncing on the balls of her feet, a big grin in place. "Hi Bella," she chirped excitedly, twirling over to kiss me on both cheeks. She cupped both cheeks immediately afterward and pulled my lips to hers, which I gladly allowed. A few kisses later we both broke away, grinning at one another. "Ah, youth these days," Carlisle chuckled. He was sitting at his desk now, looking over some notes. I blushed slightly, having forgotten we were in his office. "Sorry," I murmured. "No need to be. Forgive my intrusions," he replied warmly. Alice grabbed a hold of my hand. "Come on Bella, let's go." I didn't get a chance to respond because she pulled me along with her as we walked out of Carlisle's office and down the stairs. Esme was humming to herself as she danced about the kitchen while Rosalie and Amara were both sitting on the couch, watching television. The boys, I remembered, were all out hunting. Esme noticed me and smiled before coming over to wrap me into one of her loving hugs, which I happily returned. "Hello Bella," she greeted. "Enjoy your shower." "Always do," I replied. "Bet she'd like it even more if Alice was in there with her," Amara snickered. Rosalie rolled her eyes. "Please, Alice would just end up jumping her." "Rosalie." Alice hissed embarrassedly. "That is not true and you damn well know it." I blushed and instantly thought of Alice and I being in the shower together. Oh God. Heaven. Gah. I shouldn't be thinking those things. Then again, she is my girlfriend. But it's way too soon for that kind of thing. Ah. Damn them, and they're putting images in my mind. Okay, so I think about Alice BPD quite often. Yeah, I'm a beep, I know, but I can't help myself. She's King hot for God's sake. And I'm a semi-horny teenager. Rosalie and Amara both snickered, clearly amused by our reactions. Esme merely sighed. "Girls, leave your sisters alone," she chided, though there was a hint of mirth in her eyes. They both laughed harder while Alice pinched the bridge of her nose, both annoyed and embarrassed. I noticed that Esme, Amara and Rosalie shared a look with each other and furrowed my brow in confusion. "What?" I asked, puzzled. "What's so funny?" Amara smirked. "We're all just waiting for little Allie to get in the sack with you is all." I blushed a deeper shade of red while Alice groaned loudly. "Oh, Alice, calm down. Say, is a very natural thing in our lives and there's nothing to be ashamed about. It's a beautiful thing and I'm certain both you and Bella will relish it when you decide to act upon your desire for each other," Esme said, shaking her head. I was certain that, if possible, Alice would be as beet red as I was if she were human. "Mom," she whined. "Stop that. You're embarrassing her and me." Amara and Rosalie were now laughing uproariously on the couch. Esme couldn't help giggling along with them, though she tried to cover it up. I stood there, feeling incredibly awkward, not really knowing how to respond to this situation. Say, wasn't something I thought about a whole lot. I mean, it's not that I didn't want to have it eventually. What I'd experienced with my girlfriend, Vanessa, who I had yet to tell Alice about, was nothing close to say. We'd been BPD and groped each other a lot, but it wasn't what I'd thought it would be. I dunno. I wanted it, but I wasn't sure when I'd want it and I wasn't sure if Alice would want it, though judging by her reactions, she probably would. Alice had said it herself that mating was a very big deal for vampires. It was supposed to be both physical and spiritual. So I wanted to be ready in every way for when we shared in that experience. And right now, I honestly wasn't ready for it yet. I wanted it to be special for us, to be something we both enjoyed as we melded together and became one with each other. That's the kind of experience I wanted, not some super orgasm fest. Not that I would mind if that was a part of the experience, of course. "Sorry girls," Esme said apologetically after she'd stifled her giggling. "I'll drop it for now." "Thank you," Alice sighed. She glared at our sisters, who were struggling to stop. "You two really shouldn't get so embarrassed," Rosalie chided. "Esme's right. Say is say. And it is a great thing. I should know, since Emmett and I have the best say, life out of anybody in this house." "Just ask Emmett." Amara snorted. "Ha. Please tell me you're joking, Rose. Since when is being ked by a BPD bear lead you to believe you have the best say, life?" "Oh, please," Rosalie scoffed. "You and Jasper never get it on. I'll have you know that our love life is far superior to yours. Combine Jasper's gift with my own natural skill and we have an amazing time. Besides, just because we go about our business in a more subtle way doesn't mean it isn't as good as or better than what you and Emmett have." "Thank you very much," Amara retorted. "Well, mine has a better ass," Rosalie grunted, pouting. I smiled amusedly at their humorous argument. It had been a little awkward before, but now they were just resorting to childish insults to best the other. Definitely how I would try to solve things. Amara smirked. "Jasper happens to have a very nice ass. And better hair, might I add. Mine has bigger biceps. Mine has a better six-pack. Well, mine is wire than both of them combined." Alice blurted. My face heated up again as Rosalie and Amara both looked at her oddly before giving me a once-over. To my surprise, neither of them chose to respond to that and the two went back to watching television. Esme's lips were twitching wildly as she fought back more laughter. Alice ran a hand through her hair nervously and mouthed a, "Sorry," to me. "Do you, wanna go?" she asked quietly. Not knowing what else to do, I bit my lip and nodded briskly. She nodded in understanding and danced over to the garage door while I made my way out the front one. "Have a good trip," Esme called from the kitchen. "Try not to get jumped." Rosalie and Amara sang from the couch. I stumbled when they said that, but managed to catch myself before scurrying along, trying to ignore their laughter ringing from inside of the house. "Sisters, I swear." Alice drove out seconds later and blurred over to my side, opening the door for me. "Thanks," I murmured. She smiled in return and shut my door for me, blurring back into her seat seconds later. Without another word she drove off, away from the house and the laughter. We sat silently for a few minutes as Alice came from the forest area onto an actual road. I leaned my head back and let out a loud sigh, rubbing my temples. "Siblings," I muttered. "Tell me about it," Alice groaned, rolling her eyes. "I'm sorry if all of that embarrassed you." I shrugged. "It's okay. I guess I should get used to it, though." Alice nodded in agreement. "Yeah, you'll have to. It'll take some time, though, especially as our relationship, progresses. I'll try and get them to lay off, though. They really shouldn't be throwing so much junk at you when you're still new to the family and all." "That'd be nice. Thanks." She smiled and the remainder of our drive was much less awkward. It wasn't until I remembered what it was we were doing that I started to get a little more nervous. We were shopping for bikinis. That both exhilarated me and terrified me in the same. The idea of me trying bikinis on wasn't something I was used to, but the fact that Alice would likely be there watching me, well, that was the main thing that scared and excited me. We were already in Port Angeles by the time I'd started really thinking about it. Alice, of course, smirked as she got out of the car and ran at a human pace to open mine for me. Her smirk only grew when she saw the expression on my face as I got out, nervously fidgeting with my fingers. I don't know why I tried to speak, but my mouth started moving before I had a chance to actually stop it. Alice giggled and pecked me on the lips. "You and I are going to have quite a bit of fun, don't you agree, why Bella?" I bit my lip as my cheeks turned scarlet while Alice bounced about joyously as she wrapped her arm around me and pulled me along with her into the mall. It was the same mall we'd been in earlier in the week, only now it was just the two of us. We walked in together, Alice a bundle of giggles, me a bundle of a shitload of different feelings and thoughts as we quickly made our way over to our destination, the swimsuit aisle. Alice suddenly stopped and keyed at my left cheek. "And don't forget what I promised you." She leaned into my ear, grinning. "If you do as I say, I'll reward you in the end." "Okay." She pressed her lips to my earlobe, making me shudder as images of Alice in a bikini flooded my mind. Was she trying to make me go insane? I think she was, and damn was she succeeding. Alice," I stammered. She placed a finger to my lips, smirk still in place. No arguing. Now go and wait in one of the changing room stalls and I'll be there in a few minutes with a stack for you try on. Off with you now." I hung my head in defeat and silently trudged over to the dressing room. Oddly enough, all of the stalls were empty, which I guess was a good thing. I sighed and chose the endmost stall to wait in, walking inside and sitting down on the bench to wait. I was praying that Alice didn't bring a huge amount of bikinis. I only needed one, maybe two, and even then, I wasn't really the type to be overly comfortable wearing a damn bikini. About 3 or so minutes later, Alice appeared in the door with a huge pile of bikinis in her hands, which she gently set down on the floor before closing the door up and locking it. She turned around and beamed at me. "I've requested that we get the dressing room to ourselves." The person at the counter was most pleasant when I asked, she said, smiling sweetly at me. "Now then, shall we start?" I nodded and stood up, holding my hands out for the first bikini. Alice glanced at me hands and gave me a devilish smirk. "Oh no, my dear Bella, that's not how it works. First you take your clothes off and then I give you one to try on." She pointed at my shoes. "Those off now." "Alice," I whined. "Do I have to strip with you watching me?" Alice put her hands on her shoulders and huffed. "Why? What's so bad about me watching Why girlfriend, strip down, Besides, you need to get more comfortable being around me like this. We're both girls, for one thing, and we do live in the same house. Come on, Bella. Please. I bit my lip and sighed. She was right. I shouldn't be whining. It was just odd for me to be doing this sort of thing. Still, I couldn't resist her, there was no way in hell. So without a word I removed both my shoes and socks and set them aside. Then I took off my jacket, followed by my shirt and lastly my jeans. That left me standing in front of Alice with nothing but my underwear. Damn, Alice breathed, staring up and down my form. Wasn't she used to it by now? What? I asked, feeling a little self-conscious. Have I mentioned how insanely say, why you are? She asked, raking my body with her eyes once more until stopping at my eyes. Would it be perverse of me to say that the fewer clothes you wear, the better? I swear, I still can't believe how gorgeous you are. I flushed at her bold comment and bit my lip tentatively. Thanks, I murmured, choosing to look at the wall rather than at her. I still think why you're insanely gorgeous too. Alice smiled softly as she struggled to keep her eyes from going down. True, but I'm nothing compared to you, Bella. Even Rosalie believes that you are incredibly beautiful. I just wish that you would see yourself the way that I do. I ran my hand through my hair, choosing not to respond to that. Seconds later I felt Alice's cool hands touch my shoulders, gripping them gently. Bella, look at me. I forcibly peeled my eyes away from the wall and looked into her smoldering amber ones. How many times are we going to have this discussion? How many times must I tell you that you are beautiful until you believe me? Because I will do so each and every day, Bella, until you do. I don't care if I have to write it in the skies or sing it from the roof of the tallest building in the world, I will not stop until you believe. Her eyes burned her love and truthfulness into me, destroying whatever I'd thought about saying in seconds. She really meant what she said, I could see that. I rested my forehead against hers and nodded. Oh okay, Alice. Good. She handed me the first bikini on the top of the pile. Try this one on. I took the bikini from her and, due to old habits, turned around before discarding both pieces of my underwear. I was vaguely aware of Alice's eyes on me the whole time, specifically lower. Wait, was she staring at my ass? I slipped into the bikini, which looked a bit skimpier than I'd initially believed it to be, before turning to face her. Alice blinked and refocused her eyes on me, a look of embarrassment and a small tint of lust left over. I couldn't help the smile that formed on my lips. Were you staring at my ass? I asked incredulously. Alice blinked, looking as though she would blush if she could. YYUSC, Alice stuttered. And I knew Alice never stuttered. You were. I shouted, pointing my finger at her. No I wasn't, she squeaked. I grinned. Liar. Okay. I was. She admitted, hanging her head and pouting. I can't help it. You've got a cute ass, Bella. You should know better than to tease me that way. I didn't tell you to stare at me, I pointed out. How can I not? She countered. You'd be gawking at me if I were in your place. F.K. She had me there and we both knew it. So what, then? I asked sheepishly. Alice surprised me by giggling. She walked up to me and kissed me softly on the lips. What say we just live with the fact that we're complete and total beeps for each other? I smiled a little. Yeah, that works. Alice smiled at that and looked over my bikini, placing her hand on her chin for dramatic effect as she narrowed her eyes. No, not that one, she said, shaking her head. Here, I'll turn around while you take it off, then hand you the next one. Does that make you feel a bit better? I nodded and began to remove the bikini as she turned around. Once I'd finished, I extended my hand backwards and received the second bikini, which I slipped into quickly. Alice furrowed her brow as she scanned me over and shook her head again, not liking the look. I shrugged and we repeated the process again and again. I'm not sure how long we spent in there, me putting bikinis on and Alice turning them down. I wondered why, since some of them I liked. Whenever I mentioned that, she placed them in a separate pile, but said that they weren't the right one for me for my trip tomorrow. So I kept at it until at last we came to a dark blue bikini. It wasn't super skimpy and it was both soft and comfortable, supporting everything just right. This one, she said, smiling approvingly. It's perfect. I glanced down at it and looked at her confusedly. Why is this perfect? Alice rolled her eyes and walked up close to me, her fingers lightly tracing my stomach. For one thing, it helps accentuate your body's proportions amazingly well. It props your B-easts up just a teensy bit, enough to where they won't bounce around, yet they're still snug. I also believe that the dark colors bring out the beauty of having pale skin, something you really shouldn't be ashamed of. Lastly, they really accentuate your curves, Bella. My cheeks reddened only slightly. I wasn't used to being complimented so many times in one day. It felt nice. Like, insanely nice. Not that my ego was swelling from her words, since there really wasn't much of an ego to begin with, but being complimented always did cheer me up. I felt her left index finger trace my stomach before poking me in the belly button. I smiled at that and the adorable expression on Alice's face as she wiggled her cold fingertip around. I wasn't ticklish there, thank God, but it still felt a little weird. The good kind of weird, not the bad kind. What are you doing? I asked amusedly. She smiled at me. I just forgot to mention how your bikini helps point out how adorable your belly button is. Don't you agree? I laughed and kissed her on the forehead. You're silly. But thank you, I think so too. She beamed at that and giggled as she removed her finger and kissed me. I started to deepen the kiss, when something struck me. I pulled away from Alice, which she didn't like at all because she growled a little and pressed her lips back to mine again. Alice, I managed between kisses. She growled again, but sighed and removed her lips from mine. What am I going to do about these? I asked, waving my hand at the scars on my right arm. Her eyes bulged when she saw them, as if she had almost forgotten about them. Shit, she cursed. I forgot. I noticed an off look in her eyes when she said that. What's wrong? She shook her head. You have to hide those. The Quileutes cannot see them, Bella. I can't explain to you no, but please, please, please keep those hidden from sight. Maybe Amara has an extra armband or something like that for you to cover them up and you can make up an excuse as to why you have your arm covered. Damn it, how could I have forgotten those? Well, you did say that, you know, normally people wouldn't notice. I trailed off when Alice bit her lip and shook her head. No, it's best that you cover them up for this. Okay, I nodded. Fine. I really do wish you'd tell me what's going on, though. I know, Bella, I know. I'm sorry. I really am, she said, cupping my cheeks. I could see the sincere remorse in her eyes and sighed, leaning in to rest my forehead against hers. It's just incredibly complicated and I pressed my lips to hers to silence her. Shish, it's okay, pixie feet. It's okay. Her lips curled into a smile. You know, I wasn't sure about it before, but I do kinda like that nickname. Just don't push it, okay? You wouldn't want me to call you playful names, would you? I blanched. What are you? She laughed and pecked me on the lips again. You are too fun sometimes, you know that. We both just stood there, enjoying one another's presence and gazing into each other's eyes, enjoying the silence and our time together like we always did. Something suddenly hit me and I pulled away from her slightly. I do believe you have a promise to keep, I stated, putting my hands on my hips. Alice cocked her head to the side curiously for a moment. Then her lips curled into an incredibly why smirk as she licked her lips. F.K. Me. How is it that a simple movement like that got me excited so quickly? Oh God. You are correct, my dear, she purred. So if you'll excuse me. She reached into the pile of untouched bikinis, and pulled one out too fast for me to see, then skipped out of the stall, leaving me staring after her. I gulped, of course, and remembered that I was still in my bikini. Quickly I shrugged out of it and set it aside, then pulled my underwear on. I was about to put my pants on when Alice's sweet voice interrupted me. You'd best put those pants down, Isabella, or I'm going back to change, she called. I swallowed hard and set my pants down, turning to face the doorway which opened painstakingly slow. Then Alice stepped in at a slow, even strut, rocking her hips as she did with that same why smirk on her angelic face. I think my brain just died. Alice was wearing a yellow bikini. It wasn't too big and it wasn't too small, just the right size to cover up her surprisingly ample bosom. I was so not staring at that. Okay, I was. Shut up. Then of course there was her stomach, which was smooth and, while not muscular in appearance, sculpted nonetheless. Everything about her was unmistakably perfect and beautiful. And King say, why too? Damn. Alice noticed my eyes raking her perfect form, which caused her smirk to grow as she spun around, giving me a complete 360-degree view. Oh, my God, what do you think? Alice asked, now inches in front of me. Goo, I gurgled, unable to form a coherent response. My brain just stopped working altogether at the sight in front of me. All I could so was stand there like a moron and gape at the most beautiful creature on God's green earth. Lame as it may sound, let anyone who disagree be damned to the depths of hell. Alice laughed and closed my jaw, which I hadn't even noticed was hanging open. I take it you like it, then, she giggled, dotting me. I nodded my head dumbly, still gaping at her. Alice rolled her eyes and hugged me for a minute or so. All right, you've gotten your reward now, my Bella. You can see it again soon, I promise. Right now, what say we go and pay for what we're buying, shall we? Without another word, she was out of the stall, leaving me looking like a giant idiot. I swear a fly could land on my eye and I wouldn't even notice. Oh, shit. Ow, ow, ow. Blink. I blinked and internally smacked myself for being so awestruck. God. Stupid teenager brain. I sighed and shook my head as I slipped my pants on, then my shirt and lastly both socks and shoes. I had rather enjoyed this little outing, though a part of me desired much more. I swear, sometimes hormones really stink. I'm just saying. Alice danced into the stall moments later, fully clothed with her bikini in hand. She smiled at me before grabbing the ones we'd decided to get, plus the one I would be wearing tomorrow. She held all of those in one hand while she grabbed the pile that we didn't like or didn't touch with the other, inclining her head for me to follow her, which I did. Alice quickly took care of all the discard pile by giving them to the guy behind the dressing room counter, the one she'd charmed into letting us use the dressing room by ourselves. She gave him another charming smile, which nearly made him collapse on the ground. I giggled at that, though I felt a twinge of jealousy. I pushed it aside, though, since Alice laced the fingers of her free hand through mine as we walked together towards the cash register. In a matter of minutes we were driving home, a big grin on Alice's face and a content smile on mine. I was looking forward to tomorrow, truth be told. I'd miss Alice terribly, I knew that and I knew that she knew that too, but I was getting the chance to make some human friends, something I'd never been able to do before. Although it was a little odd for me to refer to them as human friends. Being around vampires really was getting to me. Huh, what are you thinking about? Alice asked, appraising me curiously. I smiled. Well, I was thinking about the beach trip tomorrow and how I'm mentally always referring to Angela, Eric and the others as human friends, and how it's kind of funny that I say that since I'm still human, I said. I see, she said, nodding her head. Bella. She turned to look at me, her honey eyes smoldering. Please be careful tomorrow. This whole push secret thing was starting to piss me off. Like, seriously. What the F? K is so damn important about that place and the people living there that they can't tell me. And yet when I ask, they always tell me they'll explain later and they never do. It's quite annoying, but I know that if I press it too much, I might get into trouble. So I'll drop it. Besides, maybe someone on the reservation could tell me. Well, I mean, if I can find that Leah chick, maybe. I'm not about to ask some stranger, that's for sure. Alice was still looking at me, waiting for me to respond. I sighed. I will, Alice. I will. I smiled at her reassuringly to try and prove my point. I would be careful, I knew I had to be, but she didn't have to worry too much. She smiled back, though she didn't seem fully convinced. Still, she dropped it, so that was the end of that. The rest of the day went on relatively fast. We'd been gone much longer than I had originally thought, a whole 3 hours. Instead of 1. I was amazed at how off my sense of timing was and wondered if it had anything to do with my slow change into a vampire. Or maybe it was because I was living with vampires, who had no sense of time at all. Both. I slept rather soundly, cuddling into Alice like I always did. I waited for her to come back from hunting, since she hadn't hunted for a while, before she automatically pulled me into her arms and I snuggled into her. Cold and hard she may be, but she was an amazing pillow, that much I could say without a doubt. Plus, her purring, soft skin and her naturally sweet scent added to the dreamy effect that snuggling with her already created. It was Sunday morning before I knew it, and already I was feeling a bit nervous. I'd never been on this type of trip before, not once in my life. I'd been on a few field trips, sure, but this was different altogether. I hardly knew any of the people I was going with, plus it was a beach where there would most likely be a bunch of strangers roaming around. I was just nervous. Because being nervous is an irritatingly hard habit to break. Jasper says you should stop worrying so much, Alice cooed. We were sitting on the bed together, Alice curled around me, her forehead resting against mine as she rubbed our noses together, an adorable expression on her face like always. Trying not to, I muttered. What's wrong, Bella? She asked. I sighed. I'm just a bit nervous is all, I admitted. She stroked my cheeks with her thumbs. I know, love. If you need me, I'm just a phone call away, I promise. Thanks, Alice. Alice smiled softly at me and me. You should probably go get your stuff ready. We'll be leaving in about 20 minutes. I cocked my head to the side. Do you know where Angela lives? She nodded and tapped her forehead. I know everything, silly. I rolled my eyes at her as she giggled and got off the bed, bouncing about the room. I couldn't stop myself from smiling at that. Alice was a pro at cheering me up. With one last quiet sigh, I forced myself off the bed and grabbed the stack of clothes I planned on wearing. From what Eric had told me, the weather was supposed to be perfect today. I wouldn't know since the Cullens always had a cool house. It wasn't freezing or anything, more of a relaxing cool than anything else, but then again, I doubted they even noticed it. I'd already eaten, showered and brushed up, so it wouldn't take too long to be ready. I slipped out of my pajamas and put on my bikini, which, for some reason, felt skimpier than it had the other day. Blushing to myself, I put on a pair of shorts and a short-sleeved shirt over it. I figured I'd wear sandals instead of shoes, since those would be more comfortable for me. Once I was fully changed, all I needed now was the armbands from Amara. I decided that wearing one armband would look really weird, so I figured I'd just wear two. I made my way downstairs, where Alice was waiting with the others, who were all staring at the TV. They seemed to do that a lot. Did they not have anything better to do with themselves? Edward snorted, but otherwise chose not to comment on that. I was instantly wrapped up in Esme's arms as she hugged me and at my cheeks. Oh, I'm so happy you get to spend some time with your friends, she chirped. Then she pulled away and gave me a placid look. You will miss me, though, right? Of course I will, I stated softly. How could I not? Esme beamed at that before dotting my forehead and moving back over to the kitchen. I turned and looked at Amara. Hey, Amara, do you have those armbands? Amara nodded and blurred up the stairs, appearing a few seconds later holding two black armbands in her hands. I had to roll my eyes at the color choices I quickly slipped each one on, positioning them both just right. What's wrong with them? Amara asked, hands on her hips. Don't you have anything that isn't black or red? I asked curiously. I'll have you know black is the new blue, thank you very much, she huffed before sitting back down. Alice giggled as she jumped up and embraced me. You ready to go? She asked. I nodded. Yeah, I'm ready. We should give her some flea shots before she goes, Emmett chuckled. I think she'll need vaccine for rabies, not fleas, Rosalie grunted. Amara chuckled. Maybe a chew toy, too. I think all she'll need is a leash, Edward stated. Well, I know that she'll need a bath when she gets back, Rosalie snorted. Otherwise she'll stink up the whole house. I furrowed my brow in confusion. I thought I always smelled good. Will you guys shut up? Alice hissed. You're not helping. They just smiled at us as Alice groaned and pulled me along with her outside. Ignore them, Alice muttered. They're just spouting nonsense as usual. Hey! Emmett shouted from in the house. I smiled at that. It didn't take long for us to get in the car and drive off. Angela lived more in the center of Forks, but with Alice's maniac driving, we'd be there in about 2 minutes, if that. Neither of us spoke, though my mind was racing with questions. Alice looked fairly decent, though her eyes easily gave away the fact that she was worried. I double-checked to make sure I had my phone with me in case I needed to call her. By the time I'd looked up, we were at Angela's. Angela was outside, getting her car set up. She whirled around and gaped surprisedly at us as Alice made her way over to my door, opening it as she always did. I kissed her on the cheek, which made her smile. One of these days I'll open your door, I stated. She giggled. When it's your car, you can. Hey Bella, hey Alice, Angela greeted, walking over to us. Hi Angela, we greeted in unison. Are you coming with us, Alice? Angela asked, glancing at her. Alice looked up at the sky. There were several clouds overhead, blocking out the sun's rays and thus preventing her skin from glowing. But the clouds were dissipating quickly. Alice sighed morosely and shook her head, smiling sadly at me. Sorry, but no can do. I have things to attend to. Ah, that's too bad. But okay, maybe some other time, Angela said, smiling at her. Then she turned to me, smile still in place. Are you ready to go, Bella? I nodded. Where are the others? They'll meet us there. Go on and climb into the car and we can get going, she said softly. I started to walk towards the car when Alice gently grabbed my wrist. She pulled me back towards her and pressed her lips fully to mine. I was a little caught off guard at first, especially since Angela was there, but it didn't take long for me to forget. I kissed her back for a few minutes before breaking apart. Alice sighed and pecked my cheeks one last time, her eyes telling me what her mouth wasn't. Then she turned to Angela, a serious look on her face. You promise you'll look after her? She asked. Angela nodded, just as serious. Of course. Alice narrowed her eyes for a moment, then nodded and turned to face me. Be careful. I will, Alice, I whispered. She smiled softly at me, kissed me one last time, then turned and got into her car. She revved the engine slowly, watching me the whole time as she backed up and drove off, back towards our house. I turned to face Angela, who was smiling softly at me. You two sure are cute together. I blushed and rubbed my neck. Thanks, I murmured. Ready now? She asked. I nodded and walked towards the passenger's seat. Let's go. Angela drove her surprisingly silent car across the streets, stopping at the light as it turned red. We had been talking on and off about different subjects since we'd left her house, like our relationships, Forks itself, the school and other normal things. She even inquired a little bit about my family, though her questions were subtle and basic ones. I could understand why she was so curious, considering how mysterious the Cullens tended to act around others. We were currently talking about La Push and what it was like. When she asked me if I'd been to any beaches, I had to admit to her that I hadn't. So this is your first beach trip ever? Angela asked, slightly taken aback. I shrugged. Well, yes and no. I mean, it's my first trip to a beach with, friends and all. I think I've been to La Push before, maybe, but I can't remember. It's been too long. I think the last time I was here was when I was a little kid. Angela looked perplexed. I didn't know you used to live here. I internally kicked myself for that. Then again, I wasn't sure how far the Cullens' elaborate lie extended. As far as I knew, they only covered how I'd come into the family and nothing more, so maybe I could get away with saying a bit more without any consequences. If anything, someone would have mentioned it if they felt it was important. So why not? Yeah, I did, I admitted. Angela seemed like a trustworthy person. I'd asked Edward about her before and he said that she had very pure thoughts. I used to live here for a few years with my parents, before they divorced and we moved away. I had forgotten how hard it was to say that word when I wasn't referring to Carlisle and Esme, who in my eyes, were my parents and were always meant to be my parents. That's how I saw it, at least. Renee and Charlie had nothing on the two of them in my world. Nothing. I see, Angela murmured. She was clearly curious and wanted to know more, but she wasn't the type to brazenly throw out questions at me. That was something I liked about her. She respected my privacy and wouldn't ever ask me anything that she felt would invade it. You can ask if you'd like, Angela, I said softly. Angela bit her lip. So your parents, your, ex-parents, I mean. What were they like? I sighed. I hated my mother and she never cared much for me. She used to verbally abuse me all the time, telling me I was worthless and I would never be able to get anywhere with my life. My father still lives here in Forks. He never showed me any sort of love back then, but now he says he's willing to try and make amends. I'm not sure about it yet, but I've decided to give him a chance, at the very least. Then again, it's more because of his friendship with Carlisle that I'm doing it. I'm not holding my breath on him. She nodded in understanding. May I ask who your birth father is? I hesitated for a moment before deciding it was okay to tell her. Charlie Swan, I replied. I winced as I said the name, since it reminded me too much of how things used to be. Angela gasped. The police chief. I nodded. Wow, that's interesting. My parents are good friends with him and they mentioned that he had a daughter. I never thought that it'd be you, no offense or anything. I don't consider myself his daughter anymore. He lost that privilege years ago and it's way too late for that to change, I said, shrugging my shoulders. I understand, Angela said, nodding. Oh, we're almost there. I glanced out the window to see that we were driving on a dirt path now, the beach a few miles ahead. The clouds, for the most part, were gone now, allowing for the warm rays of sunlight to pour down on everything. I had to open my window because the car was starting to get stuffy, which was not something I was used to. So the others will be there? I inquired. Yes. Eric went and got both Katie and Ben and, knowing how Eric drives, he's probably already there, waiting for us. I chuckled. Trust me, Angela, no matter how fast Eric drives, Alice drives twice as fast. Angela stared at me wide-eyed. Really? Oh yeah, she's a regular speed demon, I replied, smiling. You two really love each other, don't you? She asked. She means the world to me, I answered truthfully. I couldn't imagine myself being with anyone but her. Angela smiled at me in understanding and appreciation as we neared the beach. I noticed that there was another car already there, which, as Angela had said, was indeed Eric's. Eric, Katie and Ben were all lounging near it, all of them smiling when they caught sight of Angela's car pull up next to it. She smiled at me before exiting, which I did after her. I had to admit it was weird not having Alice there to open the door for me. Hey Angie. Hey Bella. Katie greeted excitedly. Angela frowned. Angie. Can't I just be Angela? The boys both chuckled at her humorous expression while Katie merely shrugged. Angela sighed and shook her head. Katie walked past her and enveloped me in a hug I wasn't expecting. Not only that, but I wasn't used to hugging someone whose body wasn't as cold as ice. It took me a moment, but I eventually relaxed into the hug and hugged her back. I didn't fail to notice Katie sniffing my shoulder before she pulled away. You smell good, she said, smiling at me. Thanks, I murmured. That's a little weird, Ben snickered. Katie scoffed. Would you rather I tell her she stinks? Ben thought on that before smiling and shaking his head. Good point. Alright, enough dilly-dallying, let's go have some fun in the sun. Eric shouted. I noticed he was holding onto a long blue surfboard with a bikini-clad girl in the center. Katie and Ben both nodded in agreement. Eric smirked and started walking off towards the ocean, Katie grabbing her surfboard and smiling at me before chasing after him. Ben walked over to Angela and looked at me. So Bella, do you surf? I was about to respond when my cell phone's loud ring startled me. I frowned, having not realized I'd had it on, and pulled it from my pocket to see who was calling me. Alice, of course. I gave Ben and Angela an apologetic look, but they just waved it off with knowing smiles on their faces as I turned around and put the phone to my ear. Alice, what's Bella? She shouted into the phone. Oh Bella, thank God. Alice, honey, what's wrong? Are you okay? I asked, becoming incredibly concerned at the tone of her voice. She sounded like she was breathing hard into the phone, taking a few unneeded breaths before responding. Oh God, was she okay? Did she see something? Oh Bella, I was so worried about you. I can't see you, Bella. You just vanished out of my view and it scared me to death. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Bella, please tell me if something happened, she choked into the phone. Alice, I'm okay, I soothed. I'm fine, really, I'm fine. Please, calm down. Oh okay, she sputtered. God, I thought I'd lost you. No, everything is fine, I repeated softly. Alice, I promise you that I will be back there in a few hours in your arms, okay? All right, she replied, her tone far less frantic. I love you. I love you too. She hesitated for a moment before sighing and hanging up. I felt a wave of relief wash over me as I did the same, snapping my phone shut and stuffing it into my pocket. I ran a hand through my hair and steadied myself. Hearing Alice panic made me panic and I was worried something had happened. Then I thought about what she said. She couldn't see me. What did that mean? Why couldn't she see me? That didn't make any sense. Is everything okay, Bella? Angela's quiet voice interrupted my musing. I turned to see both her and Ben looking at me concernedly. Yeah, everything's fine. False alarm is all. If you say so, Angela murmured, not quite believing me. Ben frowned, but shrugged it off. The two of them starting walking off towards the beach, so I followed along behind them, keeping my hands in my pockets as I did. I couldn't get Alice's terrified voice out of my mind and how scared shitless I was when I'd heard it. I hoped she would calm down a bit by the time I'd returned. I didn't want her thinking I was dead or anything of that sort. So Bella, do you surf? Ben asked, repeating his earlier question. I blinked. No, not really. I'd probably just make a fool of myself if I tried. Angela giggled. That's okay, neither of us can either. Heck, Eric and Katie aren't all that great themselves, they fall down more times than anything. But they do it to have a good time and they enjoy seeing how long they can last before falling. You remember that time Katie tried doing a handstand? Ben chuckled. I take it didn't work out too well, I inquired. Ben smirked and nodded. Nope. She ended up crashing into Angela by accident. I had to buy new glasses after that, Angela sighed, shaking her head. But it was a fun day, so I didn't mind so much. And the Quileutes that showed up were friendly, too. Well, most of them were. There are a few of them that weren't, but they didn't hang around too much. What do you mean? I asked curiously. Ben answered. Well, since the Quileutes live here, they're always out and about. Some of them happen to like mingling with people who come by, so it wouldn't surprise me if a few of them showed up just to chat. Like Angela said, some aren't very social, but most of them are friendly if you talk to them. I nodded in understanding. We were now on the beach itself, which was surprisingly vacant. A few people with tan skin were walking about, talking amongst themselves, but otherwise it was just the five of us that I recognized. Eric and Katie were out in ocean, struggling to keep their balance on their respective surfboards. They ended up colliding into each other, which caused the three of us and several of the natives watching to laugh. Wow, I chuckled. They really aren't very coordinated, are they? Angela and Ben both laughed in agreement as Eric and Katie both popped their heads out of the water. They gave all of us thumbs up before clambering back onto their surfboards to try again. I giggled. I had to give them credit, since I would have given up after the first fall. I stopped when something hit me, or rather, my nostrils. It was just, ew. One of the grossest, weirdest scents that I'd ever smelled before. I mean damn, it was rank. I had to cover my nose for a moment as my eyes watered from the intense smell, which reminded me of wet dog. But there were no dogs around here as far as I could see, which confused me. The scent dissipated seconds after it had appeared, confusing me even further. What the F.K. Did you guys smell that? I inquired. Ben and Angela both turned and looked at me incredulously. Smell what? Angela asked. I frowned for a moment and shook my head. Never mind, probably just something in the air is all. No big deal. They both shrugged before continuing their own conversation, which I chose not to interrupt. I looked around, wondering where that awful smell had come from, yet could find nothing. How weird. I shrugged to myself and kicked a bit of sand in the air. I was content on letting Angela and Ben have their own private conversations. I wasn't too close to them yet, so I'd feel rude if I just loomed near them while they talked. I noticed that several of the Quileutes, mostly young-looking boys with a few girls, were all staring at me. I blushed, feeling both awkward and self-conscious with my choice of attire, internally cursing myself for ever agreeing to wear a damn bikini of all things. They all had the oddest looks on their faces, a mixture of confusion, disgust and wariness. I noticed several were whispering amongst themselves, but I couldn't hear what they were saying. As I kept walking, though, I could hear a few words. She stinks like them, one of the girls hissed. But she's human, one of the boys countered. She must go to the school with them, another boy reasoned. Then why does she reek like they do so much and not the others? A third boy asked. Maybe we should ask her, a second girl suggested. No, leave her be, stated a fourth boy, taller and older looking than the others. For now, at least, added another girl, also taller and older looking. I nearly tripped over myself when I'd heard them mentioning that I was human. What the F.K. Did they know about the Cullens being vampires? Is that what the big secret was? I wanted to know even more than I already did. God, King needed to know now. The curiosity was going to drive me insane otherwise. Damn it. Before I could dwell on it for too long, I noticed one of the Quileute boys slowly walking towards me. Narrowing my eyes, it took me a moment to realize that it was the same boy I'd seen that day when I'd seen Charlie. The only difference was, his hair was cropped short now and he seemed a bit taller. Not by much, though. He looked to be about 5 feet 11, if anything, with a boyish face and a lanky body. Ew. He wasn't wearing a shirt. Conceited much. Then again, it was hot out, so whatever. I just wasn't the type for looking at guys' chests, especially the guys who carried themselves like they were God's gift to women. Those were the guys I couldn't stand, with their damn, I think I'm grins and their king six-packs. My God, I hated guys with super toned abs. I don't know why, I just did. I guess it was my attraction to girls with soft, thin stomachs and curvy waists, but I detested guys like that. And judging by this guy, however young he was, he seemed to be that exact type of person. Joy. Hey, he greeted, a husky-sounding voice that made me cringe. Hi, I muttered, not interested in talking to him. I tried to walk away, but he stepped in front of me, causing a hiss to escape my lips. I did not like being blocked off. His eyes widened for a moment as he stepped back, holding his hands up in front of him. Whoa, hang on a moment. I just wanted to talk is all, he said. I glared at him. What is it? You're the girl I saw a few days ago, right? You were leaving Chief Swan's house that day, remember? Yes, what of it? How do I say this? I think I might know you. Are you Bella? I sighed. Yes, that's my name. His eyes widened in surprise. Holy crap, I can't believe it. I thought that it was you, but I wasn't sure at first. And Charlie didn't say anything, so I started to doubt it. But then I kept thinking and I realized that it had to be you. Damn, Bella, it's been, forever. I held up my hands and interrupted him. What the K are you talking about? I don't know you, pal, so I suggest you get the hell away from me. Now. He frowned for a moment. You don't recognize me. Well, it has been a few years, I guess. It's me, Jacob, remember? Jacob Black. You used to play with me and my sister when we were all little kids years ago. I blinked several times and cocked my head to the side curiously. Huh, Jacob. I repeated the name confusedly. It did ring a bell, but it was very, very vague. I thought back on it, trying to delve into my memory. As best as I could. Then I recalled playing with some kids as a child, one of them a tan-skinned boy. I remembered his face, then looked at this boy's face and realized that they were in fact the same person. The realization must have shown because he smiled wide at me. Yup, it's me, your old buddy Jacob. I gave him a once-over and blinked a few more times. Jacob Black. Damn, I can't believe it's you. Wow, you really look different. You aren't short and chubby anymore, I see. Not to mention you cut your hair and, I paused when I noticed an odd-looking tattoo on his right shoulder, the same tattoo that several of the other Quileutes had. I can hardly recognize you. He laughed throatily. Look who's talking. I could hardly believe it was you. You've gotten pretty tall yourself, taller than I'd thought. I see you're just as pale as ever, though. I can't help if I don't tan, jackass, I huffed. So what have you been up to? And your sister, where's she at? I haven't seen her in forever too. Jacob smiled and pointed his thumb in the direction of the group that had been staring at me. A few of them were giving me brief once-overs while the others were either talking amongst themselves or glancing at Jacob. I followed his thumb at the taller, older-looking girl with cropped black hair, who had a disgruntled look on her face. That's her, he said. I gawked in surprise. I remembered Jacob's older sister, Raina Black, from all those years ago, since she used to play with us. Now, though, she was almost unrecognizable. She was well built in both height and muscle, not overly buff but well toned nonetheless. Her face was thin and her eyes narrow, but she was unmistakably beautiful. Nowhere near the levels of my family, of course, but still more than the average human, I'd say. Damn, she looks like she could kick your ass pretty easily, I mused. Jacob scoffed at that and I swore that I heard the others, Raina included, laughing amongst themselves. Had they heard me? I was about to ask about it when that awful smell came back. I winced and covered my nose again, the foulness bringing tears to my eyes. Dear God, that stinks. What the hell is that? It was like rotting garbage mixed in with dog. Jacob looked at me concernedly and took a step forward, mouth open to say something, when suddenly he stepped back, his nose scrunching as a look of sheer disgust came onto his face. He blinked several times and subtly sniffed the air before shaking his head. Gross, he mumbled under his breath. Do you smell that too? I asked. He looked at me curiously. What? That really stinky smell. Come on, you had to have gotten a whiff of it, I breathed, the smell now gone again. Seriously, what was up with that? Jacob's face became unreadable as he appraised me for a moment. Then his face softened as he shrugged and smiled. Sorry, I dunno what you mean. Someone probably ripped one over there, he said, pointing at the group of Quileutes. A couple glared at him as he started to snicker humorously, which confused the hell out of me. I was certain they'd heard him, yet he hadn't talked very loudly. There was definitely something going on here. And I didn't like it. Bella, there you are, I heard Angela say. I turned and saw her and Ben walking over towards Jacob and I. They glanced at him for a moment as they closed in on us. We turned around and you were nowhere to be seen, so we got a little worried. Sorry about that, I murmured, rubbing the back of my neck. Who's your friend here? Ben asked curiously. Oh, this is Jacob. We used to be friends when I lived here years ago, I said, waving my hand at him. We just kinda re-met, since it's been years since we've seen each other. I used to play with him and his sister when I was little. Jacob, this is Angela and her boyfriend Ben. Nice to meet you, Angela said, nodding her head. Ben did the same. Jacob smiled at that. Well, I'm happy to meet you two as well. I take it those other two out on the waves are friends of yours? He asked, looking at me. Yeah, that's Eric and his girlfriend Katie. Jacob narrowed his eyes and looked out at the ocean. Angela, Ben and I did too. Eric and Katie were now fully riding a good-sized wave, both posing humorously at us as they did. All of us laughed when Katie's board curved and once again she collided with Eric, causing them to topple into the water beneath. They're getting better, Jacob mused. He then turned to me, a curious smile on his face. No boyfriend with you. I opened my mouth to reply, but shut it. Did he seriously just ask me that? Yeah, he did. And there was no way in hell I could miss that weird glint of hope that flickered across his eyes as he did, though it vanished quickly. I was stunned. We hadn't even been talking for 5 King minutes and already he was trying to hit on me. King seriously. Jacob must have noticed my irritation because he immediately looked abashed. Sorry, shouldn't have asked. Not my place. I didn't mean it that way, I swear. I was just, kinda curious is all, he said, pouting at me. His pout was a little puppy doggish, but nothing like Alice's. But his eyes relayed that he was being sincere, so my irritation dissipated as I let out a quiet sigh. Angela and Ben watched the display with worried looks. It's fine. But no, I don't have a boyfriend, I replied, hoping he'd get the hint. He didn't seem to, which made me internally sigh. Angela giggled, though, and Ben snickered, both of them knowing the truth. You should keep Bella some company, Ben suggested, grinning as he did. She's kind of on her own without her girlfriend to hang around with. I hung my head at the mentioning of that, since I'd been trying not to think about how much I missed Alice. Angela lightly elbowed Ben, causing him to smack his forehead and give me an apologetic look. Jacob looked between us with a puzzled expression, trying to figure out what was going on, then shrugged and smiled again. He really liked smiling, it seemed. Yeah, sure, I'd love to keep my old pal some company, he replied, grinning at me. You feel like going for a surf? I don't surf, I stated. But you could if you want. I was actually thinking of building a sandcastle, since I haven't done that in ages. Ooh, sandcastles. Ben shouted excitedly. We should have a mini contest. Sounds like fun, Jacob crooned. I'm in. Me too, Angela said. The four of us all walked over to a good spot and took up separate positions, deciding to work alone rather than in pairs. We'd build a sandcastle as best we could, then get someone, maybe Eric and Katie, to judge which was best. I was hoping that being Alice's mate would mean that some of her artistic talent rubbed off on me subconsciously. I mean, I doubted it, but it would be nice. I would love to take a photo and send it to Alice, just so she was aware that I was okay. I waited for a moment as I watched Jacob, Angela and Ben start theirs. We didn't have any buckets or plastic shovels like little kids used, so it was all up to us using our hands and our creative abilities. Huh. Yeah, I was ked. I didn't know what the hell I was going to make. I just started grabbing handfuls of sand and started piling them together. I spent about an hour and a half struggling to put everything together and keep it in place. Since we were closer to the water, it was easier to grab wet sand, which helped keep everything stable, but because of my lack of art know-how, I was at a bit of a loss. I glanced at the others and was happy to see that none of them were faring any better. Only Jacob seemed to be doing well with his jerk. I sighed and closed my eyes to clear my head. I needed inspiration, and there was one person that I could think of to give me inspiration. Alice. I imagined her graceful, beautiful face, the thin eyebrows, the dimples, those angelic eyes and her smile, her black, messy hair pointing in every direction, the sound of her wind chime voice. I used that, the image of my Alice, as inspiration and just started moving my hands randomly, not quite watching myself work. Yeah, I know I'm insane. But when you live with a family of vampires, your girlfriend and soulmate is a vampire and you're turning into a damn vampire, sanity is a bit overrated. Another hour passed, most of my attention on thoughts of Alice. Not the dirty kind, despite what my mind wanted to think, but just of her. I hadn't even looked at what I was creating, or attempting to create, until I heard a grumble next to me. I glanced over to see Jacob glaring at his sandcastle, which, to my amusement, had toppled over. Angela's was looking good, like a classic sandcastle, while Ben's had a very interesting look. Then I looked at mine. Mine hadn't turned into a sandcastle. It was, to my complete surprise, Alice's face. I gaped at it, stunned that I of all people had made it. It looked exactly like her, with every detail, from her hair to her eyes to her smile, was perfectly formed in the sand. Wow. Just, wow. I guess there was some artistic talent in me after all. I'd even illustrated both her necklace and her choker in the sand. Damn, I guess I should not pay attention to what I create more often. I gave my creation a once-over, making sure everything was perfect, which it was. Getting an idea, I pulled my phone out and accessed the camera option before standing and snapping a photo of the sand Alice. Then I clicked send to the real Alice, hoping she would like it. It wasn't a permanent thing like her drawings were, but I hoped she'd like it nonetheless. Seconds after I'd sent it, my phone vibrated. I flicked it open and smiled. It's beautiful, love. Thank you. I love you. I sighed, thankful that she wasn't worrying as much anymore. Damn, Bella, Jacob breathed, staring down at my work. Ben and Angela both looked over from theirs and looked at it in surprise themselves. That's pretty good. It is, Ben agreed. Angela walked over and glanced down at it. Is that Alice? I smiled and nodded. Ah, that's so sweet of you. Did you send it to her? I nodded again. Angela giggled. You two are so cute together, I swear. I blushed at that. Thanks. Who's Alice? Jacob asked. My girlfriend, I replied automatically. Jacob frowned as he absorbed that information. Girlfriend. Like, girlfriend. Yes, that would be the one. Jacob looked at me surprisedly, cocking his head to the side and studying me like I was a work of art. I furrowed my brow, annoyed at the look he was giving me. There was confusion, curiosity, uncertainty and wariness in his eyes as he frowned and shook his head. I didn't know you swung that way, he murmured. I shrugged. I figured it out a while ago, actually. I guess you really have changed. I scowled at his tone of voice, but didn't comment on it. You have no idea, I said softly. He was about to respond to that when we noticed Eric and Katie, drenched, walking towards us with their boards in tote. They both set their boards into the sand and shook their messy hair as they came over to us, smiles on their faces. Hey guys, what's happening? Eric asked, glancing idly at Jacob. Who might this be? Katie asked. Jacob. I'm an old friend of Bella's, he replied. There was something off about his voice as he responded, though he still smiled. Huh. Eric and Katie both smiled and shook his hand before glancing at the three of us. Eric smirked and playfully nudged Ben. Yo bud, what's up? Eric asked, nodding at him. Ben shrugged. Not much. Just building some sandcastles in the, sand. Dude. Katie exclaimed, looking at my sandals. Bella, that's awesome. You made that. I stared down at it fondly and nodded. Yeah, I did. Nice job, Eric commended. I'd definitely vote Bella as the winner. Me too, Katie agreed. Ben and Angela both nodded in agreement. Jacob stared down at it, a strange look in his eyes. It was almost as though he were glaring, not at my creation itself, but at Alice. As if he knew who she was. Did he? Something wrong, Jacob? I asked. Jacob looked up at me. Huh, oh no, sorry. Just admiring the detail in your creation is all. Yeah right. I can tell by the look in your eyes there's way more to it, you just aren't telling me, like everyone else I know, I grumbled mentally. Hey, you guys wanna go check out the souvenir shop? Katie asked. I gave her a puzzled look. There's a souvenir shop here. Jacob chuckled next to me. Yeah, my people sell things like shells and things we made over there. He pointed towards a building further off with a sign hanging in front of it. It's all genuine and I swear the prices are good. We don't rip you off like a lot of other places do, and if you feel dissatisfied, we'll gladly give you your money back, no questions asked. It's our policy here on La Push, you have my word. That sounds like fun, actually, Angela murmured. Yeah, I bet they've got some cool stuff, Ben agreed. You coming, Bella? Eric asked. I thought on it for a moment. Nah, I think I'll stick around here and catch up with Jacob for a while. You guys go on ahead, I'll meet with you later on, okay? Sounds good, Bella, Katie said. They all smiled at me before walking off towards the souvenir shop. I watched them for about a minute before sighing and kneeling down, studying my sandals thoroughly. I could feel Jacob staring down at it over my shoulder, which was really starting to irk me. I stood up and put my hands on my hips as I faced him. Seriously, what's wrong? He narrowed his eyes, glancing in the direction where the group of Quileutes had been. Most of them were gone, save for the two older-looking ones, Raina and the boy, both of whom were staring at Jacob. Jacob furrowed his brow and sighed, running a hand through his short hair. It's nothing, Bella, really. I raised an eyebrow, not falling for his bullshit. You wanna go for a walk or something? Just to catch up. I sighed, seeing that I wasn't going to be getting an answer. Yeah, sure, why not? We started walking with each other. Or rather, he started walking and I followed, since I had no idea where he was going. He had his hands in his pockets and his eyes to the ground, lost in thought on something. I stuffed my hands into my pockets too, deciding not to speak until he spoke, no matter how awkward and irritating the silence was. So, that girl you were with that day. Is that Alice? He asked, not looking at me. Yeah, that's her, I muttered. Oh. He was silent for a moment, his eyebrows twitching. She's a Cullen. Yup. Oh. Again, more awkward silence. It was really starting to piss me off. I was about to stop and ask him about it when he suddenly turned, forcing me to follow after him. Then he stopped a moment later in front of a house, which I assumed to be his. An idle glance to the left revealed the pickup I'd seen that day, which confirmed what I had expected. But then I caught sight of another vehicle, a police cruiser. I furrowed my brow in confusion when the door to the house swung open and out sauntered two familiar faces. The first was the man in the wheelchair that I'd seen with Jacob that day, likely Jacob's father or grandfather. His eyes quickly fell upon me, narrowing as they did in a scrutinizing way. Next to him, staring at me with surprise was Charlie, wearing casual clothes instead of his police uniform, which I'd expected him to wear. Hey Bella, Charlie greeted, awkwardly rubbing his neck. Hi Charlie. Shit. This wasn't good. One of the last people I wanted to see was now standing right in front of me. Could this day get any more awkward? Knowing me and how my luck worked out, I knew it could and would be without a doubt. Sigh. I really hate my luck sometimes. And I had a bad feeling that it was going to get worse. Charlie stood there awkwardly, his eyes staring at the ground rather than at me. Jacob seemed mildly surprised to see him, but otherwise betrayed no emotions. And the man in the wheelchair just kept his eyes on me. I looked between the three of them and nervously ran a hand through my hair, not really knowing what to do or say. I hated awkward silences. And for some reason, being around Charlie always meant an awkward silence. Why was that? Worse still, Charlie was shifting his eyes at me, as if he were waiting for me to be the one to break it. What the hell? No way. Why should I have to be the one to break the silence? Oh God, I hope I don't. I hate it when that happens. Hello Chief Swan, Jacob said, breaking the silence at last. Charlie nodded to him. Hey there, Jake. I see you, met Bella. The man in the wheelchair blinked and looked at him surprisedly. Bella, your daughter. I winced at the word, daughter, and glared at Charlie, silently daring him to try and refer to me as that title. I was not his daughter, not anymore. Honestly, I wasn't sure if I ever really was his daughter in his eyes. But it didn't matter now, I was Carlisle and Esme's daughter. Charlie grimaced, not only at his question, but at the look on my face. He hesitated for a moment before sighing and shaking his head. She's, not my daughter anymore, Billy, he admitted, a look of sorrow and shame on his face. Jacob's eyes widened as he appraised me, the man in the wheelchair, Billy, doing the same. Wait, Billy. This was Jacob's father, Billy Black. I remembered him now. What does he mean? Jacob asked, puzzled. I sighed. I was just recently adopted by a new family, one that I know loves me and will take care of me. Is that true, Charlie? Billy asked. Charlie nodded somberly. Yes, it is. Why? Jacob inquired. It's a long story, Charlie stated, clearly not wanting to talk about it. I scoffed quietly, but made no comment. Charlie glanced at me for a moment before turning to Billy. Listen Billy, it's been nice seeing you again, but I think I'd best be going. I got a call last night about another disappearance, so I need to go look into that. You take care of yourself, now. Billy frowned, but nodded. You as well, my friend. So long, Jacob, and you too, Bella. Give the doctor my regards, Charlie murmured before walking off. He only looked back once, his eyes looking into mine, reflecting the pain he was feeling as he got into his cruiser and revved the engine up. I watched after him for a few seconds until his car disappeared altogether. It was then that I noticed both Jacob and Billy studying me, confusion and curiosity in their eyes. What? I asked, disliking their looks. So what happened between you and Charlie? Jacob inquired. Jacob, Billy chided. I'm surprised he didn't mention it, I muttered. He mentioned you from time to time, though never much, Billy stated. He felt bad because he'd let your mother take you and the guilt was eating away at him. He wasn't the same until after the accident, then he got a lot better. He missed you, you know. I rolled my eyes. He should have thought of that before he neglected me when I was still his daughter. It's far too late for that. I'm only giving him a second chance because it's my new father's wishes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even bothered to go see him that day. I see. Jacob still seemed aghast. How come you didn't mention this before? I didn't think it mattered all that much, I replied. Well, no, not a whole lot, but still, Bella. I mean, we used to be so tight back when we were kids, even if we didn't see each other a whole lot. I just figured that you would, you know, trust me enough to tell me this sort of thing, he mumbled, shrugging his shoulders. But I get it. It's been a long time and we've both changed, so it makes sense that you wouldn't trust me anymore. I do hope that we can restart our friendship, at least. I thought about that for a moment. Alice and the others didn't seem too fond of anyone here, especially with all the insults and teasing and the warnings. I didn't understand any of it, truth be told, but I didn't see a reason to let it get to me just yet. If their reasons were good enough, then I would change my mind. But this was Jacob. He may be a bit annoying, but what he said is true. We did used to be good friends when we were younger. Of course we can, I answered. I don't see a reason why we couldn't. Jacob smiled at that. Great. So, you wanna come inside? I glanced at Billy, who nodded his head. You're welcome to come in, Bella. I'm curious to hear how things have gone for you lately. All right, sounds good. I can't be gone too long, since I don't want to keep my friends waiting forever and all. They can only be entertained by a souvenir shop for so long. You'd be surprised, Jacob chuckled, walking inside. Come on in. I followed after him into his house, which looked vaguely familiar to me. The walls were a light shade of green, with various photos hanging, as well as a few trophies. Positioned on the far right wall was a shotgun that was likely Billy's from years ago. There was a large screen TV and a two-piece couch in the center, the kitchen off to the left. I recognized the area that Jacob and I used to play in off to the side. It brought back some memories, though not all were good ones. Do you remember this place? Jacob asked. Somewhat, I admitted. Not all that well, though. Jacob was about to respond when Billy rolled into the room and cut him off. So Bella, is your adoptive father a doctor? He asked. I nodded. Yeah, he is. He's a really amazing person, both charming and incredibly kind. I don't even consider him my adoptive father, but more like my actual father. The same with my mother, she's amazing and sweet and a hell of a lot better than that that I used to think of as my mother. They both love me and I love them, and I'm much closer with them than I ever was with Charlie and especially Renee. I see, Billy said, furrowing his brow. Would you mind telling me their names? Maybe I know them. Jacob gave his father a puzzled expression. I, on the other hand, froze on the spot. That look in his eyes told me that he knew something. I could see it. Shit. What did he know? And furthermore, what do I do? If I don't tell him, then he might get suspicious. But what happens if I do tell him and something bad happens? Damn it. Maybe I shouldn't have come here. Jacob, thank God, came in for the save. You don't have to if you don't want to, Bella. He gave his father a scolding glare. It's not really any of our business, Dad. Come on now, this is Bella's first time here in years, we should at least treat her with some respect. Billy scowled momentarily, but nodded, giving me an apologetic look. My apologies, Bella. I should not be trying to intrude into your personal life. But regardless, it is good to see you again after all these years and I'm glad you and Jacob are having a chance to catch up. You should speak to Raina at some point too, though knowing that girl, I doubt she'll be free anytime soon. Why, what's she been up to? I asked curiously. Jacob and Billy looked at each other before Jacob answered. Not much. She's been seeing her boyfriend mostly. I'm sure she wouldn't mind saying hello to you later today. Oh, well, I don't want to bother her or anything, I murmured. Speaking of which, you're sure this isn't a problem, Mr. Black? Why I was being formal, I didn't know. I guess it was just because I wanted to emulate Carlisle and Esme in some way, so formality seemed like the best first step to that approach. No. Billy actually chuckled. Heavens no, Bella. And please, call me Billy. Mr. Black, Jacob snickered. Sounds like something out of a movie. I rolled my eyes, mildly amused by his childishness. What have you been up to lately, Billy? Billy smiled. Well, you may not recall, but I'm a member of the Quileute Council, actually. I work alongside several others to keep track of all things relating to our tribe and our land, including the money we make at our souvenir store, making sure our kids don't cause too much of a problem in schooling, for instance. It's a full-time job, but it has a great deal of benefits, might I say. We hold meetings every weekend to inform our tribe of what's going on while having a traditional Quileute bonfire. Sounds cool, I said. It kinda is, Jacob stated, smirking at his father's sigh. What? Come on, Pops, even you gotta admit that it's boring at times. Except the food. The food is always good. That, my son, is because of the fact that you, like every other youth here, could eat a truckload of food before you were satisfied. And that, Bella, is no joke, Billy said, a hint of mirth in his weathered eyes. Jacob shrugged humorously. True, no doubt about that. Hey Bella, you wanna see my room? Sure, I replied. Jacob beamed and motioned for me to follow him down their hallway, which I did, hands stuffed into my pockets. Jacob walked to the third door on the left side and opened it, beckoning me inside. No sooner had I walked in was I struck by that awful smell again, only this time it was even stronger. I had to resist the urge to gag as I covered my nose and held my breath in, trying to do so without Jacob noticing. And if he did, he made no sign of it. After a minute the stench dissipated and I was allowed to breathe clean oxygen once more, though I noticed that his room had an odd smell to it. It wasn't necessarily bad, nothing like what I'd smelled moments ago, which was completely gone now. Jacob's room was decent sized. Nothing spectacular, not like Alice's room. He had a single window and a large bed beneath it, the covers thrown about everywhere. The walls had various posters, some of celebrities, some of more spiritual-looking things, the most prominent among them a large wolf. There was a desk, 2 medium-sized dressers and a small closet too. All in all, it wasn't shabby, but it wasn't the kind of room that I'd like. Way too small for my tastes. So, what do you think? Jacob asked, spreading his arms out and waving his hands around. No offense, Jacob, but it stinks in here, I replied, crinkling my nose. Jacob stared at me blankly before guffawing. Yeah, sorry about that. He laughed. Ha. Ah, Bella, I'm glad to see you haven't changed too much. But hey, I can't help it if it's a mess. Oh, I dunno, you could clean it, you know, I suggested sarcastically. Jacob rolled his eyes. I do. I narrowed my eyes and raised an eyebrow at him, pointing out a pile of what looked like dirty clothes on the floor. Jacob looked down at the floor embarrassedly. Okay, so I clean it every month and a half or so. Sometimes more, it depends on how long it takes me to remember. But I do clean it, I swear. I just haven't gotten around to cleaning it recently is all. Sure you do, I teased. Shut up. Jacob huffed. I doubt yours is any better. I'll have you know my room is awesome, thank you very much, I gloated. It was awesome mostly because I shared it with Alice, but he didn't need to know that. Yeah, whatever you say, Bells, he said, shaking his head. I growled lightly. Don't call me, Bells, Jacob. I only let people I'm close to call me that. He frowned, slightly hurt, but shook it off and nodded. My bad. I'll stick with Bella for now. Thank you. It's nothing personal, Jacob. It's just a me thing, you know. I understand, don't worry about it, he replied, smiling. He sure was full of smiles today. Jacob plopped down on his bed and gestured towards the chair near his desk. Here, go on and sit down, make yourself comfortable. I did as he suggested and pulled the chair out, sitting on it backwards to face him. You must work out a lot, I mused. No, I wasn't gawking at his body. Honestly, I didn't see the appeal to it. That was just me, though, since I was into girls. Jacob, however, misinterpreted my comment and flexed his muscles, grinning rather proudly. Not as much as you may think. I'm just naturally this hot, he crooned. Conceited much. I propped my chin up with the palm of my left hand while resting my elbow on the back of the chair as I appraised him. Do you look at yourself in the mirror a lot on a daily basis? I asked. Because you seem like you're the kind of person who would. Jacob rolled his eyes again. Oh, please. I don't need to look in a mirror to know how good I look, okay? Besides, staring at yourself in the mirror is a chick thing, I thought. At least, it usually is, since most of the girls I know do it all the damn time. It's annoying, really. I smiled at him and quirked an eyebrow. How old are you again? 16, he replied, beaming proudly at me. Wow, 16 and you're already a conceited ass. Good to know, I laughed. Jacob stretched backwards and leaned against his wall. Hey, I'm not that conceited. I don't spend half the day staring at my reflection in the mirror or some crap like that. I laughed again, immediately thinking of Rosalie. Just the mentioning of the word, mirror, made her turn. She really did love mirrors and she was definitely the kind of person who would spend a great deal of time in front of one, even if she didn't need to. Then again, if I was as hot as her, I'd probably do the same thing. Jacob let out a loud sigh, interrupting my thoughts. So tell me, Bella, what have you been up to lately? What brought you here to Forks? Did Charlie get you and you just decided to leave him, or did something else happen? I cocked my head to the side and frowned at him. Didn't you just get on your dad's case for trying to get into my private life? I asked. Jacob, realizing his error, grimaced and scratched the top of his head embarrassedly. Whoops. Sorry about that, I wasn't thinking. I pursed my lips and thought on it. Should I tell him? We were friends before. I mean, I won't tell him all the details since it isn't his business, but I guess telling him a little bit wouldn't hurt anybody, right? I suppose I could tell you a bit, I replied. He seemed to like that because he immediately resituated himself on his bed, crossing his legs as he appraised me. His dark brown eyes reflected a sort of childlike curiosity that made me giggle, because it reminded me of the expression I often wore myself whenever talking to anyone in my family about their pasts or about vampires in general. There was something else in his eyes that I couldn't quite pick up, but I shrugged it off before beginning. Well, you know that Charlie and Renee divorced years ago, right? I asked. Jacob nodded. Yeah, my dad told me that she took you with her when she left. I cringed when the memories came flooding back of that day and every day following it. They weren't the best things to remember, that was for certain. Jacob noticed my change in expression and shot me a sympathetic look. You don't have to tell me anything if you don't want to, he said. I sighed. No, I think that getting it out is a good thing. As long as I don't bawl like a baby again, especially not in front of someone like Jacob. He nodded his head and resumed being silent, waiting for me to tell him. All right, I guess the main thing to understand is that Renee never really liked me. She never wanted a child and got stuck with me by accident, and while I did everything I could to please her, she always insulted me and told me I'd never be worth anything in my life. I put up with her verbal abuse, though, because I was desperate in trying to please her. It never worked. Then she found Phil and fell for him for his money and looks. They were together for about 2 years until Renee decided to leave. In the end, she left me and put me into foster services, I explained. I ended up being adopted and living a drab life with a foster family that wasn't as interested in me as they thought they would be. Eventually I'd had enough, so I ran away. A few months later, I wound up here and one thing led to another and I was adopted. It's all super crazy, really, how much has happened in such a short amount of time. A lot's changed, most of it for the better. I'm better off now than I was before, so I'm thankful for that. Jacob narrowed his eyes as he absorbed what I'd said. Something seemed to bother him, though. You sound like you really like this new family. I nodded. I do. I love them and they love me. They're better than what I think I deserve, honestly, but every time I say that, they always tell me that I'm wrong. But they really are fantastic, every last one of them. He furrowed his brow. I see. By the way, what happened to your mother? I asked. Jacob winced. She died a few years back. During the accident that caused my dad to be paralyzed. It was a hard day for all of us. Oh Jacob, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. He shook his head. No, it's cool. You didn't know and now you do. But yeah, we all took it really hard, especially Raina. She took it the worst out of the three of us. She was always closer to my mother than I ever was, truthfully. It affected me the same, though. His face darkened as he spoke, the malice behind his words practically flowing through the air. Do you mind my asking what happened? Jacob's eyes narrowed as he appraised me, his eyes boring into mine. A twisted smile graced his face as he shook his head, looking out the window seconds later. You probably wouldn't want to hear it, Bella. Just know that it wasn't pretty, he replied. There was definitely something behind his words, something foreboding, almost. I was curious, but I wasn't about to push it any further. Underneath his dark tone and the anger, I could tell that bringing it up was painful for him. So I dropped it and decided to go with a new approach. So, what do you do here? I inquired. Jacob looked back at me, puzzled. What do you mean? Like, for fun. What do you do for fun? He blinked several times, his face softening instantly. Oh, well, I go cliff diving with the others a lot. Whoa, hold on. Cliff diving? What the hell is that? It's a recreational sport that me and a few of the guys and girls do to pass the time. We jump off of this really high cliff into the water. Sometimes we just jump for the hell of it, other times we make games out of it, like seeing who can do the craziest stunt or who can jump the farthest or do the most spins. Hell, we once had a competition to see who could make the biggest splash in one jump. He smiled fondly as he recalled the experience. It's loads of fun. I blinked, astonished. So jumping off a cliff and nearly dying is fun. Jacob laughed. Come on, Bella. It's not like that. We don't jump where there's a bunch of rocks or anything. We're not that stupid. He paused for a moment, his smile growing. Well, okay, maybe Paul is. I know Quill and Embry are, too. But the rest of us aren't. Besides, we've been doing this for years now. We're all pros at it. Who are Paul, Quill and Embry? I asked. He smacked his forehead. Crap, I completely forgot to introduce you to the others. I'll have to do that sometime later, if you'd like. Anyways, Embry Call and Quill Atira are my bros. We've all been friends since we were in school together. Those two are always cracking their lame-ass jokes at each other and the rest of us. Quill has curly hair and Embry has sort of flat hair. His is darker, too. They're both wrestling around most of the time, so you can't miss them. Paul Young is, well, he's the guy you want to stay away from. He's got a pretty short fuse. What about that tall guy hanging around your sister? Who was he? That's Sam Yulee. He's the oldest out of our group. He's a cool guy. Kind of intimidating at first, but he's actually one of the mellowest people you'll meet here. Oh, did you see the guy and the girl who looked like they couldn't keep their hands off each other? I thought back to being outside earlier and remembered exactly that, a boy and a girl who were hugging each other as they loomed near the others in the group. Yeah, I do. They were just hugging, though. Jacob smirked. You should be glad it was just that. That's Jared Miller and Kim So's. They're, like, a huge lovey-dovey couple, so I wouldn't be near them when they're together, which is pretty much always. I mean, they're both cool, but they're always intimate with each other and it gets annoying after a while. I think I know two people like that, I snickered, thinking of Rosalie and Emmett. Hell, Alice and I were like that, only it was more hugging and cuddling than anything. Not that I was complaining, of course. There are a few more of us that you probably haven't seen, so I'll give you the basic rundown of who's who if you'd like. Do you guys all hang out in some large group? I asked. He had an odd look in his eyes as he answered. Something like that. I frowned in confusion. Jacob ran a hand through his hair and sighed. We're, close, you could say. Living here on the reservation, you get used to knowing everybody. It's like an extended family, I guess. A really big, annoying, hyperactive, dyslexic extended family, if you catch my drift. I still didn't quite get it. I mean, I got that he knew all of these people, but there was something off about his voice that I didn't like. I could tell he was keeping something from me, which I could understand since I was doing the same. The way he was doing it, though. So anyways, there's Brandon and Colton Weaver. Their dad, Jeremy, is on the council like my dad, Jacob explained. Brandon is taller with really curly brown hair and he's really quiet. He's just as mellow as Sam is, but he's a bit odd, if you know what I mean. I frowned, unable to decipher the meaning behind his words, but decided against questioning it. He went on. Colton, on the other hand, is a bit shorter and has spiky hair and a much more, I guess you could say childish face. He's flirty and he thinks he's always chatting with girls. You'd best watch out for him. You'll know him just by the smile he's always got on his face. I smirked. Sort of like you. He frowned. What? Hell no. I'm way better than he is. As if to prove his point, he tightened his arms, flexing his muscles at me. Ew. Seriously. I turned away and held my hands out in front of my face dramatically. Ah. Stop it, Jacob, you're blinding me. Jacob guffawed merrily as he put his arms back down. I rolled my eyes and crossed my arms in front of me. Honestly, Jacob, you should realize that I'm not into that kind of thing. I'd have thought the whole girlfriend thing was enough proof for that. Jacob's brow contorted as he scowled at the mentioning of the word, girlfriend, again. He looked like he didn't understand when I'd made it perfectly clear that I was gay. Or did I have to spell it out for him to get it? Was he that dumb? Before I could ask him, though, he continued from where he'd left off. There are a few more girls hanging around here, actually. If you see a girl with medium-length black hair with B-on streaks in it, that's Crystal Stone. She's a nice girl. Pretty lazy, actually, and she's not the smartest person in the world, but at the same time, she's real intelligent. It's hard to explain without you knowing her, I guess. One girl I think you'd get along with is Serena Bryant. She's always friendly to people and practically always in a good mood, too. She's the girl with the cropped hair and the tribal tattoos on her left arm. Last but not least, there's the Clearwaters. Their mother, Sue, is also on the council, taking over for her husband, Harry, who passed away recently. There's Seth, who's the youngest at 15. He's a goofy kid, but everyone likes him. It's hard not to, you know. And then there's Leah. I blinked. Leah. Jacobs ground his teeth together. Yes, Leah Clearwater. You should stay away from her, she's nothing but trouble. Besides, you probably wouldn't like her anyways. What do you mean? She's not someone you need to be around, Bella, trust me, Jacob growled lowly. I snorted. She didn't seem that bad when I met her. Jacob narrowed his eyes at me. You've met? Yeah, I met her while I was shopping in Port Angeles. We didn't talk for very long, but she was friendly to me and told me to look her up while I was here. Wait, you met her in Port Angeles? Jacob asked. I nodded. I knew it. I knew she'd left. Stupid. Sam and Raina aren't going to like that. What do you mean? Jacob rubbed his temples. It's nothing. We have rules is all and Leah is always breaking them. Oh, well, I was actually going to ask you about that when you finished talking. I kinda wanted to see her, maybe get to be friends with her, I admitted. Jacob scowled rather menacingly at me. I wouldn't if I were you, he warned, shaking his head. I ground my teeth together. Jacob, that's not something for you to decide, okay? Look, if you won't tell me anything, then I'll go and find her myself. Besides, I'd rather form my own opinion on someone than go off of what one person says about them. I don't know why you dislike her so much, but I'm sure it's nothing big. He surprised me by slamming his fist into the wall. I jumped back, startled at the action and by the damage done. Jacob's entire body was shaking madly as he gritted his teeth, both hands balled into tight fists. I could see the veins bulging not only in his hands but on his neck, too. He glared scathingly at me as he stood up, suddenly making me feel incredibly small in front of him. Something inside of me was telling me to prepare myself, for what, I did not know. You don't know shit, Jacob spat angrily. You don't know a damn thing about her or what she tried to do. So don't act like you do, damn it. His tone was full of a fury I'd never seen in him before, and my first reaction was to spring from out of the chair and move to the doorway. I kept my eyes glued to him as I slid out of his room and moved towards the front door. Billy, who had been watching TV, noticed me and became concerned when he saw my face. Bella, what's wrong? He asked. I didn't answer him. I glanced over my shoulder back at Jacob's room, uncertain what to do. Part of me wanted to run back to the others, the other part actually wanted me to stay and defend myself from him. I didn't understand, and my inability to decide was what kept me glued in place, even when Jacob's form appeared in his doorway. Bella, wait, Jacob called. He rushed over to me before coming to an abrupt stop several feet away from me, a look of shame and sorrow on his face. Bella, I'm sorry about that, I really am. I didn't mean to snap at you like that, I swear. I haven't been feeling well lately and it's made me real cranky. I'm sorry, though, that's no reason to yell at you. Even though he sounded sincere, my instincts were telling me to be wary of him. I didn't move or acknowledge what he'd said to me, instead I watched his every move. I hadn't realized that my body was crouched down in a defensive position until both he and Billy looked at me oddly, at which point I noticed it myself. That didn't change anything, though, because I wasn't sure what Jacob was going to do next. Jacob quickly noticed that I was watching him with cautious eyes. He stopped moving altogether and just stared at me placidly, his eyes pleading with me to understand his words and pleading for forgiveness. Billy sat in silence, uncertainty on his face as his eyes darted between the two of us before resting on Jacob. Jake, maybe you should let Bella get some air, Billy suggested, breaking the tense silence that had set in. Jacob grimaced, but nodded in affirmative, stepping away from me. Sorry, Bella. I hesitated momentarily, then relaxed my stance and slowly made my way out the door. My head was spinning as the door shut behind me, but everything just seemed to fade away when a cool breeze blew past me, caressing my skin and easing me. It reminded me of Alice's cool hands brushing against my cheeks, which always seemed to relax me. Alice. Oh, how I missed her so. Like, insanely so. It was almost painful to be away from her, though I was able to suppress the feelings for the most part. I sighed morosely and walked off of Jacob's porch, letting the breeze blow my worries and thoughts away. I needed to clear my head and try and understand what the hell had just happened inside. I mean, clearly I'd accidentally crossed a line with what I'd said, since mentioning Leah seemed to do nothing but agitate Jacob. But then he got extremely angry and punched his wall. Wait, King punched a hole into his wall. I remembered the size of that hole, too. And yet he didn't even look fazed by what he'd done. It didn't even register with him, it looked like. This also reminded me of something I'd noticed but didn't pay attention to. His room. There were multiple small holes on his walls everywhere. There was even some broken off pieces on his desk and his dressers, like he'd ripped off chunks of them as though they were paper. The more I thought on it, the more I started to realize why Alice had told me to be careful on the reservation. There was definitely a lot more going on than what the people here were letting on, and I was starting to get tired of being in the dark. I didn't think I could approach Jacob about it, though, especially not after that little display in his room. However, it had sparked my curiosity. What had Leah done to piss Jacob off so badly? Bella. Jacob's voice interrupted my line of thought. I turned to see him looming near his porch, hands in his pockets. He was staring at the ground, a frown on his face. What is it? I asked snappily. Okay, I'll admit that my voice was a bit harsher than I'd intended it to be, especially since he winced at it, so I decided to soften it up a bit. I mean, what do you want? I just wanted to apologize again, he murmured, looking into my eyes. I could see the sincerity in them, even if I was still a bit wary. I pursed my lips and sighed. It's fine. I'm sorry I got you upset, I didn't mean to. He waved it off with his hand. Don't worry about it. There's just some tension going on is all and it's really affecting me. Again, I'm real sorry for blowing up at you. I promise I won't do it again, okay? You don't deserve that kind of thing, especially since I'm trying to rekindle our friendship. So, we cool? He gave me a goofy grin, his eyes hopeful. I laughed. Yeah, we're cool. Besides, I've got a bit of a temper myself. Now that is a scary image, he teased. I smiled at him. He had no idea. Jacob suddenly froze, his eyes flickering to something past me. His hands balled into fists again as he glared at something behind me. I frowned and turned around to see the object of his glare, even though a part of me already knew what, or rather who, it was. Well, look who it is, greeted a familiar voice as I turned fully, coming face to face with the owner of that voice, wearing shorts, a half shirt and a large smirk on her face. Leah. Leah appraised me, a curious look in her eyes as she scanned my appearance. I noticed two things about her as she did. Firstly, she had the same tattoo that Jacob had in the exact same place. Come to think of it, I'd seen that tattoo a lot today. Secondly, her nose crinkled slightly as she breathed in, clearly smelling something offensive. It must not have lasted long, though, because as her eyes met mine, her face returned to normal. She prepared to say something when an irritated growl was heard from behind me. What the hell are you doing here, Leah? Jacob demanded. She didn't respond to him. She didn't even acknowledge his existence. Jacob stormed over to us and stood behind me. I could feel the anger emanating from him as he glared her down. I asked what you were doing here. Leah's eyes narrowed as she finally looked at Jacob, glaring scathingly at him. I don't see how it's any of your damn business, Jacob, but if you must know, she paused and looked back at me, her smirk returning. I figured I'd just stop by to piss you off a bit is all. Oh, and I came here to say hello to Bella, too. Jacob growled again. There, you said hello. Now leave, he snapped. I was taken aback by the amount of venom in his tone and idly stepped away from him. This didn't go unnoticed by either of them, Jacob grimacing at the move while Leah narrowed her eyes, returning her glare full force to him. Don't tell me what to do, Jacob Black. You are not my master, she seethed. Her tone softened as she took a step towards me. Besides, you should know better than to be so rude around a woman. And would it kill you to put a damn shirt on? I'm sure Bella's sick of having to look at those disgusting washboard abs of yours. I know I am. You're just jealous, Jacob snorted. Leah scoffed. Please, why should I be jealous of you when we both know that I'm much wire in comparison? Besides, the only people who would possibly find you attractive are hormonally challenged preteens with nothing better to do with their time. I tried hard not to laugh at the expressions on their faces as they talked. It was plain to see that both of them thought very highly of themselves, but in a different way. Jacob had sort of a conceited arrogance about him while Leah's was more of a, why arrogance, I guess. And while I did like Jacob and I could see him as being somewhat attractive, I was definitely on the same page as Leah when it came to which of them had the best looks. Then again, neither of them held a candle to Alice. She was in a league all her own and no one, not Leah or Amara or Esme or Rosalie, could make me change my opinion. So Bella, Leah's voice interrupted my train of thought. Would you like to go for a walk? I was about to reply, but Jacob cut me off. Bella and I were in the middle of a conversation, actually. Actually, I interjected, slightly perturbed by him cutting me off. We just finished our conversation, Jacob. I had to emphasize each word just right so that he would catch my drift, which he thankfully did. I turned and smiled at Leah. I'd love to go for a walk. Leah beamed at that while Jacob scowled and looked at me like I'd just stabbed him in the back. But Bella, we've hardly caught up, he whined. I sighed. Jacob, there are other days in the week for us to catch up. Besides, if you're not feeling well, then I don't want to bother you. He looked at Leah, then back at me. Then his face contorted into one of rage as he clenched his fists at his side. I felt Leah tense up next to me as Jacob's whole body started to shake again, much like it had in his room. Fine. Go. Go and spend time with the soulless harpy. But don't come crying to me when you see what she's really like, he spat. Without another word, he spun around and stormed off into his house, slamming the door roughly behind him. I stared after him, astonished. What the F.K. was that all about? Asshole, Leah hissed under her breath. I felt her hand on my shoulder and turned to see her giving me an apologetic look. Sorry about that. I didn't know how to respond, so I merely shrugged. Leah gestured for me to follow her as she started walking away, which I did. The two of us walked in silence for a few minutes, just listening to the sounds of the ocean and the wind blowing. So what brings you out here, Bella? Leah asked after a moment of silence. I came here with a few of my friends from school, just to hang out, I replied. Leah smirked. And to visit me, right? I shrugged. Well, I guess so. But I mean, we barely even know each other. All we did was bump into one another at the mall and exchange names. That's true. I wouldn't call us friends just yet, but that doesn't mean we couldn't be friends, does it? It's not every day you run into somebody and they don't try to bite your head off for it, which I guess is why I reacted the way I did. Plus, I thought you seemed like a nice girl and I was right. Then again, I tend to be right, so it wasn't that big of a surprise, she said. I smiled. She definitely had a lot of confidence in both herself and her appearance. She reminded me of Alice, at least concerning self-confidence, and Rosalie, especially with her personality. What are you smiling at? Leah asked curiously. Oh, it's nothing. Just thinking to myself is all. She frowned at my lack of a response, but shrugged it off. So what's it like to live here? Dull, Leah snorted. Other than cliff diving, there's barely anything to do. Is that why you snuck off to go to the mall? I inquired. Leah rolled her eyes. I didn't sneak off, okay. I just left when no one else was around. I stopped walking and she stopped too. How come you aren't allowed to leave La Push? She ran her fingers through her hair as she stared out at the sea, hesitating to respond. It's complicated, she replied. I watched her as she spoke, listening intently. It's not that we aren't allowed to leave, per se. The council, though, they have these really stupid rules that we're supposed to obey. And one of those rules is not leaving the land without a reason to do so because of the, complications involved. We have to ask for their permission and all this shit if we want to go out, which I think is ridiculous. So I just do what I want when no one's looking. You like breaking the rules. She smirked and nodded. What about the consequences? Being yelled at gets old after a while, but truthfully, I've gotten good at not getting caught. And it's not like I do it all the time, despite what you might think, she explained. Why is it so important for you to stay here? I mean, is it some tribal tradition or what? Leah cocked her head to the side as she looked at me. You're a very curious girl, aren't you? I chuckled. Yeah, I've been told that a lot. Sorry if it bothers you, I'll shut up. No, not at all. I like a girl who isn't afraid to speak her mind, even if she's a bit shy most of the time, Leah said, smiling. I felt my cheeks heat up with the way she was looking at me, her lips curled into a sultry smirk. You know, that blush is pretty cute too. I lowered my head. Thanks, I murmured. I'm taken, just so you know. Leah didn't respond at first. I looked up to see that her face was unreadable. For a moment, I'd feared that I may have hurt her feelings, but then she shrugged and smiled at me. Well, then I'd say she's a lucky girl, whoever she is. Internally, I sighed with relief. Thank you. Then something hit me. Wait, how did you know that I was gay? Leah asked. I nodded sheepishly. She laughed. For one thing, I could tell by the way you were gawking at me when I first came up to you. Then there was when we first met at the mall and the way you tried to hide your blush when I noticed you staring at me. It's pretty obvious, though. Don't sweat it, Bella. It doesn't really bother me anyways since I'm bis, UAL. Oh, I fidgeted with my fingers, cursing myself for being so damn obvious. But then, it didn't matter because I already had someone I was deeply in love with. And no one could replace her. So why was I so worried? Mind if I ask you something? I shrugged and nodded. What's it like at that school you go to? Not that great. When you're the new girl in a town as small as Forks, you get a lot of unnecessary attention. Plus, everyone kind of found out about me being a lesbian, which only caused more problems. I'm thankful that the Cullens were there too. Leah twitched. Wait, you know the Cullens? She asked. I nodded. Yeah, I know them. Why? They're dangerous, Leah replied. You should stay away from them, Bella. They're not the kind of people you want to be around. I gaped at her. She knew. She had to know, right? Why else would she think they were dangerous? Was this why everyone was wary of me being here? Did the Quileutes know? I had to find out, had to make sure for myself. They can't be that bad, I stated, running a hand through my hair. I tried to sound as nonchalant as I could in order to avoid any suspicions. Best not to tell her that I was in the Cullen family now, not until I'd heard what she'd said. Leah's eyes narrowed as her face darkened. She didn't look at me, she looked around, eyes darting every which way before resting on me. I watched her lips twitch as she seemed to mentally fight herself over something, probably whether or not to answer me truthfully or to just let it go. Her eyes shut for a few seconds as she let out a quiet sigh. Then her eyes reopened and I could see that she had made her mind up. It's a long story, but I'll give you some of the details. Come with me, though. We can't talk here. I nodded and followed her as she spun around and walked in the opposite direction. We walked past several buildings, including the souvenir shop. Outside of the shop was Eric, Angela, Katie and Ben, all chatting with one another. When they saw me I waved to them, silently motioning to Leah. I hoped that they would get that I was going to talk with her and that maybe they'd think that she was an old friend of mine like Jacob. They seemed to take the bait and smiled at me, mouthing things like, "Take your time," and, "Don't worry about us, we're good." I really was starting to appreciate them. They were all really good friends. I also noticed several of the other Quileutes as we walked together, most of them watching either Leah or myself. Some of the looks were humorous ones, some wary and a few seemed relatively nonchalant. I didn't fail to notice one of the boys walking towards us, a big grin on his face. "Hey there lusty Leah, what's cracking?" he asked, flashing her a smile. Leah groaned loudly as he trudged over and stopped in front of us. I gave him a brief once-over and, remembering Jacob's descriptions of the other boys, realized that this must be Colton Weaver. "Beat it, Colton. Can't you see I'm with a friend right now?" she asked, clearly annoyed by his presence. Colton pouted. "Aw, don't be that way, Lee." Leah's hands balled into fists. "Do not call me that." She enunciated each word with seething venom that made Colton step back warily. Her body was shaking, much like Jacob's had before, as she glared him down. "Sorry," he muttered. That was when he noticed me. "And who might you be?" Leah answered for me. "Not interested, Colton. She's already taken, anyways." Colton frowned momentarily, then looked at Leah curiously. Leah pursed her lips. "No, it's not me, you jackass, okay. It's someone else. Just leave it alone, okay? We're busy." She gently grabbed my shoulder and pulled me along with her, brushing past Colton who muttered something under his breath before walking off dejectedly. We continued walking for a few minutes, past the beach until we were near a large forest. Once we were there, Leah turned left and walked over to a small shady area where there were two flat rocks in the ground. Leah sat on one of them and gestured for me to sit on the other. I waited patiently for her to begin, which she did after taking another minute to think. My people, the Quileutes, have a lot of legends that they pass down from generation to generation. Some detail how we became who we are, some are how we came live here on this land. There's one that says that our people are the descendants of wolves, which dates back to when our tribe was first formed, Leah explained. Her voice took an odd tone as she finished, her eyes not meeting mine as she spoke. "But the legend that you need to know about is the one regarding the Cold Ones," she growled. "Cold Ones?" I asked incredulously, pretending to have no possible clue of what she meant. She nodded. "Yes. Cold Ones. Blood drinkers. Vampires." She hissed out the last word as a whisper, but I heard it nonetheless. "They are the natural enemy of our ancestors. I stared at her with astonishment. They did know what the Cullens were. There was more, though, to her story. Much more. I could see it in her eyes, which flickered with a mixture of emotions. Hate, anger, pain and sorrow. I don't understand. Why are they your natural enemy? I inquired. She ground her teeth together. They're everyone's enemies, Bella. Leah, look, I can't say a whole lot on it. Just know that the Cullens are a danger to anyone who gets close to them. That's why they aren't allowed on our land, because our people have forbidden it, Leah explained, eyes boring into the ground at her feet. There was a definite threat behind her words as she spoke them, enough to make me feel a little nervous. I gulped. Leah. She looked at me intently. Yes, let's say figuratively speaking, one of the Cullens did come on your land. What would be the consequences of that? I asked, trying to be placid about it. Leah smiled ominously. Then there'd be trouble. I really shouldn't have come here after all. But what if I get the same treatment since I was human? Well, I guess I won't be human for much longer, but still. That worried me. I was starting to think that leaving La Push would be a good idea. I couldn't ask Angela to take me, though, because that would be rude. Maybe I could walk. Are you okay, Bella? Leah asked softly. Oh, why yeah, I'm fine. I smiled at her to try and convey my meaning, but I could tell she wasn't buying it. It's pretty obvious that you aren't, Bella. Anyone with a working pair of eyes could see that just by looking at you. So don't try that. Oh, it's nothing, crap on me, okay. I'm not the kind of person to let that lame excuse slide. You seem troubled. What's up? This girl wasn't going to drop it, was she? Damn. Well, I wasn't sure if it would be safe for me to tell her that I was a Cullen, at least not now. Truthfully, I wanted to know more about these legends pertaining to my family. That and I wanted to know more about what she meant when she said that the Quileutes were descended from wolves. I could tell there much more to the stories than what she was telling me, but it seemed like she couldn't tell. I was just thinking about what you said is all. Tell me, what did you mean earlier when you said that your people descended from wolves? I don't really get what you mean by that. Leah bit her lip. There's a whole lot of mystical mumbo-jumbo about how our ancestors bonded with wolves and all that crap. I honestly don't know much on it myself. I do know, however, that my people view wolves as sacred animals, so hunting them is off limits on our lands. Other than that, I have no idea what all that nonsense means, she replied. Oh, yeah, sorry, if you really wanted to know, you'd have to ask someone on the council. That's better said than done, though, since they're always busy. Plus, I don't think they would share information with an outsider, no offense. That's just their rules. So wait, you shouldn't even be telling me this. I asked, surprised. Leah shrugged. Probably not, but it's not that big of a deal. I think that everyone should be warned about the Cullens. I flinched at the way she'd said their name. She'd said it that way several times before and it was starting to get on my nerves now. Could you stop saying their name like that? I requested, trying to keep my voice even. Why? It's not like they're here or. Just stop. I hissed. Leah looked taken aback by my tone. I grimaced when I realized that I was letting my anger get the better of me and bowed my head apologetically. Sorry. Can we, change topics? Like, your family or something. She furrowed her brow and stared at me, obviously trying to assess the reason for my tone, but gave up after a few seconds and sighed. Then what do you want to talk about? She inquired. Something not relating to my family would be nice. Actually, it's best to avoid the subject of family altogether. Tell me a bit about your family. F.K. Stupid mouth. I live with my mom and my little brother Seth, she said. My brother is a goofy kid. Who's as naive as he is adventurous. He's always curious about learning new things, which is cute and all until he starts to pester you with 20 questions. But I love the little squirt to pieces and I'd do anything to protect him, which I seem to be doing a lot. He means well, though, so I guess I don't mind most of the time. And then there's my mom Sue. She took over my dad's position on the council after he passed away from a heart attack a few years ago. She was always a strong woman, and now she gets to prove it to everyone else. We don't always see eye to eye on things, but she's my role model and I've always respected and admired her. I wish I could be normal like she is, Leah trailed off as she stared downwards, eyes burning with sadness. Leah. She blinked and shook her head. No, it's nothing. Sorry, I don't mean to get all sentimental on you. Sometimes my mouth just moves on its own and I can't stop it, which KS because it happens so damn much. I laughed. I know the feeling. Yeah, I've noticed that, she agreed, smiling. So tell me a bit about your family, Bella. My family. Well, I was recently adopted by a small family. Oh, that's good. I nodded, trying to hide my nervousness. Yup, it is. They're great, too, all of them. Is it sad that even mentioning them made me miss them all so much? I'd only been here for a couple of hours, and I felt like I'd been gone for a couple of years. I didn't understand why I felt this way. Was this part of the whole mate experience? Or was it because of my slow transformation into a vampire? I hated feeling like this. As if on cue, my phone started ringing. I pulled it out from my shorts and glanced at it, unable to keep the smile from spreading across my lips. Once again, it was Alice. Hey Alice, I greeted into the phone. I noticed Leah stirring across from me, but I figured she was just getting comfortable. No reason to worry. Bella, she shouted excitedly. I miss you. I miss you too, but it's only been a few hours, if even that. I pointed out. She sighed loudly. I know, but it's painful to be away from you for too long. Do you feel that too? She asked. I ran my free hand through my hair. Yeah, actually. I was just starting to wonder about that myself before you called. It's like I'm psychic or something, she giggled into the phone. I rolled my eyes. Shut up, you. Maybe you could ask Carly. I stopped mid-sentence when I saw Leah's eyes bulge. Oh shit. Bella, what's wrong? Alice asked. It's nothing at all. I dropped my phone is all, I lied. Alice growled. Bella, don't lie to me. Are they there with you? Have they touched you? Those stupid mongrels, they'd better not lay king finger on you. Everything's fine, I squeaked, looking away from Leah. I was kicking myself over and over again on the inside, cursing my stupidity. Why was I always cursed with such bad luck? I grimaced, knowing I needed to be fast. I love you, Alice. I'm fine, I swear. I'll see you in a little while, okay. Bye. I hung up without giving her the chance to respond and turned my phone off as fast as I could while trying to stand up. Bad move. I ended up tripping over myself during the process and toppled to the ground, almost getting a mouthful of dirt. I didn't, thankfully. I felt a pair of warm hands grasp my shoulders and help lift me up second afterwards, already knowing that it was Leah's. Thanks, I stammered. I tried to move, but the warm hands kept me firmly in place. I had no choice but to look at Leah, whose eyes were narrowed as she studied me concernedly. Bella, she said, her voice neutral. What was that about? I blanched. My girlfriend just wanted to see if IW was okay. I answered. Leah's eyes narrowed even more as her brow creased into a frown. Your girlfriend? I nodded. Alice. I nodded again. Alice Cullen. I hesitated, knowing she'd found out, but sighed and nodded a third time. Leah's hands were off of me in an instant and to her sides, balling into fists as her body quivered. She is your girlfriend. Why yes, I replied quietly. Leah twitched angrily and ground her teeth together. Without another word she stormed off in the direction we'd come from. She moved so fast I barely had a chance to register what I'd seen until she was already halfway back to the beach. Leah, wait, I shouted. I ran after her, even though it was a stupid thing to do and I had no idea why in God's name I was doing it. Leah vanished from my sights as she sharply turned left, the house blocking my line of view. Once I'd gotten there, I turned to see where she'd gone, but was surprised to see no trace of her whatsoever. Like, literally. It was as though she had just vanished into thin air. I did, however, notice that foul smell again. Garbage and wet dog. Seriously, that shit was just plain gross. I covered my whole mouth with both hands, trying not to gag on the foul stench emanating in the air. God, what the hell was that? And why did I smell it so much when there wasn't a damn dog in sight? Come to think of it. I thought about something. The others had made a variety of dog-related jokes, like stuff about leashes and fleas. The scent I'd smelled, while incredibly rank, reminded me a lot of wet dog. And then there was what Leah had told me, how the Quileutes were supposedly the descendants of wolves. But what did all of that mean? Could it be? No. No way in hell. Just no, that's insane. Then again, this is coming from the girl who is dating a vampire and becoming a vampire. So, no, no, no. I'm losing it. Why am I focused on finding Leah? I should leave. Or at least get back to the others. I blinked. Aw shit, the others. I'd completely forgotten. Damn it. One of the main reasons I'd come on this trip was so I could bond with other people and make friends with them, not abandon them outright. Shit. Now I see why I always had a hard time making friends, other than the obvious shit like my clumsiness and temper. Seeing that Leah was a lost cause, I groaned inwardly and bolted back to where I'd last seen Angela and the others, praying that they would forgive me for totally ditching them for a hot girl I hardly even knew. Whoa, did I just think that? Well, she is pretty hot. And besides, it's not a crime to find other people aside from girlfriend attractive, right? I'm not cheating on her or hitting on other girls, now am I? No, I'm not. No big deal, case closed. I was happy to see that the others hadn't gone far from where they'd originally been when I'd last seen them. Eric and Katie were clutching their surfboards excitedly, probably about to go back out to surf again. Angela and Ben were both laughing along with them as I scurried over to the group, feeling abashed for leaving them. "Ah, there's Bella," Eric shouted as I neared them. "Hey guys," I murmured embarrassedly. "Hey yourself, Sunshine. Been wondering when you'd rejoin us," Katie said playfully. I sighed. "Yeah, I'm sorry about all that. I just got up with talking is all." Katie patted my shoulder. "Don't sweat it, Bella. It's all good. We're just glad that you decided to come back to us, you know. We were starting to miss you. We thought you'd be flirting with that hot native chick all day," Eric teased, nudging me in the ribs slightly with a smirk on his face. "Eric," Angela shouted, hands on her hips. "Be nice, you know that wasn't what she was doing at all." Ben nodded in agreement. "Bella's not that kind of person, are you?" "Bella. Hell no," I shouted, gritting my teeth. "I would never cheat on Alice. Never. She's mine." Eric held his hands up in surrender. "Whoa there, easy Bella. I was only joking, honest." I bit my lip. I know. Sorry, didn't mean to snap. It's just that I don't like it when people question my commitment to Alice, you know. I love her and she loves me and we would never cheat on each other, no matter what." "I believe you," Eric said, clearly impressed with me. "Not that a three-way wouldn't be hot," Ben snickered, covering his mouth afterwards. Katie laughed. "Damn right it would be." I blushed Arlette and stared down at my feet. The others, save for Angela, all laughed in agreement with each other. Angela came over and gently touched my shoulder, giving me a sympathetic smile. I smiled back appreciatively at her, though in truth I didn't mind the teasing too much, since it reminded me of my siblings, Emmett especially. "So what was the deal with that girl?" Eric asked curiously. "She a friend of yours?" "Somehow, I didn't think she would be anymore." "Yeah, she's an old acquaintance like Jacob." Katie chuckled. "Speaking of whom?" I glanced in the direction she was looking in to see none other than Jacob, trotting towards our group with a goofy grin on his face. His eyes met mine and his grin widened, which actually irritated me. He had the audacity to smile at me after shouting at me like that. Who the K did he think he was? I glared at him in return, which caused him to stop in his tracks. He looked rather startled at first, confused as to why I was glaring at him. Then it dawned on him and he hung his head sheepishly, stuffing his hands into his pockets as he slowly started walking towards us again. I decided to ignore him for the time being and returned my attention to the others, who had started talking once again. "What's the water like?" I inquired, wanting to get involved with the conversation. "Pretty cold, actually, but it's not too bad," Katie replied. "You should definitely go try it out, it's rather refreshing in my opinion." "Are you kidding me? It's freezing out there." Ben disagreed. Angela nodded. "The weather wasn't as warm as it was supposed to be today." "I don't think it's too bad," Katie said, shrugging. "Warmer than it was yesterday." Eric sighed and shook his head. "Man, I was really hoping this would work out better. We really got to plan our trip out next time so that everything goes accordingly." "Sorry guys, I guess this day was a dud." A wave of relief washed over me. That meant we were going, right? I could see Alice and the others again and not have to stress out about Leah. Bella. Jacob called. I frowned, realizing that I'd completely forgotten he was walking over to us. Well, he was actually a few feet away now, smiling again as he stopped near me. He nodded his head at the others. "Sup guys, how's it hanging?" Eric chose to reply. "Pretty good. We're just chatting about making plans for doing something else, you know. The weather wasn't on our side today." Jacob pouted. "Aw, don't say that. The weather's perfect." "Well, it is for this time of year anyways. Say, if you guys aren't afraid of heights, I could show you our cliff diving location if you want. What do you guys say? You could definitely have some fun with that, huh?" The others all seemed to consider that. Angela looked like she didn't like the idea in the least bit, while Ben, Eric and Katie all seemed mildly excited about the prospect. I, on the other hand, was not interested, nor was I interested in sticking around La Push for much longer. I couldn't help feeling paranoid about the Leah situation and feared there would be consequences. What if she told the others that I was a Cullen? Shit. Alice was right. I shouldn't have come here. This was a bad idea, plain and simple. "What's wrong, Bella?" Jacob asked, breaking me from my thoughts. Nothing. I was just daydreaming is all," I lied. "She misses her Alice," Katie teased. "Damn right I did. Don't worry, Bella, she'll still be there when we leave. It's not like she'll disappear or anything." "Yeah, alright," I chuckled uneasily. "Listen, I just remembered that I have some important stuff to do too. And I hate doing this to you guys, but I think I should get going, you know. I've got homework, chores and a few other things to take care of." I tried to sound legit, but failed horribly. At least, I thought I had. The others, however, actually seemed to buy my lame excuses. Even Jacob did, his head hanging sullenly at the news. "What do you mean you have to leave?" Katie whined. "You just got here. Come on, Bella, don't be like that. You can do your homework later," Ben stated. "Seriously, girl. Besides, you live with a super smart family, so it's not like you'll have trouble with it," Eric added. I ran a hand through my hair. "I know guys, I'm sorry. But it's important, you know." They all continued to groan and whine that I should stay, which flattered me, honestly. But I needed to get back and tell Carlisle and Esme about what had happened. I'd screwed up and I was afraid that doing so was going to make things end badly for my family. I didn't want that. "Would you like me to drive you back?" Angela asked softly. I was surprised at the offer, but quickly shook my head. "No thank you, Angela. Don't worry, I'll call ahead and get one of them pick me up. I appreciate the offer, though. Besides, I don't want to take up more of your time." Angela waved it off. "I don't mind at all, really, and it would save your family the trouble of having to come and get you. I would just need directions, since I have no idea where you guys live at." "Where does your family live, exactly?" Katie inquired. We shouldn't be poking around in their private business, guys," Ben stated. "Thank you Ben Cheney, you are a lifesaver." As if he could read minds, he smiled at me. "If you really need to leave, Bella, then I guess that's okay. But we should definitely plan for something better next time and we should plan it so you could invite Alice along. I think you should try inviting your other siblings, too," Eric suggested. I grimaced. "Shit. No Eric, no. I think so too. No one ever invites the Cullens to anything," Angela added quietly. F. K. F. K. F. K. F. K. F. K. Jacob frowned at me. "Cullens." Eric chuckled. "Yeah, man. Bella here is the newest addition to their family." I froze. Inside, I was screaming obscenities at my friends for blabbing and revealing who I was to the whole damn world, at myself for ever coming here in the first place and at Jacob for being right king next to me. Why did this have to happen? Why me? Why now? Why today? Damn it. Jacob's face was unreadable as he stared at me. I turned away from him and started walking away from the group, not bothering to look at anyone or say anything. I was angry, annoyed and most of all, terrified. I needed to get out of here and now. "Bella, wait," Katie shouted. "Don't go." "Sorry, have to." I ground out, not looking back. "Bella." Jacob's voice was a nearly muted whisper that I did my best to ignore. I didn't have the time for him right now. I was already halfway across the beach, nearing the cars. In my haste I had forgotten about my chronic clumsiness, but Mother Nature decided to help remind me. In seconds I tripped and fell face first into the sand. The impact was soft, but the sand in my mouth was not something I really needed at the moment. I stood up and spat the sound out, shaking my head furiously to get out the sand and rocks that tried to embed themselves in my thick locks. Once I'd managed to do that, I dusted myself off and started to advance when I stopped abruptly. Ew, what the K is she doing here? Oh no. Oh great, hissed an all too familiar voice. Lauren Mallory, Forks High's resident by CH, and the one girl who hated me most in this entire town, was standing several feet in front of me, a disgusted and angry glare on her face. Worse, she wasn't alone, because standing with her was Jessica Stanley, Tyler Crowley, and of course, Mike Newton. They all had a variety of different facial expressions, ranging from the appalled look on Jessica's face to that creepy-ass look on Newton's. Lauren slowly started advancing towards me, her eyes set to kill. Why the hell are you here, dyke? Lauren spat. You've got a lot of nerve showing your face after the shit you pulled at school. I flinched. Excuse me. What I did? You and your stupid bimbos attacked me, I snarled, letting my irritation from how badly things had gone today to seep through my tone. Jessica and Mike both looked mildly fearful, while Lauren just looked more perturbed. You deserved it, she shouted, taking a step towards me. I narrowed my eyes and stood my ground. Was I afraid? A tiny bit, but I was more pissed off than anything else, and damn if I wasn't sick of this CH always making my problems 100 times worse. And just look what you did to my beautiful face. She whined. She pointed to the black bruise that was prominent on her right cheek, left over from when I'd socked the CH 2 days ago. Though I was rather proud of what I'd done, right now all I wanted to do was take another swing at her beautiful face and knock the CH senseless. You got what you deserved, I repeated. Just be thankful you didn't get your hair shaved like your other idiot friends. Lauren glowered at me. FKU, lesbo. Thanks to you and your piece of shit family, not only are my friends forced to wear wigs, but now we've all been suspended. You and your sisters should have been the ones suspended for all the shit you did to us. Hell, you and your CH shouldn't even be allowed to come onto school campus anymore. I felt a venomous fury start to overtake me as I balled my hands into tight fists. What the K did you just say? I hissed, walking directly up to her. Our heights were about even, so we were at eye level as we both glared at one another. My glare was stronger, though, since I saw a bead of sweat drop from Lauren's brow. She didn't back down though. Lauren, just leave it alone, Tyler grumbled. Can't we enjoy the day for once? Please. Yeah, Lauren, Mike agreed. I could tell that he was utterly petrified of me, which made the confidence swell up within me. Shut up, Lauren hissed. How can we enjoy our day with this dyke still here? Lauren, Tyler groaned. Lauren didn't pay attention to him and jabbed my shoulder with her finger. Get out of my face. No. What? I grabbed the neck of her shirt with my right hand, surprising both her and myself. I said no, CH. I had no idea where the confidence to do all of this was coming from, but I went with it. I was sick and tired of her close-minded, gay-bashing bullshit. I was sick of being treated like crap by her and by practically everyone else at the school. And I was sick of her talking bad about my Alice and my family, damn it. Let her go. Jessica squealed, not budging an inch. I was vaguely aware of the fact that my name was being called from behind me, but I ignored it. I glared at Lauren, holding her gaze. I watched as her eyes widened in fear and found myself smiling at that, but only for a few seconds. I tossed her down to the ground and took a few steps forward until I was hovering over her, fists clenched tightly. Now you listen to me, I growled. I have had enough of you running your damn mouth, you got that? I'm tired of it and I want you to stop. I don't give a shit if you like me or my girlfriend or my family, but I do give a shit that you keep badmouthing them. You have no reason to talk shit about any of them, you hear me? So quit it or else. For a moment, it looked like she was going to actually take my advice and shut the K up. Her little entourage, what little they were worth, was speechless. Mike looked like he was about to wet himself while Jessica was struggling not to shake. Tyler was just petrified, frozen where he was standing with wide eyes and a gaping mouth. Lauren, however, did not stay silent for long. Screw you, dyke. She shouted, staggering to her feet. I don't have to listen to you. You should be apologizing to me for all the shit I've had to go through since you showed up in this town. Enough. I have had enough. I was tired of her insults. She'd done that enough and I wasn't going to stand for it anymore. I hardly even felt it when my left fist shot outwards and collided with her jaw, connecting roughly and sending her tumbling down to the ground. I noticed several small drops of blood escaping from her mouth, but I wasn't concentrating on that. I was concentrating on keeping the overwhelming desire to rip Lauren's head off at bay. I was trembling where I stood, glaring scathingly at the girl on the ground, who was dazed and confused as to what had just happened. Jessica screamed and hid behind Mike, who just stood there like a moron. Tyler too. No more, I seethed. Lauren blinked several times and rubbed her cheeks, tears starting to trickle down her cheeks as she stared up at me, eyes wide with fright. I reached down and grasped the upper part of her shirt, yanking her to her feet and forcing her eyes to meet mine again. I have had enough of you, your insults and your mockery. I have heard enough. So get this through your head, Lauren Mallory. And this goes for the rest of you and for anyone else who has a problem with me or my family. Stop it. I closed my eyes for a moment, struggling to keep my other hand from doing something it shouldn't. When I reopened my eyes, I heard several muffled gasps, but paid them no mind. I was also aware that Eric, Angela, Katie, Ben and Jacob were all behind me, watching on with equally shocked expressions on their faces. I've always had a rough life. I had to deal with an ignorant father and an uncaring mother when I was a child. When they divorced, I had to put up with my mother's verbal abuse day in and day out. Then she left me because she never even wanted me, forcing me into a foster family and forcing me to accept the fact that my own parents thought I was worthless. I did what I could to tell myself otherwise, but it never worked. I stopped and took in a deep breath, releasing Lauren. She didn't budge, though. I ran away from home and faced a shitload of problems that left me with a lot of scars. I kept fighting though, regardless of how hard it was. Then I ended up here and I found Alice. I didn't just find her, though, I found the Cullens. And even though I was skeptical of them and even though I didn't think I was worth their time, they took care of me. They fed me, bathed me, clothed me and gave me more love in a single day than my previous parents did my entire life. For the first time in my life, I actually feel like I've found somewhere I belong. Not only that, but I've found love, something I never thought would be given to me and something I sure as hell never thought I'd be giving. Yeah, I'm not perfect, but when I wake up each morning with someone who tells me that I am repeatedly, it means something. I took a step forward, keeping my eyes on Lauren. You and your friends and everyone else at school, except for them, I stopped and pointed behind me, waving my finger at the 4 people who were friendly to me. Have treated me like shit since day one, when I never did a damn thing to you. Yes, I am a lesbian and yes I am damn proud of that fact, but that's no reason for any of this. You have disrespected me, you have disrespected my family and you've disrespected my girlfriend for the last time, because I won't stand for it anymore. So you listen and you listen good, I hissed, letting the threat drip from my voice. If you ever say one more bad thing about me, if you ever say one more bad thing about anyone from my family, my brothers, my sisters and especially my mother and father. And if you ever say one more bad thing about Alice, even the littlest of insults, I swear to you I will hurt you. I don't care what the consequences are, I don't care what happens to me, I will King hurt you. Do you understand me, Mallory? There was nothing but silence surrounding me as I finished. I asked if you understood me. I repeated louder, gritting my teeth. Why yes, Lauren stammered feebly. Good. Oh, there's one more thing. My name isn't Dyke, it isn't Freak, and it sure as hell isn't Lesbo. My name is Bella Cullen, you got that? She nodded. I turned my glare onto the other 3 morons. Do you understand? They all nodded too. Good. Now beat it. Without any more hesitation Lauren spun around and bolted past the others, knocking Jessica down as she did. Mike and Tyler took off after her, not even bothering to help Jessica who squirmed to her feet and followed. I waited until they got into their car and drove away before I took a deep breath and turned around. Angela and the others were gaping at me, save for Jacob who was looking away, a mixture of different emotions flickering in his eyes. I didn't spend too long looking at him, though, and focused on the others. Holy shit, Angela breathed. I was surprised to hear a swear word from Angela. Ben nodded. Tell me about it. That was awesome, Katie shouted, wrapping me into a hug. And, whoa. She took a step back and cocked her head to the side as she stared at me. What? I asked. Bella, your eyes, Katie said. They're black. I blinked in astonishment. I noticed Jacob looking at me oddly, too. They are. Katie reached into her pocket and pulled out a small mirror, opening it and showing it to me so that I could see my face. My jaw dropped when I saw that she was right. My eyes, normally a chocolate brown color, were indeed coal black. It was like looking at the face of someone else entirely, which scared me a little. I blinked several times and, to my amazement, my eyes slowly returned to their natural color. Damn, what was that all about? My thoughts were interrupted when I felt a hand touch my shoulder. Jacob. Bella, can I talk to you? He asked in a low tone. Alone. I frowned at his tone, but nodded, knowing that it was likely inevitable. I smiled at the others, who were all still shell-shocked by what they'd seen, and followed Jacob as he walked away from them, over to the side of one of the houses. Once we were out of hearing range from the others, Jacob spun around, face contorted into one of anger and disbelief. What the hell was that all about? He growled. I took a step back and narrowed my eyes. What was what about, Jacob? I was defending myself from those assholes is all. I don't. Not that. He seethed. You're a Cullen. He spat the word out like it was dirt, which irritated me. I managed to keep my temper in check, though. Yes. They adopted me a few days ago. Jacob shook his head furiously, his body shaking. No. They can't do that. They can and they did, I hissed. If you have a problem with it, I don't give a damn. They're my family and that's that. Now if you're quite finished, I think I'll be going home now. No, he roared, grabbing my shoulders tightly. I winced at the force of his grip and tried to pry his fingers off of me, but to no avail. And why the F.K. was his skin so damn hot? Was he AF, King Inferno or something? Shit, no, he repeated forcefully. You can't go back there, Bella. They're dangerous. You shouldn't have even been near them in the first place. And you're dating one of them. I thought you were joking about that before. Are you out of your King mind, Bella? Don't you know what they are? I don't care. Let me go, damn you. I snarled. Jacob didn't budge. No, Bella, listen to me. Get off. Suddenly Jacob wasn't holding me anymore, he was flying backwards. I blinked in surprise as Jacob hit the ground roughly, rolling twice before stopping. What the F.K.? I remembered that had happened several times before, like when I'd been with James in the forest and when I'd been in the locker room at school. But there was something different about it this time. It was as if I had gotten a better feel of whatever it was I'd done. It was almost like I didn't get a chance to think because Jacob was on his feet, grinding his teeth together as his whole body shook furiously. I instinctively stepped away from him again, remembering his outburst from earlier. He started towards me, eyes set in a fiery glare. In the blink of an eye, there were 4 bodies moving past me, 3 boys and 1 girl. I recognized the girl as Raina, and from Jacob's descriptions I recognized the others as Sam, Quill and Embry. Quill and Embry had their arms locked around Jacob, struggling to hold him in place. Calm it down, man, the curly-haired boy, Quill said. Yeah, ease off Jake, Embry added. Raina didn't speak, she merely scowled at her brother. Sam on the other hand glanced over at me, a perplexed look on his face as he appraised me. Your name is Cullen, he inquired. I nodded hesitantly. Yes, they adopted me a few days ago. He frowned for a moment, then nodded. My apologies, but perhaps it is best that you leave for now. I am sorry for the inconvenience caused today, both for Jacob here and for what occurred earlier on with those others. We normally don't allow such behavior here. I nodded. Yeah, I'll go. Sorry. He nodded and turned back to face Jacob. Jacob, get a hold of yourself. Raina turned and gave me a sideways glance, but still did not speak to me. Her eyes returned to her brother shortly afterwards as she wrapped an arm around him. Quill and Embry released him and Raina pulled him along with her as they disappeared into the forest. Seeing that now would be a good time to leave, I sighed and started walking off. Unfortunately, I found myself being blocked by someone. I scowled and looked up to see another Quileute boy, glaring at me hatefully. Just where do you think you're going, leech lover? He spat. Leech lover? What the hell do you mean? I asked, confused. He growled at me, his body violently vibrating. You know exactly what I mean. You. Paul. Sam yelled from behind me. Paul's head snapped up to Sam's. Enough. Let her go. But, she's. We will deal with that later, Paul. But leave her be, she's done us no harm. Now step aside. Paul grimaced and begrudgingly moved out of my way, though he kept his glare on me as I slowly moved past him. He grumbled something under his breath that I didn't catch, but I didn't bother to pay attention to it as I distanced myself from the group of Quileutes. Them and their crazy spastic shaking. What was up with that, exactly? Did they all have a disease or something? Hey, Bella, I heard Katie shout. There you are, we wondered what was going on. Is everything okay? We saw some of the Quileutes go over to where you and that other guy went. Everything's fine, Katie, honest, I lied. I seem to be doing that a lot lately, and while I didn't normally like to lie, it was best for now. She shrugged. If you say so. Oh, hey, we were wondering if you would be interested in going to grab an ice cream with us. They actually have a little place to get food on the reservation and they're open. You wanna come? I shook my head. No thanks, I gotta get going. Tell the others thank you for me and that I'm sorry, okay? I really am. Don't sweat it, Bella. It's cool. And you're welcome. We'll definitely have to plan for something better next time. Like a movie or something. I smiled at that. That actually sounds cool, thanks. Later Katie, I said. Later Bella, she replied. I watched her run off and shook my head, feeling a little bit better. But not much. I stuffed my hands into my pockets and trudged towards where the cars were. Truth be told, I had no idea how the hell I was going to get back home without a ride. Maybe Alice would see me walking and come and get me. But she said she couldn't see me before. Weird. As I passed Angela and Eric's cars, I noticed a figure out of my peripheral vision. It was Leah. Leah was leaning against a tree, eyes closed and arms crossed. I noticed that she was wearing a different outfit entirely, though it consisted of the same type of clothes, that being shorts, sandals and a low-cut sleeveless shirt. As if by magic, Leah's eyes shot open when I looked at her and she started walking towards me at an even pace. I wasn't sure what to do or what to say, so I just stood there until she was standing a few feet away from me, looking at me rather placidly. Hey, she murmured. I ran a hand through my hair. Hi. We didn't move or say anything else for what felt like ages. She just stood there, staring down at the ground with her hands in her pockets while I did the same. I had thought the silence between me and Charlie had been awkward, but this was on an entirely different level of awkwardness. At last Leah let out a brisk sigh and looked at me rather than her feet. Look, Bella, she trailed off, uncertainty stopping her from continuing. I fidgeted with my fingers. Leah, about earlier. She held up a hand to stop me. That's what I wanted to talk about, yeah. She paused and shook her head. Shit, I don't know why this is so damn difficult for me. I'm sorry about how I reacted earlier. Oh okay, I murmured. I didn't mean to upset you, honest. I know. It's really complicated, though. I mean, shit, I still can't believe what I heard and that, never mind. I can't really go into detail right now, though I'm guessing you'll find out about it later on. Sorry, Bella. I just wanted to make sure I apologized, she sighed. I nodded. Thank you, Leah. I appreciate it. Leah shook her head. I don't think you should be thanking me, Bella. I don't think you should be in the situation you're in right now, for that matter, but you are and I don't know what the hell to do about it. Be careful, okay? That's all I'm asking. I have no clue what's going to end up happening after you leave, so, prepare yourself. What do you mean? What are you talking about? I asked. She grimaced. I can't talk about it. We're not supposed to talk about it. Sorry. I keep saying it, it's complicated. I know that's a shitty answer, but what can I do about it? You could break the rules a little and tell me, I suggested. That'd be nice, but this is one rule I can't break, Bella. It stinks to admit it, but even I have my limitations for what I can do and say here. Leah ground her teeth together and ran a nervous hand through her hair, stopping to rub her neck. Some other time, maybe, but not now. I stuffed my hands into my pockets. Fine, whatever. I gotta get going. Yeah, she mumbled. I scoffed quietly and started to walk away from her. Bella, wait. I turned only slightly. What is it? I'm truly sorry about all of this, she said softly. Her eyes burned with sincerity and remorse for not only being so secretive, but for all the trouble that today had caused me. There was something else there that I couldn't recognize, but it was gone before I could analyze it further. I'm sorry too. She nodded her head and her shoulders slumped as she turned around and began to walk off. Now it was my turn to call after her. Leah. Leah turned and gazed me intently. Yes. I bit my lip sheepishly. I hope we can still be friends. Leah's lips twitched as she heard the words escape my mouth and stared downwards, uncertain of how to respond. I could see the gears in her head turning furiously to come up with some kind of response as she stood there nervously. Then she seemed to find her response, because she stopped looking nervous as she stared into my eyes. I hope so too, she murmured. With that said, she turned again and walked off, only glancing over her left shoulder at me once as she distanced herself from me before disappearing altogether from my line of view. I stared after her for a moment, wondering what the deal was with the Quileutes and my family, but decided that maybe now I'd finally be getting some answers at home. Home. Thoughts of Alice began swirling in my head, causing all the other thoughts to dissipate altogether. I smiled to myself as I started walking away from the cars towards the road to the reservation, imagining her angelic voice, her beautiful eyes and her tender hugs and kisses. I could hardly wait to see her again, even if we'd only been separated for a few hours. It was so strange, this pull I felt to go back to her. It was like it hurt to be away from her for too long, which confused me but heartened me at the same time. I'd have to ask Carlisle about that. If anyone would know, it would be him. Perhaps Esme would know too, for that matter, so I could always ask them both. Plus there was that awful smell and the whole black eyes thing that I would need to bring up, since they'd likely have the answers to those questions too. Knowing Carlisle, he'd want to know anyways. What I wasn't sure about was what had happened to Jacob. That had been the third time anything like that had happened, but I wasn't sure if it was coincidence or... Okay, yeah, it wasn't coincidence. There was more going on with me than what I thought and I needed to get to the bottom of it and soon. It certainly took you long enough. I snapped out of my temporary daze. I recognized that voice. Rosalie. I turned to my right and saw that she was leaning casually against a tree, onlock swaying in the slight breeze that blew over us. A few inches away was her red BMW, parked perfectly under the shade of the trees nearby. Rosalie had her arms crossed as she appraised me, an odd look on her face as she inclined her head for me to come over. I smiled as I walked towards her, delighted to see Rosalie, even if she wasn't overly fond of me. Hey Rosalie, I greeted. She nodded her head at me rather than respond, but at least she didn't full out ignore me like she often did. Should I get in the car? Rosalie frowned and shook her head. Not just yet. I looked at her confusedly. Why not? I asked. She didn't give me a response this time and instead walked over to me until she was a few inches away. Then she leaned downwards and breathed in a few times, crinkling her nose and scowling to herself before sighing and running her fingers through her long hair. You stink, she said, shaking her head. I was puzzled. I stink. Yes, you stink. And I won't be having that in my car. Wait here a moment. She blurred over to her car and pulled out a long purple purse. Wait, I thought I couldn't stink to a vampire. It was a statement, but it came out more as a question, especially since Alice had said it was near impossible for vampires to find humans offensive in any way. So then why did Rosalie say I stunk? It wasn't an insult, oddly enough, more so a statement than anything. Rosalie shrugged as she reached into the purse and pulled something out before blurring back to standing in front of me, a neutral look on her face. Under normal circumstances, no, you wouldn't. Let's just say that the air over on the reservation is fouler to us and it's attached itself to you. And I would rather not have you stinking up my car, no offense. Now, hold your arms outwards to your sides, please. I furrowed my brow in confusion, but did as she asked. She lifted her left hand and I saw what she was holding. It was a bottle of sprays that people would use to make rooms smell better, only smaller and more compact in size. She covered my eyes with her right hand and started spraying me head to toe with it before doing my arms separately. Then she blurred behind me and did my backside for a minute or so until she had sprayed every inch of me. When she was finished, she was in front of me once more, leaning in to sniff me. "It'll do, I suppose. All right, now you can go on and get in." "I'm sorry," I murmured as she and I walked to our separate doors. Rosalie merely jumped into her side while I had to open the door, fearful of causing any sort of harm to her car. I did not want to get Rosalie angry at me again, hell no. If you enjoyed this alternate journey, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the alternate path for more incredible what if stories.